reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo make me an Ameriboo. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. With an effing blammo. That chest it up, that chest now. That chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke, and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soft, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9. Blammo!
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing blammo. With the effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
That chest it up, that chest now. That chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up. With an effing blammo. Dating adult stars, breaking hearts, bending pants.
I get it.
With the dress sense equivalent of Comic Sans. Champagne, socialist, Porsche owner, house and hobby. I've heard it all, even from the stands in my lobby. Single himbo leftist against a world of grifters. They try to cancel me, but only manage to lift us. Last bar's coming up, but you'll miss it, don't be sour, cause we're approaching the ad break at the top of the hour.
Segue.
Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic period, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasan Night broadcast coming to you live from rainy, cloudy, not rainy, but cloudy, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day regardless of the weather. It's a wonderful day. It is a special day. That's right. It's a very, very special day. One that comes around every week, as a matter of fact. Buddy, mad respect, but you really have to update that theme song. This is just one of a million different theme songs, my friend, and I like it. Did you hear someone set themselves on fire outside the Trump trial? No, I did not. Jesus Christ. Let me get to some stuff that I normally do. This is a very important day regardless. Is it an important day? Hey, is it an important day because Donald Trump is on a hush money trial? Is that what you think is the important reason? Is it a very important day because Israel struck Iran last night? I don't know. The global conflict is heating up. Is that the reason? But it turns out, luckily, Iran is not going to retaliate. At least it seems like it. Or is it because it's fucking Friday? The answer is it's Friday.
Then.
That's right,
It's
ladies and
Saturday,
gentlemen.
Sunday,
It is Friday. A very special day every week. Every goddamn week that signals to all of the wages, all the wage cuts, all the white collar, blue collar, any kind of collar workers. That's right. It's time for a little bit of autonomy, a little bit of humanity, a sense of dignity in your life that you can feel on the motherfucking weekend. Enjoy yourself. That's right, baby. It's Friday then. This is a holiday that we get to experience every weekend, that our forefathers fought for me and fought for you. So you better fucking go out there and recognize by having a little fun, okay? That's right. And as is the case every day, Friday or not, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker. For all my parasocialists out there, this one's for you. This one's for you. Last night I did the broadcast after a short half day. Newsfrog, shut the fuck up for 10 minutes. Thank you. It is pretty crazy that there are hella people in here already losing their minds. But anyway, we'll talk about the self-immolation in a second. I didn't even know it happened. Everybody shut the fuck up. I don't care. Oh my God. Literally just happened, bro. Everybody calm the fuck down, please. Everybody calm the heck down, please. It happened 7 minutes ago. Why are people saying Hassan's basement? Ethan's basement, where you at? Hassan's basement, where you at? Oh my God, I'm so annoyed. I'm literally not even doing my fucking parasocial update right now. It's so goddamn annoying. Everybody shut up and listen to me, okay? The vibes are immaculate and you guys have already chosen violence. This early on a motherfucking Friday, like I'm in a good ass mood. I come in here, I'm like, let's go, let's talk about it. Let's talk about what's happening in the world. Like, and everybody's like, dude, someone fucking immolated themselves. It's like, all right, bro, I get it. Like, fuck, calm down, dude. We'll get to it. Holy fucking baloney, dude. Here, we don't have to put it in emo mode. I believe that there will be enough people who are not fucking freakish enough to just be like, let's have a normal conversation. Jesus Christ, dude. Dial it down. Be careful clicking links. CNN showed the immolation on live TV and vids on Twitter may not be safe to show on stream. That's fine. So, ladies and gentlemen, last night I finished Walking Dead Season 2. It was an absolute banger. Ended pretty crazy, I would say, but I got the best ending of all, even though people are complaining. My AC is not working. It's busted. But yeah, that's an issue that I had. The upstairs AC was at least working. The downstairs AC was not. And now the upstairs AC as of today is no longer working either. So I'm kind of cooked. Not gonna lie. Things are not looking too great. However, on the other front, worked out this morning, hit a new high in the gym. Now I've been on a 5x5 split. You guys know I've been doing all of my big compound muscle exercises with like build up and then a 5x5 split all the way to the end. And I've literally been melting the squat rack. Went back to do high bar squatting, switched it up, and I've been cooking ever since. Definitely get a lot more, definitely find myself able to go down a lot more, my booty cheeks, I mean. And honestly, my legs have been really good as a consequence of that. I haven't had any injuries, and I mean, dude, knock on wood, you know, but I haven't had any injuries, knock on wood. And also now I'm at 305. Is low bar awkward for your shoulders? I've finally been able to reach up to, on the squat front, reach up to 305, but it's not in 5x5 territory. But every week I just like 285 3 weeks ago, I would say, was too hard, which is, by the way, not super heavy weight, right? I'm a big boy. Like, I should be able to put those weights up, right? But 285, I would say like 2-3 weeks ago was like pretty hard. Now 285, I'm pushing through like it's nobody's business. And honestly, the thing is, I'm doing this while also at a deficit. So that's something you got to remember. I'm consistently losing weight while also still improving muscle mass. People say it can't be done. It takes a very long time, but it can be done, it seems. So that's right. What's your body fat percentage? Probably like 17, 18. Nice weight, little bro. We all start somewhere. Okay, bro, I'm not a fucking power lifter. You know what I mean? Shut up. 285 is pretty solid for like normies, okay? Yeah, if you keep your protein intake high enough, it's possible. That is absolutely correct. I used to injure myself quite a bit at a deficit. It would ruin my lifts. I wouldn't be able to work out, and it fucked me up, and I didn't understand why until I realized I gotta hit those protein restrictions straight up. As long as I hit 220 grams of protein a day, which is still a little bit on the lower end, but I'm at a deficit, so that's valid. It's still on the lower end of what I should be consuming. I will say it has actually helped me quite a bit. It has helped me quite a bit. Obviously, for those of you who are shocked, wondering how someone gets to 220 grams of protein every single day consistently, well, you know how you get to it? You get to it by eating a shit ton of chicken, baby. I do have to say it's actually hard, like, to consume that much protein in a normal diet. No, I don't think so. I love chicken, so it's not that hard for me at all. I love Mediterranean chicken. I've been eating it for years and years and years. But yeah, overall, I think I could do with more protein as well, but then it becomes hard to remain in a deficit. Unless I'm eating like a psycho, unless I'm eating like that one guy who's trying to de-age himself or whatever, it's just not going to work out. Like, because you got to remember, I weigh my food, I eat everything pretty like down to the wire at this point, and I'm not like a biohacker or anything. I don't even eat rotisserie chicken. Think about it. My daily caloric intake on regular deficit days is around 2,300. I don't try. My max out, don't touch, like don't go beyond this point, is usually 2,500. And then on my bigger deficit days, my still hitting 220 grams at least of protein. By the way, usually around 230 is where I'm at. But on my even bigger deficit days, 2 days a week, I usually hit under 2,000. I stay sub 2,000. Now, obviously, when you're sub 2,000 calories and you're trying to eat 220 grams of protein, that's actually pretty severe. That's like, you have to be very careful with your numbers at that point. And it's easy because I love chicken, and I don't mind not having any oils in the chicken when we're cooking, you know, like, and I just eat straight white chicken breast in general. So it's like it's not the worst thing. My deficit limit is 1,800 right now, but I'm 6'4", 183. Wait, what? Why are you at a deficit at 6'4" and 183? Bro, start eating right now. You said you were at 13.4%. You want to get to 10% body fat at 6'4"? Chatter. There is not enough fat in my body to be 183, big dog. What are you talking about? How skinny are you? Start eating now, bitch. Don't fucking lose weight. Gain weight. Get on a bulk right now, a good bulk. I'm 6'3", 145 pounds, can't eat enough ever. That's what I don't understand, bro. That's like crazy. You said Kevin Durant? Bro, I don't think Kevin Durant is even that skinny. Kevin Durant height is 6'11". Weight, let's see. Yeah, he's 240 pounds at 6'11". He is that skinny. Never mind. That's crazy that I'm heavier than him and I'm 6'4". Damn, LeBron is heavier than me. 6'9", 250. God, that's why he's the GOAT. That's why I respect him. You have a wide frame, so you carry a lot more weight. That's true. People talk about like wide clavicles. That's the new obsession on TikTok that I saw. I didn't even know that was an obsession. People really need to stop finding new things to obsess over, honestly, especially about like your physical presence, considering that you can't really change it. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to like your fucking clavicles and shit. And yet people find new things to obsess over and get mad about every goddamn day. The new one is the wide clavicle, and I'm fucking obviously white clavicle gang all the way. I'm clavicle maxing. You're eating 990 calories of protein allowed. That's a small window. Yeah. Are you gonna bring Giannis on stream or what? Yeah, I'm gonna have him on at 1 p.m. Pacific. But yeah, what else was I gonna say? Wide clavicle gang. Worked out this morning. Had a big business deal. Actually, it wasn't a big business deal. I was just talking to YouTube with the account manager. I talked about this already, but my dad brought me my toys from when I was a child. Not toys, they're action figures. Yeah, my action figures from when I was a kid. Cute Swifties getting whacked left and right. We'll talk about the Swifties in a second. Trolled Cutie a bit last night. I did, but she didn't take it. She did not. This is Jeff's like new hair oil thing. That's the hair product I'm using. People ask, for those of you who are asking, why am I using this? Well, I usually use it after for the next 2 days after I end up what do you call it, using conditioner on my hair, because I feel like it's very dry for like the next 2 days. Like when I shampoo my hair, it gets very dry. I haven't blasted off yet, and then I still, even though I use conditioner, it doesn't like really hit, so I have to like put extra stuff. Anyway, talk about Iran getting bombed. Yeah, I will. I started doing Zins instead of vaping, and it actually works. I know. Do we have a good blast off for this? Let's do it. New Taylor dropped as Israel dropped drones on Iran. Will she stop World War III? Self-immolation outside the Trump trial. Dude, you guys need to dial it back, man. Seriously, I love you guys, but you really need to dial it back like a million notches. When like something happens, you're like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a neurodivergence. I don't know what's going on, but like, please calm down, okay? I fucking know. I know someone self-immolated outside of the motherfucking Trump courtroom, okay? Outside of the courthouse. I know. Like, you don't have to literally spam it over and over again obsessively. Stop hyper. I feel like there's a lot of chatters in here who'd be like, my hyperfixation is breaking news. I'm sorry. Like, I have to do this. Be normal. Calm down. Okay? We figured it out. We know. Hi. Okay. So, yo, did you hear that Iran struck Iran? That's crazy news. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Shut up. Will there be gaming later so I can come back? Yes. Self-immolation outside of the Trump trial. And Yanis Varoufakis is on at 1 p.m. to talk. 1 p.m. PST. Israel, Palestine, and more. Later, we dive in. Did you ever play Disco Elysium? Yes, one of my favorite games of all time, and I will be playing it on stream after the Walking Dead stuff is over. We dive into Walking Dead Season 3. Hey, Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. And Majority Report. The Majority Report. The Majority Report. The Greek freak is Yanis Varoufakis, bro, not Antetokounmpo, or however you say his name. I don't know. The Greek freak for me in my world is motherfucking Yanis Varoufakis. I was actually lifting in my Sam Cedar pause shirt earlier today. Can you show us your dolls real quick? It was kind of cute. Shut the fuck up, Slatty Matty. They're not dolls. They're called action figures, okay? And they're figurines, and also they have a lot of points of articulation. So shut up. Dolls are for girls. These are big burly men that are macho and scary. As a Greek, I can't wait for this conversation. Giannis is a really clever man. Giannis is one of my faves too. Anyway, I have the Sam Cedar Posit shirt that I was wearing earlier when I was working out. That's kind of funny. Anyway, how many POA for the spawn figure? What do you mean POA? What the fuck is that? Saying Antetokounmpo like that qualifies as an anti-Greek hate crime? Bro, his last name is not even Greek. Is it? The fuck? Is that a Greek last name? I genuinely don't know, but I think that's a Nigerian last name, right? Because he's actually Turkish, because Nigerians are Turks. Like, I feel like it would be Antetokounmpo or something if it was actually Greek. Popolius. I don't fucking know. Anyway, they modded Kaya in Fallout 4. Oh my god! Did you talk about the man that set himself on fire outside the Trump trial? I am the man who set himself on fire outside the Trump trial at this fucking point because of how silly people are. It's been 35 minutes since I started, bro. On what fucking planet? If you've been in here for long enough, okay? If you've been in here for long enough, on what fucking planet am I 35 minutes in? I'm like, all right, time to talk about this fucking dude who lit himself on fire outside the Trump trial. It was Antetokounmpo, but they made it more Greek when they moved there. That's so funny. He's Yoruba and Turks are Nigerian. Thank you. That's true. Hasanabi, did you hear about October 7th? Yeah. Anyway, imagine dying for Trump. I know, it's so fucking stupid. Like, we've talked about obviously self-immolation as a form of like extreme radical form of protest and its history throughout like the civil rights era, throughout like anti-war movements in general, even, you know, self-immolation in the form of what Aaron Bushnell did in the form of protest, a radical act of protest against the Israeli genocide. Now, that is one thing, but like doing a self-immolation for Donald Trump is so psychotic. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, I don't know how to explain this at all. Like, how the fuck do you find yourself in a situation like that? My partner is down for a third if it's you. Okay, bro, what makes you think I'm down? He didn't do it for Trump. So what did he do it for? He had flyers that the wind blew away when he got on fire. Still could be anti-war. He had a Substack. You are completely Fox OAM brain broken. It was not for Trump. It was a bunch of incoherent rambling. Some of it was about the NYU being a mob front. Some of it was about all presidents collaborating in some sort of coup. Oh my lord. All right, we'll get to it now, okay? The self-immolating guy. We'll get to it, you fucking assholes, okay? It's not because of Trump. It's real. He's doing it because he researched Peter Thiel and went on a psychotic episode about it. Centrist. Dude, what the fuck is going on in the world, bro? What is happening in the world? I feel like America's mental health crisis overall is just just taking us to the cool zone pretty aggressively. You found his Instagram already? Is this actually him?
Revolution. Start a fucking revolution.
Dude, this is nutty. I mean, CIA in the chat. Do not read the comments of the Substack if you read through it. Dude, here's the thing. Dude, he was protesting fascism. I mean, even if he is like literally, there's a difference between what Aaron Bushnell did and this guy, even from the fucking vibes alone. Like, you can tell that, I don't know how to describe it, but you can just kind of tell immediately that this dude is not all there, okay? Obviously, there will be a effort in making both of those things the exact same, but it's crazy that, like, what the fuck? Oh my God, he had How The Simpsons Brainwashed Us. You're just tuning into this series. I posted this booklet alleging the wildest totalitarian conspiracy imaginable with a map. The fake Israel-Hamas outrage sweeping elite universities. As part of the world's largest conspiracy, our most elite and most criminal universities have used the Israel-Hamas war. Oh my God. Bro, this guy's like, was he like the first ever centrist conspiracy theorist out there? Oh my God, I'm fascinated by this. I'm sorry. This is right in my fucking wheelhouse. I hate this. I'm sorry for how much this is like right in my pocket, right in my wheelhouse here, but like, it's kind of crazy that this guy might literally be the world's first radical centrist conspiracy theorist. And I find that to be legitimately fascinating, because there is no world in which being a radical centrist and like being a conspiracy theorist works, because like, if you're a centrist, you're just a liberal. Like, what the fuck's happening? You're just a liberal. You are literally experiencing the world as it exists. Why the fuck would you need? Why, you hypocrite? What do you mean? Like, why would you ever need a role for conspiracy theories in your life if you're just like, I see everything as it's happening? I've never seen somebody hit that. That's crazy. I've never seen somebody hit that. Man set himself on fire at Trump trial. I want to do that now to myself in a video game. When I have so many dumb fucks in here that are literally talking about the thing I'm currently in the process of covering, I genuinely want to fucking, I'm losing it. I'm losing it a little bit, okay? I'm losing it in a little bit, okay? You are not breaking this news to me. I am the one who breaks the news, okay? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Everybody coming in here being like, I'm being helpful. I'm being helpful. You're not being helpful. You're being fucking annoying. I don't know how else to describe it to you. Like, I'm literally covering it. Lefty Lernies are losing it. More on Sky News. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Having early lead, we're still confirming out the details regarding a guy who self-immolated outside the Trump trial, not appearing to be a stock MAGA guy, someone who bought into the very Byzantine conspiracy theories, but appearing to enter into them from a leftward trajectory. I am not going to be sharing his material for now, I hope for obvious reasons, but one example is the claim that the Simpsons television series served the interests of organized crime. So that's kind of a taste of what we're looking at right now. Yeah, this guy is like, it's kind of hard not to like, to be fascinated with this kind of thing. But here, let's talk about the details first. Man set himself outside of the Trump trial. Man set himself on fire. Sorry. Man set himself on fire outside of the Trump trial. Let's take a look at what the fuck's going on, and then we'll continue.
We're coming on the air with breaking news around the trial of former President Donald Trump on two fronts right now. First, the jury and alternates have been selected for that criminal trial. We'll get to that in a moment, because also just a short time ago, a major law enforcement presence began at that courthouse, a very disturbing incident after someone apparently set themselves on fire outside of that very courtroom in that courthouse. Let's get right to Vaughn Hilliard. He's on the scene. Vaughn, I know we don't know a lot. We're not going to show the video. I have seen it. It is incredibly disturbing. What do we know?
Kate, about 50 yards from the entrance to this courthouse where Donald Trump is currently inside, and just about 2 minutes after a full jury was impaneled, a man set himself on fire here in an area that is what they call the First Amendment area, where protesters are able to assemble. I want to be clear that we do not know who this individual is at this time or whether this individual, this man setting himself on fire, was at all in response to what was unfolding here in this lower Manhattan courtroom. He was on fire for several minutes here before police officers were able to put out the fire on top of him. We saw that he was still moving when he was taken away by ambulance here.
He's pro crypto and anti-vax too, Lamau, and he was a Bernie bro. In 2015, he was at Politicon. This dude could have been a fan of mine, dude. He's literally wearing a Bernie Sanders Eat the Rich shirt in 2015. This trajectory needs to be studied, bro. I swear to God. I think he unironically went from like being a Bernie bro to being like an RFK style person. COVID bricked his brain, I suspect. He posted a lot on TrueAnon. No fucking way. First of all, he would be following me if he was a Hassan Abihed. But this character arc, in my opinion, is one that we have seen a lot. Obviously, he was fucking normal here, like seemingly both the way he looks and also the things he was posting at the time. Okay. And then slowly but surely, I feel like, he's just like posting like a normie. You know what I mean? He's just posting like a normie. And then somewhere along the line, he just like something flips. Okay. A tiny mystery from the most uncanny block in Hollywood. This could be like a normal take. Maybe he's like peeking into conspiracy shit. You know what I mean? Politicon is not normal. No, it's not. It spells that you're like genuinely too interested in politics. But like, it's still not like I'm going to light myself on fire outside the Trump trial crazy. You know what I mean? Please tell me that chicken is an anti-Semitic pose. No, dude, it's just a fucking... This is just like normie shit. What are you talking about? I don't think he was like, yeah, the Jews are controlling the Panda Express chicken. Like, have you never seen a dude who's normal in 2015 posting on fucking Instagram? It's not like, I don't think this dude was like, I don't think at this point he's just like getting into conspiracy shit. They really did know him there. What happened to the Rob Lowe was blackmailed to the DNC. There's a military coup right now. Schizo poster. I miss them. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that him? They actually they mention his Substack, so he literally was a routine TrueAnon poster. Oh my God. Here's a story uploaded over an hour ago saying, I love you over and over. Oh my Lord, bro. This is fucking, whoo, sheesh. This guy's, he's out of control. He's crazy. I have set myself on fire outside the Trump trial. My name is Max Azzarello. I'm an investigative researcher. Jesus Christ. This extreme act of protest is to draw attention to an urgent, important discovery. We are victims of a totalitarian con, and our own government, along with many of their allies, is about to hit us with an apocalyptic fascist world coup. These claims sound like a fantastical... What the fuck? Okay, dude. Ain't no fucking way I'm reading all this, big dog. Sorry. Yeah, I think this is like... This is one of those unfortunate boys that broke their brains pretty hard. Don't read the comments. I'm not gonna read the comments. There's a link to the booklet right there where he posted what I assumed he was holding when he burned. If you go to his following, you can see the hashtags he uses often, which are conspiracy and anarcho-communism. Yeah, I think this is like a dude who was like a Bernie Sanders fan, and then just like COVID really bricked his brain a little bit. You have to stop showing that New World Order AI music video. Shaking my head. He gave his life, and you're not willing to entertain his ideas. He died for those ideas, bro. Bro, what do you mean? What the fuck? If someone just like jumps off the fucking Golden Gate Bridge and has like left behind pamphlets where they're like, hey, by the way, I think that Biden is a pedophile vampire. I'm not going to sit there and be like, well, they killed themselves, so they must be correct. Like, what do you mean? There's a difference between they gave their life for it. Did he say that? No, he didn't. Why are you also as mentally ill as the fucking dude who's talking about how the NYU is a mob? God damn, you guys are such fucking dumbass losers, bro. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. You want to know why this dude probably wasn't a fucking fan of mine, but was a fan of TrueAnon and all these other places? Because I fucking yell at you nutty weirdos on a daily fucking basis. Bro, you can call me mentally ill, but you're just making the regular population feel bad. We're constantly battling misinfo. Dude, snap out of it, dude. Snap the fuck out of it, okay? You can't be looking at a dude who just self-immolated without... And is it like promoting the most psychotic fucking conspiracies while simultaneously very clearly going through a mental breakdown and be like, well, that guy, no, it's not Aaron Bushnell. There's a difference. That's literally what I'm trying to present to you as information. Aaron Bushnell was of clear mind. Jesus fucking Christ. All you need to fucking hear is like someone is like ostensibly a leftist and they killed themselves for you to go, okay, that means he's a brave warrior. You didn't read his ideas? No, you know why I didn't read his ideas? Because this was his post 2 days ago.
Fucking revolution.
Or not 2 days ago, last month. Or on January 10th.
Start a fucking revolution. Start a fucking revolution. You've got nothing to lose. Start a fucking.
Does that seem like a dude who's, you know, does this seem like a dude who's like, yeah, no, I got what's going on. Yeah, no, it's good. Okay? It's good. It's happening. Shit's popping. You know? No. The problem is there's a lot of dudes out there, even that like follow me, even in this community, that are just not of sound mind, bro. Okay? You guys become leftists because you think that the system is fucked up. And every single goddamn day, I explain to you how the system is fucked up. Okay? I explain to you how the system is fucked up. And yet there are still so many people who love diving into conspiratorial thinking, which is spiritual, ideological, mystical, and completely untethered from dialectical materialism. Okay? It's just so anti-materialist and frustrating to have this conversation over and over again. It is pure and utter liberalism. That's all it is. Now, obviously, we do enjoy conspiratorial thinking. Okay? I think conspiratorial thinking is fun as long as you stay looking at it from the outside and not fucking diving into the water. Okay? Look, brother, I'm of sound mind. I talk to hundreds of my community members a week. Those beliefs are what people believe in my city. To me, is important. What? Oh my God. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. One of the craziest parts about this is that this is something that I yell about on a regular basis. As much as I love conspiracy theories and like looking at them and laughing about them, the unironic thing is that I am very like anti-conspiracy theory when it comes to the believing the conspiracy theories. I'm very pro-conspiracy theory because I'm fascinated by that way of thinking. I love conspiracy theorists and I love looking into conspiracy theories because it's like very interesting. But that doesn't mean I'm pro-conspiracy theories. I regularly yell at people who do believe that. And I do it on a daily fucking basis almost as frequently as I yell about the top of the hour ad break. And yet I know for a fact that not a single person is going to take away, that's going to be their takeaway from this message at all. Okay? And the fact that there's hella people, and the fact that there's still hella people who are like, no, dude, we got to listen to his ideas. Like, he seems of sound mind here. How do you not see that? How do you not fucking understand that there's a difference between like a long history of self-immolation in the form of anti-war protest that has happened in the form of like environmental activism and whatnot versus a guy who thinks that like, you know, you nasty. Oh, shut the fuck up. Stop saying, shut up. It's like fucking killing yourself over, the Fruit of the Loom agenda. You know what I mean? Did Fruit of the Loom actually have a fruits on the fucking tag or not? I'm going to kill myself to investigate it. Like, investigate Fruit of the Loom, please. Like, get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. Yeah. People self-immolating over birds are not real. And then chat will be like, maybe he has some ideas there. Like, calm down. Sometimes people are fucking crazy and they need to be snapped back. They need medication. They need medical intervention. It's normal. Yeah, there was a cornucopia. Is there a cornucopia? Is there not a cornucopia? Let's fucking self-immolate to find out the truth. Is not the same severity as someone who's very clearly demonstrated that are of sound mind when they are taking a radical action. Now, of course, if you are a supporter of Israel or a part of the mainstream media that wants to like vilify what Aaron Bushnell did, for example, if I'm in your shoes, the first thing I'm doing is making the comparison that, see, both of these guys are crazy. Both of these guys are the same, except resistance to genocide is not the same as killing yourself over the fucking cornucopia on the Fruit of Loom tag. You know what I mean? But it doesn't fucking matter. They will do that. So why is it that you are doing that exact same thing, but leftistly? After yesterday's little debate, have I ever been more vindicated in my point that normal Israelis don't know what Zionism is? I mean, we didn't even broach that part. Brother, this is the fucking pamphlet that this dude chucked in the air. A brief guide to New York University's most criminal secrets, political revenge killings, blackmail rings, Ponzi schemes, money laundering, criminal propaganda. All of these wild claims have been proven. Visit theponzipapers.substack.com for footnotes, a sea of proof, and the secret fascist crime of the century. He didn't die, by the way. I think he's in critical condition. He probably will die, though, because you can't really survive, self-immolation is very, very difficult. The worst part about these kinds of conspiratorial thinking, especially if it's like in the pocket of genuine corruption amongst the elite. The issue is a lot of people see the things like Jeffrey Epstein, okay? And they don't have a way of fully conceptualizing why this is happening because they are not rooted within materialist thinking. And then basically they think that it's happening because of good evil dynamics, and they start hyper focusing on all of these like convoluted networks of criminal conspiracy amongst the societal elite. And the problem is the thread that you pulled on in the first place is oftentimes shrouded within a little bit of truth, in a grain of truth. That's how Alex Jones does what he does very well as well. He will say there's mass surveillance happening, and he will be right. But then he'll also say it's being done by pedophile lizards that are coming from different dimensions. And you're like, what the fuck? Do you understand? Like, I'm sure this guy in a sea of conspiracy theories that he wrote on his fucking Substack, especially if he's like somewhat of a leftist, has some truth like a grain of truth, like a nugget of truth about like, yes, the elite are criminals. You know what I mean? This is true, except they're not criminals in the way that this dude thinks they are. Do you understand what I mean? And it's very frustrating to see dudes in this community literally ride that line as well. It's also something I shit on quite regularly. It's something that I criticize quite regularly in this very community. So, if you are one of those people that looks at this and goes, well, he seems like he was a leftist. It seems like he was a fucking leftist, and it seems like he was of sound mind when he did this. Like, let's look into his conspiracy theories. It's like, sure, dude. We'll know our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American public believes is false. CIA Director Bill Casey. Oh my God, pamphlet writing. This is the other part that I never understand. It's like, bro, if you're writing this much and reading this much, like, why don't you read something valuable? You know what I mean? How the fuck are you like, I'm going to read so much, and then what are you reading? Great Reset, anti-vaxxer, conspiracy theories, Dude, if you ask me to run another chat census from 2019, I'm going to fucking laser you, okay? Take a day off. Literally nonstop, bro. It's barely different than that shit Aaron Rodgers says on a weekly basis. Exactly. This is what's so crazy about conspiracy mindset is that, like, what he's saying is shit that you hear so fucking frequently from the likes of Aaron Rodgers and whatnot. But all it took for some dumb motherfuckers in the chat was the fact that he might be like a leftist. And you're like, hold on, let's listen to what he has to say. Maybe he's serious. And it's so nutty, dude. It's like, bro, exercise a little bit of fucking critical thinking, please. For the love of Christ. Like, just because somebody says they're a leftist or says the right fucking words doesn't mean they're of sound mind. There are plenty of people who say they're actual Marxists and whatnot who are just fucking absolutely abject nutters, okay? This is how you find yourself in a goddamn fucking cult. Like the one that, what's that ginger fuck that was leading? Caleb Maupin. Or how you find yourself in the throes of like Laroshite propaganda or revolutionary communism with Bob Avaki and the chairman. Fuck! So many fucking idiots, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. People literally automatically think, oh, I'm a leftist, so I'm smart. And other people that say they're a leftist are also smart. No, that's not the case, okay? Some of you motherfuckers are very dumb. You can't default people like that. Come on, chat. Okay. So then following the thread is bad. If we say U.S. is promoting war to prop up the military-industrial complex, is that a conspiracy? No, you dumb fuck. There's a difference between conspiracy, as in to conspire amongst individuals who have a financial benefit from conspiring in a certain way versus a conspiracy theory. You are looking at the way the world works and going, well, that is a conspiracy theory. No, it's not. It's not a conspiracy theory. That is just the truth. There's a difference between the truth versus like the truth that you can arrive at by looking at people who are interested parties, okay, that are going to engage with the world in a certain way that benefits them, that yields positive results for them, okay, versus, oh no, they're actually doing it because they're a part of the mob and there's, I don't even fucking know. There's just some crazy shit happening in the world. They're a part of the mob, and also the mob is involved with NYU, and they're doing blackmail. To me, generally.
And that's all we have right now.
Yeah, he's in critical condition after lighting himself on fire.
We'll decide who's going to take what.
Ask about security. Obviously, there's about NYPD officers. Are you going to be putting more officers? Is there any change to the strategy from the protocol was before?
Listen, Mark, after every incident, we have an after action, and we'll talk about if we're going to add officers or not. But just so you know, we had a lot of officers in the area. It is open to the public to still walk through the park, and so there was no security breach here at all.
Eric Thurston. Thanks, Chief.
Bro, this level of alienation, this level of isolation, this level of like unregulated access to too much information online is breaking people, including even people in this community. You're coming in here and you're like, hold up, this guy might have some good opinions, and you're like a 6-month subscriber. It's like, bro, are you fucking insane? How have you been in here for as long as you have, and you still have this attitude that like maybe he's got some fucking truths, maybe he's like exposed some hidden underlying truth? It's like, bro, you are so crazy, okay? How the fuck have you not accidentally picked up on what we shit on in this community on a regular fucking basis? Of what I shit on, at least. It's weird, man. This comes from a lot of hurt, okay? It comes from a place of hurt. This dude is hurt. He's broken. I'm not going to completely adopt your ideology, but I respect where we disagree enough to continue listening. Okay, well, fucking understand something, okay? Understand something. Just because someone says they're the left, this doesn't mean they're smart or correct or finding the truth, okay? That's number one. Exercise a little bit of critical thinking. Number two, and that is for me as well, okay? Don't just like take everything I say at fucking face value and be like, oh, I believe it. Number two, the moment that you arrive at like, the moment that you move away from like conspiratorial thinking being something of fascination to like legitimately believing in it, like when you start saying like, well, Anthony Fauci actually does have an ownership stake in the vaccines, and that's why everyone was being vaccinated, and not the real conspiracy about vaccination, which is that we are fucking cattle. Okay, we're cattle. That's it. I don't understand how so many people were like anti-vaxxers in this situation when rich people were cutting the line to get the vaccine, dumbass. You're so fucking stupid. You're such a stupid person that you literally think that like the societal elite were trying to cull the masses by vaccinating them and killing them with like heart attacks or whatever, and not that we're literal fucking cattle and they wanted to make sure that we could return to fucking work after getting COVID. So it was basically just like a regular cold. That's what the vaccine did. How did you disregard so much goddamn evidence? But also, conspiratorial thinking is very simple thinking. Think about it simply. Think about it simply. If the vaccine killed people, why the fuck did Rupert Murdoch get it before anybody else? You think they would get fucking vaccinated if it actually killed people? Do you think they would cut the line if it actually killed people? If you want to think about it in an anti-materialist way, think about it like that. Coronavirus existed among cattle. They get vaccinated all the fucking time. Why? We're getting vaccinated in a similar fashion. We get vaccinated because we are cattle. Because we are only as valuable as our output. We are only valuable as productive laborers. You are not a productive laborer when you're sick and possibly dying. Okay? They had a vested interest in vaccinating all of us so we would get back to fucking work. That vested interest in this circumstance also happened to benefit you personally because it helped you avoid death, okay? The worst consequences of COVID help you avoid all of that. What is happening here? Where is this? Hello? Doors open. What's happening? Just look at how Israel did it during the pandemic. Yeah. People were like, yeah, the vaccines are fucking killing people. That's why Israel didn't give it to the Palestinians and only gave it to its own population because they wanted to kill their own population and not the Palestinians. Pointing this out for the younger and newly radicalized chatters, Jim Jones started the Jonestown cult out of a radical socialist / communist church and was known previously for doing civil rights work and community organizing. Just because someone is left-leaning doesn't mean they aren't also utterly and completely insane. Thank you. This is how so many fucking people, this is how so many people find themselves in the throes of like conspiratorial thinking and then start believing that shit genuinely because the system is utterly broken. Okay? And if you're a leftist, you recognize it. But the whole point is you recognize the actual reasons as to why the system is broken. Not because people are good or evil, even though their actions might be good or bad, but because people are self-interested and the system basically is designed in a way for those at the tippy top, those who make their money off of passive income, capital ownership, to continue thriving in the way that they do. And the working class, the broader 99%, the laborers, the wage laborers, both in the third world, but also the wage laborers here in the United States of America, they get shafted as a consequence of the way that the system is designed. It is all, everything revolves around the way we produce commodities and our relations to the means of production. There's no need for all this other extra fucking seasoning, but it does seem kind of fun. And many people can't just, look at something as it is, analyze it as it is, and move on, because that gets boring. That's why people need like other stuff. They need drama purgatory. They need conspiracies. They need extra seasoning. They need extra seasoning to just fucking pay attention to the news, because they can't just like pay attention to the news on its own. Anyway, even the right can recognize problems that libs try to ignore, like homelessness during California governor recall election, but then right and other groups choose the worst possible solution that makes the issues worse. How have you been on for this long? Your stun lock resistance is the lowest I've ever seen. It's because there are certain issues that I get very, very touchy on, and like believing conspiracies is one of those things that I'm very frustrated about. I always get very mad about like people that come in here and do like anti-vaxxer shit. And there's definitely like a lane for anti-vaxxers on the left as well, and it's very frustrating. It pisses me off. I get very passionate about that because it's like faulty data, bad data, psychotic fucking ways of thinking. And the reality is that, yeah, this isn't even a fucking stun lock. All I can say is, in the most reductive terms, shit is very fucked up right now. Okay? Shit is very fucked up. And people try to make sense of it, and they have a hard time making sense of it all. What is this? This drama is going wild. We are leaving YouTube. It doesn't seem like it's... Wait, what? I don't know what this is. Shit has always been fucked up, but we're more aware of it. I don't know who these guys are. Anyway, this morning Ben-Gvir tweeted Dardale, which is a slang word for weak or feeble, referring to the scale of the strike on Iran. Now IRGC's main outlet put the word on their front page to make fun of Israel. Like, look, even they thought that was pathetic. That's awesome. Anyway, there are ex-BuzzFeed guys like yourself. Bro, I'm not an ex-BuzzFeed guy. Will is. Who are you? I am nobody. I'm right. What was the context? I'm right. Here's my hog. I think he was getting annoyed that people weren't taking him seriously, so it was an attempt to troll, something like that. He had a weird word. He'd call anyone who disagreed like pedophilites, but not that. The Must defense. I mean, it was a hog or a pig in a blanket. If a dude hangs dong, let him live. You'd be more likely to believe him if he's packing. He could be doing something else at this time. A magnum dong. They're talking about his penis. We saw the video Hadanabi. Don't do that. Don't bring up Hadanabi. That was a phase. Anyway, I feel sad about this dude. Look at this guy. Look at how much he was fucking writing, bro. You could have been writing prose. You could be writing things that are like, you could have been, I don't know. Hello, friends. If you're wondering about sprawling madness I've been on about, here's my first crack at a cohesive summary. Questions and feedback infinitely appreciated. Does the story sound logical, important, and reactionable? My gratitude to my beta readers, 2Cell, HHH, and the rest of the captive audience of Cell Block 30, and to the Alamo for teaching me what a Zine is. Yeah, there's like people in here fucking trolling. Not gonna lie, I researched everything he was saying and it checks out. I can't wait for these fucking dudes. I can't wait for so many people to be like, facts about Peter Thiel. He co-founded PayPal, an early important Facebook investor. He convinced Mark Zuckerberg to allow promote political disinformation. His company Palantir sells our interest to the sells our internet data to the CIA. He met with billionaire blackmail artist Jeffrey Epstein. All of this shit that he's saying. He was a huge proponent of cryptocurrency for years. His romantic partner Jeff Thomas. So everything he's saying about Peter Thiel is not completely incorrect. I mean, it's mostly correct, okay? Peter Thiel, bad guy, not a good guy at all. Peter Thiel, definitely. Palantir is AI surveillance technology. Palantir does work with the CIA. All that stuff is correct, okay? It's when you move away from the correct stuff to like try to fucking tie all the strings together. And the string that binds it all is just the glue that binds it is just self-interest, okay? It's just pure self-interest. It's just capitalism. When you fucking connect the dots and then you're like looking for some other secondary evil, that's when you start getting to this spiritual thinking where you personally end up mystifying class dynamics on your fucking own. What is cryptocurrency? The mysterious, unregulated currency, the world's first planetary decentralized Ponzi scheme industry with its own high-frequency trading shadow banking theft network. Every dollar that was used to buy crypto was stolen via the U.S. stock market, but the theft has not yet been revealed. Soon we'll have a global economic collapse when the crypto Ponzi goes insolvent. Like even then, it's like assuming that cryptocurrency is that significant and would collapse the fucking world, collapse the global economy is just crazy. My God, man, this guy was not well. Yeah, he was constantly suing people, including the the Hillary Clinton Foundation, like the Clinton Foundation, sorry, over and over again. Order to show cause. The court directs plaintiff to show cause by filing a written declaration within 30 days. And then there's still so many people who are like, no, actually, he's right. The defendants are Bill and Hillary Chelsea Clinton Foundation, Bullfrog Capital, Emerson Collective Investment, Jeremy Stoppelman Trustee, Ribbit Capital, Stanford University, StartX, the R. Benioff Revocable Trust, Binance, Changpeng Zhao, 2012 MRL Investments, Mark Andreessen. Oh, yeah, he can get the smoke. Mark R. Benioff, Matthias Van Tienen, Max Levchin, Mehran Sawami, blah, 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 blah. Holy fuck. Eduardo Saverin, Mark Zuckerberg, H. Ross Perot Jr., Mark Cuban, Richard Branson, Brian Cass, Mark Zuckerberg. Does this strike you as a dude who had it, stable? Do you think he had stability, or do you think the internet broke this dude? Okay. He was already broken from the jump, but he definitely was, extra broken. The seasoning came with the online, okay? With the online stuff. Too much internet. The guy who self-immolated at the Trump trial was a minor celebrity on r/Super Bowl and used to co-host a podcast entirely focused on Laura Dern. It ran for 53 episodes. Jesus fucking Christ. 53 episodes on Laura Dern? Wait, what the fuck? A podcast about Laura Dern? Who the fuck is Laura Dern? In his defense, she does have a storied career. She's amazing. Oh my God, bro. I don't know who she is, bro. Chill, okay? You just lost your gay audience. Gay audience, watch. Look at what I'm wearing. You see that shit? I want him back. I'm sorry for what I said about disrespecting Laura Dern. She's from the Jurassic Park. I've never seen the Jurassic Park, remember? Lol, just like a fake leftist get mad at people out here doing the real work, like making podcasts about actors. Yeah. He missed the organized part of leftism. Aaron Bushnell was head and shoulders above this person on the represent a good approach. Yes, dude, because here are the motivations. If your motivations for self-immolation are protesting the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign that you think is unconscionable as an American in the Air Force, like you are taking a radical act of protest, okay? You're cognizant of your actions. You're cognizant of the way the world is, okay? If you're self-immolating because you think the New York University is like mob connected and doing a blackmail operation on you because of your Laura Dern podcast that ran for 53 episodes, well, obviously these two things are not the same unless you literally are the exact same kind of fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Are you the same kind of crazy as this guy that you're like, well, I think that, yeah, Israel doing a genocide is as real as the Laura Dern podcast dude. How do you not understand that? But you didn't listen to all 53 episodes to come to the conclusion, so I will antagonize you in the chat. Yes. Are you still yelling at me? It's not just you. It's just I want to fucking make people stray away. I want to fucking lead the flock away from any kind of conspiratorial thinking such as this one, okay? Especially because a lot of these conspiracies are very dangerous because they arrive dangerously close at the truth before making such a fucking psychotic pivot that sometimes many people don't even recognize it because they're like, well, these things are correct. Nobody's talking about these things here. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein probably didn't kill himself. That was awfully suspicious. And then it feeds you a nugget of truth, and it gives you like a sense of shelter where you all of a sudden lower your guard, lower your critical thinking skills, and then before you know it, you're believing in like You know, the vaccine turning you into a homosexual autistic man or something. Okay? Fuck. Exactly. The best way to hide a lie is between two truths. These claims sound like a fantastical conspiracy theory, but they're not. They're proof of conspiracy. And every single fucking annoying little liberal centrist pervert is going to make it seem like this is exactly what the left is about for the upcoming month or so. And also tie this back to like Aaron Bushnell, and he was exactly this crazy and yada, yada, yada. I already know what's about to happen. Okay? Just remember that in a fucking month when people are still talking about how, yeah, remember that guy who self-immolated? Was he a fan of yours? Oh, he's fucking, because that's what you promote. That's what you say. This will be used to discredit leftist movements. This will be used to discredit pro-Palestinian protests and advocacy. That's it. No one will talk about how like genuinely, undesirably broken this person was. But it doesn't matter. There's plenty of fucking loonies on the left too. On the loony left. I feel bad. I do feel bad because if there was a point where, because seemingly he's like a part of adjacent, if he's on Stupid Poll, if he's on like Brace Belden shit, if he's on TrueAnon and stuff, like he's in adjacent communities. There's a point where he might have even been a fan, or he might have watched some of my content. I feel sad that I couldn't fucking reach out to him. You know what I mean? Like I feel very sad that this is the type of person that I personally feel like I failed. You know what I mean? If this is like a person who was in an adjacent community, there's a likelihood he could have been here at a certain point. And it makes me upset that there wasn't more I could have done, that I could like reach out to this person. And there are a lot of people like this that are hurt, okay, that are suffering, that are just, and by that I mean like hurt and suffering isn't like, they're not all there. They're not all well, okay? It just sucks. It just sucks to think about. Especially when people are compassionate, and then that compassion leads them to feel sad, and it causes them to feel nihilistic, and then they feel more vulnerable and more susceptible to conspiratorial thinking, and then they basically keep pulling those threads until they get to a dangerous place. And when you pair that up with your material circumstances, like our fundamentally broken healthcare structure and lack of access to medication, lack of access to proper nutrition, lack of access to proper fucking healthcare in the form of therapy, and all of a sudden you're in a fucking powder keg. You're alienated. You're looking for groups that will help you. You're looking for people who are like-minded. And then you look at these conspiracies. Maybe you don't understand that those guys, for the most part, are making fun of those conspiracies. Maybe you start believing in some of them. And then you get to this fucking point, you know what I mean? And it's nuts. As a part of the world's largest conspiracy, our most elite and most criminal universities have used the Israel-Hamas war to trick us into thinking we must all be angry, divided warmongers while they undermine campus protests to keep us from uniting against endless war. The bad news, we've been taken over by dipshit supervillains who brainwashed themselves into thinking it was a good idea to poison all media, culture, and education for decades so they could do a multi-trillion-dollar Ponzi scheme which is about to send the world economy on the biggest cliff in history. The Ponzi scheme he's referencing is cryptocurrency, by the way, I think. Judging by what he was talking about with respect to crypto, it does feel like he has just broken his fucking, his mental state is shattered. Okay? Oh, supervillains are doing this. No, they're not. Okay? It's not supervillains. It's just like everyday people. Oh my God. People are still going. Someone just self-immolated outside of the Trump trial. I'm going to lose it. The good news, we have the stupidest form of government in the world history, and we're about to discover the entire economy is a lie, so we're about to mock it mercilessly and abolish it. In our last installment, we learned just how criminal Reddit is. In order to serve the criminal interests of the supervillain owners, Reddit uses troll armies to make us bitter, divisive, misinformed, and hopeless. They coordinate enough action to get us think that we must be divided, that we're supposed to be divided. Look, dude. The population of people that are actually active on Reddit is so goddamn marginal that this immediately hits exactly one of the main veins that I criticize regularly in this very community. I tell you guys all the time, this is what you have on, okay? This spells isolation. This spells isolation. If you think Reddit is a powerful tool in dividing people, you are fucking brain broken, okay? Are there actually troll farms operating on Reddit? Of course there are. But this is no different than a, I guess, more center left version of the Blue Anon conspiracy that everything is Kremlin ops. Okay? You are greatly overstating the impact of a fucking social media platform that is not that popular overall in the grand scheme of things. Okay? We greatly tend to overstate the importance of things that we consume on a daily basis. That's why a lot of people are fucking lasered in on like podcaster drama and think that that actually is a substitute for like understanding the way the world works. That's why so many people, even in this community and many adjacent communities, literally look at like, you know, what Vosh is doing or what Destiny's doing and the toxicity that spawns out of that conversation and think like that's the end all be all of like real political conversations happening. We are literally ants. Okay. We're ants in the grand scheme of things. Do you understand? None of that shit has any real world impact. This is of course gaslighting. They're telling us in the hell world. Oh God, he's a Chapo guy for sure. Central to this is a constant effort to divide the populace. The biggest threat to secret kleptocracy, which is a fancy name when con artists take over the government, is a united movement against this, and they know this, so they slice us into tribes and bubbles, giving each of us a slice of truth and a whole lot of bullshit. An actual propaganda technique developed at Princeton that makes us angry at other tribes. Reddit is just one vehicle that's being used for this, but we have countless others. News media slicing us into angry political tribes. Daytime television telling us we're awash in moral decay. Reality TV has it right in the name. They show us endless hedonism, materialism, and strife, and they call it reality. There's a dude drowning outside the courthouse. Shut the fuck up. This is the dude. Popular films and TV tell us only superheroes can save the world from evil, while they scoff at the idea of collective action, painting the masses as helpless minions. If you're wondering how any of the booklet claims can be proven, it's through repetition. When we see something suspicious, we might have it a hunch. How the fuck did this guy get so close at like materialist thinking and then just like dive off the deep end into insane conspiracy theories? Like how can you get so close and then stray so far away? I mean, I have explained it already. You're literally describing all conspiracy theories. I know. That's why it's always fascinating. That's why I am fascinated. I am fascinated with conspiracy theorists and people who believe in them for this very reason. Because I love when a dude says, I hate big pharma. They're all fucking, you know, they're taking away our cure and they're feeding us poison. And it's like, there's truth to the underlying sentiment that you're describing, but yet you also simultaneously are like a hog that votes consistently for the Republican Party. And for some reason, you are less susceptible to be, it's harder to convince you on your firmly held and shake you off of your firmly held convictions than it is to like a regular old conservative. You know what I mean? So let's maybe not alienate these people by making fun of schizos in here every day. I mean, come on, dude. Sometimes you got to fucking give people a cold hard shake of reality. Okay? What do you mean? There's a difference between like saying something is insane. Okay? He's so hyper focused on crypto too. Like I feel like his brain just snapped at crypto. His brain snapped hardcore at crypto shit. Wait, he had posted in my subreddit? What did he say? He posted in my subreddit calling me a neo-televangelist? Oh, he was one of those, like, he's not a real leftist guys? That's what it is? There it is. There you go. Also, in the next 20 minutes, we're going to have Yanis Varoufakis on, and then we'll dive into other shit as well, but I will be talking to him. Okay? Oh, wait, what? Oh, God. Oh, he was a hater. Oh, shit. We made a channel for questions in your Discord, stream Q&A. Thank you. Oh, he wasn't a hater? He was being sarcastic? Oh, okay. Now I feel even more sad. Was he a certain Kickstreamer fan? No, he wasn't a hater. He was not. He was fucking saying that I wasn't a bad person. He was just being sarcastic. Can you ask Varoufakis the specific distinction between a regular-ass left analysis of contemporary capitalism and his new characterization of techno-feudalism? I don't know why the new categorization is necessary. Lamau, is he just trying to sell books? I think it's good to move away from older ways of describing things. Bro learned the words Ponzi and pyramid scheme and went on a tear. Yeah. Anyway, genuine question. Is it better to take the time to debunk conspiracies like this, or is it better to just snap people out of it and tell them what they're saying is insane? A bit of column A and a bit of column B. He's not dead, by the way. He's in critical condition. Most likely not going to survive it. You don't really survive self-immolation like that. But it's just like hyper focusing on the criminality of these universities, not as a hyper focusing on the criminality of universities, not because they're like basically just hedge funds that operate identically to hedge funds, okay, but instead thinking that they're like blackmail operations or brainwashing operations in a way that goes beyond just like simply educating you on how, you know, neoliberalism is the way to go for the most part, even though there is a diversity of opinion in universities, but the broader but the broadest ways of educating the students is usually on those within the comfortable confines of neoliberalism. Moving beyond that, or thinking that this is like being operated simply by like evil people or whatever the fuck, is just sucks. It's just madness. Anyway, let's finish up on the I didn't even fucking cover this whole thing.
Of course, there is a major response, law enforcement response here to this scene. Again, we do not know why this individual set himself on fire, but it happened just 2-3 minutes after the 18 jurors that will be the ones deciding Donald Trump's fate in this criminal trial in Lower Manhattan were formally impaneled. These alternates were going to be sworn in any moment now. We're waiting to hear exactly what is happening inside of the courtroom at this time. This is a major moment. Donald Trump, the first ever former president of the United States to stand criminal trial. We expect opening statements to be...
Has someone reached out to try to get on the show and you decline? Yes, Alex Jones. In the past, I have declined Alex Jones, many like random Nazis that will every now and then try to like reach out through their producers to be like, oh yeah, I have a guest for you potentially. But those are the types of people.
Again, Monday morning, we have a jury of 12 individuals, 7 men, 5 women, and then we have 6 alternates. We expect, again, opening statements to happen Monday morning. But I got to tell you, Chris, again, this man setting himself on fire just about 50 yards from the entrance of the courthouse. We are told that inside that sirens could be heard, multiple ambulances responding to the scene. This is a moment where there is heightened scrutiny and attention on what is happening around this courthouse for a trial that we expect to take place over 6 to 8 weeks. Again, this was happening inside of an area, Kate, where protesters are allowed to convene. We have seen pro-Trump individuals, anti-Trump individuals, but we do not know what led this man to...
No, he wasn't trying to protest the Trump trial. He was a bit of a nutter, to say in the kindest ways possible.
Take this sort of an action here on this Friday morning. Kate?
It is disturbing to say the least. Vaughn, I do wonder about those jurors because it's been all week of trying to set this jury. There were setbacks where a couple were dismissed at one point. I know today one woman was tearful talking to the judge. Paint a picture for us of how hard this process has been and what these...
No, he was not MAGA. He was not. I don't think he was a... He did believe in a lot of like... he did believe in a lot of like MAGA adjacent conspiracies, it seems, like... you know, anti-vax stuff and things of that nature, but like overall, I don't think he was a MAGA person at all.
Jurors are facing.
He was definitely seemingly a leftist, but of course, leftists can still, and many do, very much get susceptible to. I mean, very much be brain broken by conspiracy theories.
These jurors, when they were showing up to the courthouse, did not know that they were here for potentially serving on the Trump trial. And just this morning alone, 2 potential jurors...
Yeah, anti-vax conspiracies come from both the left and the right, according to what most studies show. Yeah. That's why I always say COVID broke the brains of a lot of people. I think that there are a lot of people who saw the world shatter in front of them in the way that they understand it, and genuinely were like, it was a moment for them to snap. They were so close to it, and then it, you know, caused them to snap altogether.
broke down in tears because of their own anxieties and own reticence towards serving on the jury. 3 individuals, potential jurors this morning, were dismissed and excused after saying that friends, family had reached out to them asking if they were inside of the courthouse and potential jurors, and they said that they felt like they couldn't be fair and impartial because of the pressure, citing specifically feeling anxiety around serving on this jury. Of course, these individuals are all anonymous, but because of the process to try to find a fair and impartial jury, they are being asked in this setting about jobs that they have held, about their ages, whether they are married, have children, which neighborhood in New York City do they live in. And as you could expect, with those sorts of attributes and descriptions, people I've been able to identify who these individuals are. And you saw even one individual who had been sworn in as a juror will come into this courthouse yesterday morning and go to the judge and say that in the last 24 hours that she had heard from friends, family, and even colleagues. And that is where you get to the intensity. This is not like a normal celebrity, even high-profile case, but this is 6 months from the general election for the White House with the presumptive Republican nominee's fate, guilty or innocence on the line, potential imprisonment on the line. These New Yorkers who come from every walk of life have been asked to serve on this jury here, and as most families in America could attest to, undoubtedly have friends, family on one side of the political aisle, one strong opinion on Donald Trump, and these individuals are going to be asked with so much on the line for our politics to make a legal decision based on the evidence and testimony they hear over these next 6 to 8 months, Kate.
Vaughn, thank you so much. I'll let you go continue to report on the unfortunate incident that just happened outside the courthouse.
The latest on Donald Trump's criminal.
Did you see the New York Times psychotic meet the 12 jurors article? Yeah, everyone is like lasering in on who the fuck the jurors are. It is pretty wild overall. I mean, it's just public information, you know what I mean? Seems problematic that we're at a point where jury selection process is being impacted by violence and harassment of the defendant's supporters. That's like one of the basic tenets of our justice system. Yeah, I don't know why. In some ways, while I am fascinated to see what the fuck happens with this juror, with this case, on the other hand, I'm going to call you in a second. On the other hand, I also feel like, how is this any different than a fucking mob case? Because like you hide the identity of jurors in mob cases because the mob will come and kill you. And this is like maybe not through direct criminal action, but through indirect criminal action. Like Trump has a shit ton of power to cause a jury to behave in a weird way. Anyway, like I said, we are now going to bring on Yanis Varoufakis. Before I do, I have to pee real quick. They don't list names, just descriptions. I know, it's pretty nutty. We will bring on Yanis Varoufakis right now. In a second, I have to go pee though, and I'm going to run the top of the hour ad break right now before we bring on Yanis Varoufakis on. Hold on, I'll be back in a second. Here.
Criminal trial. A jury has been seated, and our Aaron Katursky is at the courthouse in downtown Manhattan with more. Good morning, Aaron.
And good morning to you, Michael. The judge was prepared to have jury selection go 2 weeks, but 4 days after it started, that 12-person jury has been seated, and opening statements could begin here on Monday.
This morning, 7 men and 5 women have been sworn in to claim their place in American history as jurors in the first criminal trial of a former president. They include an investment banker who follows Trump on social media, a speech therapist who said she does not agree with a lot of his politics, a school teacher who said she admires how President Trump speaks his mind, and a woman in product development who said, "I don't like his persona, how he presents himself in public." All of them, though, pledged to give Trump a fair shake. The judge declared, "We have our jury." Trump eyed them all, listening to their responses with arms folded across his chest. Together, the jurors will decide whether Trump is guilty of falsifying business records, so voters in the 2016 presidential election would not find out that he paid off adult film actress Stormy Daniels to keep quiet about their alleged affair, which he denies. Trump renewed complaints he must sit in court when he could be campaigning.
I'm supposed to be in New Hampshire.
All right. We interrupt this broadcast for a very special guest. I'm calling Yanis Varoufakis right now. Hold on. Let me start my virtual camera. Hello? All right. Wow, that worked so perfectly. Can you hear me, Yanis?
Loud and clear, Hassan.
Okay, perfect.
Cheers.
And I can hear you as well. All right. What an honor. What an honor, ladies and gentlemen. We got Yanis Varoufakis in the building. Well, not in the building. Do you mind that I call you the Greek freak? Do you know what that is? The real
Yes,
Greek
of course.
freak?
Yeah, the other Yanis with two N's.
Well, yeah. Well, this is he's a basketball player as well. There's a basketball player they call the Greek freak. Okay. All right. Well, I say you're the real Greek freak. Yanis Varoufakis, for those of you who don't know, former finance minister of Greece, one of the founders of DM25, right? You're one of the founders of DM25. And also, fun fact that many people might actually really appreciate in our community, used to work at Valve and was responsible for the Valve economy. I don't know if people are going to like that about you or maybe hate you for it, but that is something that you participated in back when I guess Valve was a co-op as well. I don't know if it still is. It might still be a cooperative corporation.
Not really. Valve today is very different to when I was there in 2011, 2012. I studied the economy and I had a great deal of fun doing that. But as it so often happens, the best intentions often evolve into lesser outcomes, more corporate outcomes. So I don't recognize that place the way it was back then.
All right. Yeah, no, I mean, that's just, that's the corrosive nature of capitalism, I suspect. Even though, we're hot and cold on Gaben. That's what we call him here. We're hot and cold on him. We're hot on him when he decided to change the prices of video games internationally and adjust them to market rates and currency fluctuations in their respective countries. Turks love him a lot for that reason. But then I think he's changed on that front as well. I myself do love the Steam Deck. I ride for it. I use it on a daily basis. It's my daily driver. I don't know if you know what that is. The Steam Deck is a piece of hardware that Valve created.
Of course.
I think it's...
What it was.
What's up? Can you say that again?
No, of course I know what it is. And I have to say that Gabe, because I know him personally, is a super smart person and a very sensitive person. And a person, whether you agree with his moves or disagree with his moves, his soul does not come from the United States. It's an anarcho-syndicalist soul that has emerged from the black and red movement in Spain without him even knowing that. But then, of course, when you're embedded in a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, as I said, the best intentions evolve into pretty terrible outcomes, if you know what I mean.
But we won't talk too extensively on Valve, of course. Today, we're unfortunately talking about something a little bit more serious than that, although we can get back to that. And I'll have you on as long as you want to be on. I'm a big fan of yours for many, many years. I oftentimes will paraphrase some of your quotes, like one of my favorite ones is when you say borders are a scar on the face of the earth. I love that one. I value your perspective quite a bit. I loved when you were talking about BRICS nations. I'm going to try to not be as big as a fanboy here about you in particular, even though just so this community understands, you guys in the chat understand, I think that, Yanis is a legend. So let's talk about it. You were slated to speak in Germany recently in Berlin at a Palestinian Congress, right? It was a conference to speak out about the atrocities that are happening that Israel is perpetrating in Gaza. And the Berlin police came in and quickly, in a very Gestapo-like way, dealt with that. They refused entry into the country for I think it was Abu Ghassan Sita, who is a British Palestinian doctor who was early on in the Gaza Strip, operating in the Gaza Strip as a healthcare professional. And they refused entry into the country for him, and then they quickly and swiftly dealt with the conference. What do you think about what's going on in Germany, spiritually, holistically? What the hell is happening over there?
To begin with, thank you so much for the kind words. I don't want fans, I want comrades. This is a struggle. This is not lifestyle. This is not show business. This is a major struggle for the spirit of humanity. And Germany is a battleground because, once again, a proud nation, a proud people, the German people, are being dragged by their political regime, not just the government, but the whole of the spectrum of the political personnel, including their media, of course. They're being dragged into yet another genocide in their name with their complicity, as if the genocide of the Palestinians, rivers of Palestinian blood, can wash off their guilt over the Holocaust. It can't. And this is why, months ago, together with the very brave comrades in Germany of the Jewish Voice for Peace, for a Just Peace, with whom we have worked to organize the Palestine Congress, along with Palestinian organizations, NGOs, progressive people who are not lulled into silence by fear or propaganda. We put together that Palestinian Congress. And since we are not in a great hurry, let me give you the background, because I think the background is important. Well before last week's Gestapo-like German police intervention, the first time I knew that there was going to be a problem with this Congress, which I was going to be a speaker, but I was also one of the organizers. It was about a month ago, because I received a very weird email from my German publisher, a very good publishing house called Kunstmann, who have published 6-7 books of mine in the past, have been very supportive, even in difficult times when I was the finance minister of Greece and I was clashing with the German government. So, decent people sending me an email, which was completely out of character for them. Essentially, they were telling me, as my publishers in Germany, to stay away from this Palestine Congress. That's a month before it happened. And it was weird because, as I've said, it was out of character. And secondly, why would they be doing this? How would they know about it? We had not even publicized it yet. You can imagine why. Because the police and the security forces had actually gotten to them, and they said, if you want to sell Yanis's books in Germany, you better persuade him to stay away from this. At the time, I didn't know that. I was simply peeved with my publishers, and I simply discontinued my relationship with them. Because when I said to them, hang on a second, you feel confident enough to tell me where to speak and where not to speak? And they came back with a second very aggressive email saying, if you want your new book, which is coming out in September in Germany, to do well, you've got to stay away from this Congress. It doesn't matter what the Congress is about, just stay away. And I just told them to F off, essentially. And I knew then that Congress would not go well. Now, at around the same time, I hope I'm not boring you with that. Just interrupt me if I'm going on for too long. British philosopher and filmmaker Raul Martinez has made a 6-part documentary on the economic crisis, on the rise of fascism, on need for internationalism, and it features me. I'm the center of that documentary. Why am I saying that? Because Raul Martinez booked the great Babylon Theater in the center of Berlin to have the launch of the movie, of the documentary, and I was invited. And that was around the same time that my publisher were warning me against the Palestine Congress of last week. And to my astonishment, I found out when I arrived in Berlin that the police had threatened the proprietor of the Babylon Theater that if he doesn't cancel our event, then all sorts of horrible things will happen because Yanis is an anti-Semite and a lot of anti-Semites are going to gather. And, thankfully, the proprietor of Babylon is a Jew, and a Jew who takes no bullshit. And he told the police to get, to stuff their their advice and their threats. And we had the launch of the. So I knew that something was afoot in Germany. And then there were lots of attempts to cancel our event. The bank account of the Jewish Voice for Peace in Germany, which is a German organization in Germany, German Jews, their account was frozen by the state. So here is the German state confiscating the money of Jews again in the name of fighting anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Around the same time, you may have heard of a wonderful woman who lives in Berlin. Her name is Iris Hefetz. She's a psychoanalyst, an Israeli Jew who lives in Berlin. She's a comrade of ours. She staged a protest, a one-woman protest. I don't know whether you heard about that. It was a remarkable moment. She was walking down the street on her own, and she had the placard. She had written herself and said, as an Israeli and as a Jew, stop the genocide in Gaza. And a white Aryan German policeman arrested her for anti-Semitism.
Just like with Uri, right? Who was also I don't know if it was the same cop, but it is the optics of it as well. And I know liberals care about optics more than anything else. The optics of it as well were very shocking to see this like blonde Donald Trump looking German oaf arresting a Jewish man with a yarmulke on as well. And you know, they don't really care about it at all, I guess.
Yeah, it's just absurd. I think they're digging their own hole now, the German system, the German regime, and they don't even realize it. But that's another question. So let me end the long story as briefly as I can. So on the day of the Palestinian Congress, as you said, the Vice Chancellor of Glasgow University, who's a British Palestinian surgeon, not just a British Palestinian surgeon who has spent 45 days in the trenches, in the hospitals, operating on amputating people and so on. But also he is the Vice Chancellor, the President in American terms, of the University of Glasgow, one of the most renowned universities. So he was essentially deported back to Britain. That day was
worse than death, in my opinion.
Yes, and you know, our little Congress venue was surrounded by 2,500 German police. 2,500 German police for 500 of my colleagues. Most of them were harassed. They were not allowed to get in. One of the young Jewish protesters who had his own little placard which read Jews against genocide was apprehended. At that point, because he is a humorful guy, he said to them, would it have been okay if it read Jews in favor of genocide? At which point they hit him because they got annoyed with him. And he ended up in a prison cell. In the end, the Congress gets underway. At some point, the police bust in. They grab the microphones. They tear them apart. Another small but telling detail, if this was a movie, it would have been a good scene. They try to get into the room where the technicians' room, where the servers were supporting the live streaming. And one of our organizers was actually giving them the key to get into that room, and they refused it. And they used force to break down the door instead, even though we were giving them the key. In other words, this was a declaration that they wanted force, they wanted violence, they wanted to create a climate of fear. Anyway, that happened about 30 minutes before I was due to speak over Zoom. I was here in Greece. And of course I couldn't because the live stream was discontinued. So what I did was, as I'm sitting here talking to you, I recorded my speech on my computer. I uploaded it on my blog. And clearly the authorities were not particularly pleased by that. So the next day there was a demonstration by our organizers, and a police constable approaches our organizers and warns them against my voice being heard over the loudspeakers of the organizers because there was an order by the Ministry of the Interior to ban me not only from entering the country, but also from entering the country digitally or through audio files, even if they were pre-recorded, which, you know, the mind boggles, absolutely boggles. Since then, the government has managed to lie to the German people, to the public generally, to me, in writing, at least 3 or 4 times. First, they denied that there was a ban on me. Then they said there was a ban on me. Then they said they were going to give me in writing the reasons for the ban, because I've never been presented with anything in writing explaining the ban. And now, today, I received a letter from the German police, the National Security Department, which is eerie the moment you hear the National Security Department of the German police, right? Your hair stands on end, even though I don't have much. And it read that, yes, we told you that we would give you the reasons for your ban, but we're not going to, because doing so would jeopardize the capacity of the German state to coordinate with other security and intelligence services in order to prevent national security threats to the Federal Republic of Germany. So this is where we are.
Yeah. Similar thing has occurred here in the United States of America and has occurred time and time again. Maybe not to the same severity as the German government, because we do at least have like freedom of speech, which the way that people advocate for it is oftentimes for opening up spaces to more reactionary thinking and more reactionary thoughts. But in some respects, there's a little bit more of an allowance for, I guess, radical outside of the box thinkers under normal circumstances, like criticism of Israel do not get met with, in normal circumstances at least, do not get met with criminal liability, criminal punishments. However, our universities, which are supposed to be battlegrounds for free speech and ideas to test their mettle in the marketplace of ideas, have seemingly shut off one type of information from public discourse pretty desperately. An example I obviously would like to bring up now is Columbia University. I don't know if you're familiar with what's going on with the student protesters out there. They disbanded a lot of the groups, including Jewish Voice for Peace, and they suspended a bunch of students, including overnight taking away their access into residential halls, leaving them stranded in the middle of New York. And also on top of that, mass arrested a bunch of campus demonstrators. There's another example from USC with a valedictorian who, in almost an incredibly ironic way, a valedictorian who minored in, and this is the USC's own terminology for it, resisting genocide studies. Because at the USC, they don't, it's not just called genocide studies, it's called resisting genocide studies, which she had minored in. A hijabi student was denied her right to do a valedictorian speech, as is customary under normal circumstances, denied for security concerns, similar to what the German government told you. Of course, this is the very same USC campus that has been a hotbed of conversation about how Milo Yiannopoulos has to come on campus, and he did. Ben Shapiro has come on campus and delivered speeches with police protection, mind you. But of course, when it's a valedictorian who is going to maybe mention Palestine, well, that's too much of a security breach for the USC campus, for I guess USC donors in general and the alumni, that they had to cancel her speech. So the obvious hypocrisy was always pretty apparent to those who have been paying attention to the plight of Palestinians for many decades. I've routinely brought this up as a counterpoint to the likes of Barry Weiss, who fancy themselves to be champions, who have champions of free speech, who have tailored their entire right-wing commentary around, even when they were at the New York Times, around how they are advocates for free speech, and that's why we have to allow these like super far right speakers on campus who also personally would do everything in their power, and Ben Shapiro as well, do everything in their power to stop any kind of student activism from ever happening on college campuses, even before this new post-October 7 environment that we're in. Going as far as collaborating with Canary Mission, which is a doxing operation, and utilizing the deans and utilizing university administrators to basically suppress any kind of pro-Palestinian sentiment. So, the situation has been really bad for a very long time. However, I guess one thing I wanted to talk to you about was maybe pulling ourselves out of this conversation for a second and thinking about a broader picture here, because things have been very different since October 8. Now we're in the 7th month of the seemingly endless ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, but public sentiment has shifted dramatically in the direction of recognizing Palestinians as humans, and also even, dare I say, advocating for Palestinian emancipation. What do you think about all of this?
I have to say that the 7th of October, even though it triggered massive death and suffering, and that includes the 1,200 Israelis, but now we have 35,000 Palestinians whose life has been snuffed out, and we have, in particular, the thousands and thousands of Palestinian injured children, no surviving parents. That idea, of kids surviving in the rubble on their own, burying their siblings with their the rotting corpses of their parents in the vicinity. That simply surpasses anything that the human spirit can sustain. Nevertheless, as somebody who has been to Gaza in previous decades, who's been to the West Bank, who has seen the ironclad apartheid state in all its brutality, even when nobody gets killed, just watching a line of people trying to cross a checkpoint near Kalkidia or Ramallah in order to go to the hospital, in order to go to their work, and to sustain the ritual humiliation of the agents of the apartheid state, which has been established now for decades. Before the 7th of October, let us not forget, 60% of children in Gaza were malnourished. That's before the 7th. The ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in East Jerusalem was running at a very fast pace. Similarly, in the West Bank, the settlers were constantly eradicating whole villages under the IDF's supervision and assistance. The Arab states that had sold their soul to the devil long time ago, and here I mean the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and so on.
And they were turning Western capitalist imperialist interests in the region, specifically America.
Totally, in the pockets of American capital, not even European capital. And, they were quite happy to allow the Palestinian people to be ethnically cleansed as long as there was peace and quiet. You saw that the United Arab Emirates established diplomatic relationships with Israel, no conditions attached regarding even a discussion of the so-called two-state solution. Saudi Arabia was coming next. At least now, the blood of so many people has given rise to, exactly as you put it, to a change of heart, especially amongst the youth in the United States and everywhere else. And to allude to something you were saying earlier, to the restrictions in free speech and generally in the capacity of the American people to discuss sensibly and with a modicum of mindfulness the question of universal human rights from the river to the sea. It reminded me, as you were speaking, of the great Edward Said, who once commented that unless the Palestinians are liberated, it is the Americans who will remain in a state of pseudo-democracy.
That's interesting. I think that, I do think that America is in a state of pseudo-democracy, even outside of the Palestinian question. I think it's very prescient. The Golda Meir quote that I bring up quite a bit, I think, is flipped on its head. Do you know the one I'm talking about, where she says something along the lines of like, Palestinians will never know peace until they learn to love their children more than they hate Jews. And I think that is much like many of the things that Zionists have said time and time again about like both the inception of the state of Israel and the defenses for why Israel must maintain an apartheid, has always been a case of pure projection. Like I've never seen something so perfectly devoid of any kind of logic and just like almost entirely flipped on its head, where I think that there's truth to what Golda Meir is saying, as long as you flip the script, flip the narrative, and talk about how Israel will never know peace until they learn to love their own children and want to protect them more than they want to kill Arabs and Palestinians as a whole. And I think that what you brought up as far as 60% of Palestinian children facing malnourishment, that predates October 7 and the subsequent siege that occurred and is still ongoing, is a perfect demonstration of why October 7 happened to begin with. This does not make it right. This does not make it good. It is still a tragedy. There were still acts that certainly can be clarified as acts of terror, considering that there were civilians who were targeted and killed in the process. However, while it was unprecedented, it was not unexpected in any sense of the word. You cannot push people into a corner, back them, jail them, humiliate them for 75 years, and expect them to be servile and expect them to not want to resist. It's a very normal human condition, something that gets lost in this conversation, I think. Having said that, however, I want to move on to, I guess, now that we've discussed the changing of the narrative, especially amongst the youth, some of the ways in which our organs of propaganda are reacting to that change. And I do feel like there's a sense of desperation here, especially as it pertains to like the TikTok ban. The TikTok ban has been a very pressing point of conversation. They've brought it up on numerous occasions. Now AIPAC has also involved themselves in trying to get TikTok banned. There was a leaked audio of the president ADL, which for those of you who don't know is the Anti-Defamation League, but I like to call it the Apartheid Defense League. Had been warning about how TikTok was brainwashing the youth into repeating Hamas and Iranian propaganda, as he said. Those were the words he used. And now American Congress, both for financial gain and also now as a matter of, in their opinion, national security, want to move the ownership of TikTok away from ByteDance and give it to the hands of a trusted American capitalist instead. Do you think that will... do you think that there's any chance that something like this would pass? I mean, what does that say about American hypocrisy as far as free speech? What are your thoughts on that?
Of course, there is a very strong chance it will pass. I'll be surprised if it doesn't pass. But Hassan, allow me, I need to make a point regarding the storming of the wall of shame around Gaza on the 7th of October.
Yeah.
Because one of the reasons why I'm being vilified and disinvited and demonized here in Europe, at least, is because on the 8th of October, I made a very staunch separation between two separate issues. One is the atrocities that were committed by members of Hamas against civilians. I condemn every single atrocity, whomever the perpetrator might be or the victim. But I've separated that strictly and staunchly from the resistance, the armed resistance to an apartheid system designed as part of a slow-burning, inexorable ethnic cleansing program, which involves creating, back in 1948, the open concentration camp, which is the Gaza Strip. Resistance to that wall, to that barbed wire, bringing it down, armed resistance to that is not only a right of the Palestinians who are encased inside that barbed wire, it is a duty. In the same way that prisoners of war, according to the Geneva Convention, have not only a right but a duty to try to escape, the 2.2 million Gazans have a duty to themselves to resist and tear down that bloody wall. That is a separate issue from the condemnation of attacks on civilians. I need to be very clear on this. Let's go back to TikTok.
No, well, you and I are both on the exact same page. I always make this separation that, like, although terrorism is a political designation for non-state actors, regardless of ideology, regardless of what their cause is, whether it's moral or immoral, just or unjust, ultimately, the way I classify our understanding of what it means to do terrorism colloquially, I classify that as targeting civilian populations, regardless of, devoid of political ideology. I think that is the line that must be drawn in these circumstances. And so I do agree with you on what you said as well. That was something, I said something similar on October 8th as well. Didn't stop everybody from still pouncing and saying that I love decapitating babies and that I am Hamasabi. Me also being from a Muslim background as a Turkish person, by the way, sorry, I am Turkish. I don't know if you know that, but
I do know that. I say that in one. Listen, you and I are post-Ottoman. That's what we are. We share our post-Ottoman identity.
It's true. My grandparents are on my father's side are from Selanik and Crete, actually. So, although I've never been to Greece.
We are a very good example of ethnic cleansing. The Greeks ethnically cleansed the Turks, and the Turks ethnically cleansed the Greeks. And the result was we are both poorer for this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but also we do have a lot of shared history and shared culture. I always joke about how, like, it's impossible to distinguish between Greek villages and Turkish villages. The only major distinction is, like, language and religion, which seemingly are big barriers for a lot of people. It's a hang up for many people, even though we are obviously aligned on class interests more so than anything else, as you and I both understand and recognize. Even culturally, I think Greek people and Turkish people are very similar, food similar, people look the same, people have similar vibes in general.
We are the same. We are the same. And I have to tell you that my Turkish comrades in Turkey, and I have a lot of them, who are fighting for the same causes that we are fighting here in Greece, you are fighting in the United States, and sometimes under harsher conditions, are the people that I admire the most. And unless we manage to join hands across the Aegean Sea, neither Greece nor Turkey will be free.
Yeah, agreed. But yeah, going back to the TikTok ban, let's talk about that.
Let me tell you about what I believe about TikTok. And this is something which is very close to my heart, because I've recently in the United States published, let me plug my recent book called Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism. In it, I delve into what I consider to be the most interesting economic and socio-economic transformation of the last 10 years. We have a new form of capital, which I call cloud capital. It's what lives in your phone. TikTok is one example, but so is Google, and so on and so forth. My hypothesis, Hassan, is that this is a unique form of capital. Capital so far, up until we had algorithmic capital, or cloud capital, as I call it. What was capital? It was produced means of production, things that you create in order to build other stuff. Like, you have a tractor in order to produce corn. You have a steam engine in order to produce textiles. But with what lives inside TikTok, what lives inside YouTube or Facebook or Amazon.com for that matter, it's a produced means of behavior modification, not of producing anything. Jeff Bezos is not producing anything. He's just produced the capital with which he has created a fiefdom in which he encases buyers and sellers. He doesn't produce anything himself, but he charges 40% rent on the deals that are struck by buyers and sellers. And anyone who owns that cloud capital is immensely powerful. They have a remarkable new powers to extract value from others, whether they are proletarians, petty bourgeois, even small-scale, old-fashioned capitalists. Why am I telling you all this? Because if you think about it, there are two locations on the planet where cloud capital is concentrated. Europe doesn't have any. India doesn't have any. Africa doesn't have any. It's the United States and China. Why did Donald Trump start the Cold War, the new Cold War between the United States and China? It's not Taiwan. This is a very boring, a very lazy explanation. China's position on Taiwan never changed. It's not the fact that the Chinese are spying on the Americans, as if the Americans are not spying on everyone. It's not the military build-up of China. Until I see naval vessels of the Chinese Navy patrolling California, or just outside Virginia, it's really unbelievable that they are worried about the Chinese military prowess. No, it's because the Chinese have developed their own big tech, and they have an advantage over the American big tech. And let me tell you what my hypothesis is as to the nature of that advantage. In the United States, you have Silicon Valley, big tech, and you have Wall Street, two centers of massive power. Wall Street extracts huge financial rents from the rest of the world, primarily, of course, in the United States, and big tech extracts what I call cloud rents, algorithmic rents, call them if you want, right? The two of them, though, have not merged, because Wall Street will never allow Apple or Google to take over its capacity, Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan's capacity to extract financial rents. So cloud capital and financial capital in the United States are divided and in a kind of rivalry. In China, they have merged. Under the Communist Party, their cloud capital and the financial system have been merged. There is this app called WeChat, before we go to TikTok, which provides free banking to everyone. Free banking to everyone. You can make transactions to anybody independently of where they are banking. Imagine that in the United States. Wall Street will never allow that.
Well, Elon Musk wanted to do that. I'm just kidding. He's not.
No, that's not either. But Goldman Sachs will not allow him.
Well, Goldman Sachs, I think his own incompetence will never allow him, but that's besides the point.
Well, yes, indeed. Even if you had the most competent version of Elon Musk,
Yeah.
Wall Street would murder him, would find a way of annihilating him. Whereas in China, they have merged. Add to that the fact that the Chinese central bank is now providing, did you know that? It's providing free digital wallets to everyone who wants them. Even you can have one. You don't have to be Chinese. And with that, you have free transactions in one, of course. Now, so far, this is not a threat or hasn't been a threat to the preponderance of the power of the American dollar because the Chinese capitalists themselves want dollars and they want the dollar system. They do not want the one system. But the war in Ukraine, by confiscating $400 billion of Russian money, the United States and the European Union, it has created a lot of interest in Saudi Arabia, in the United Arab Emirates, in Indonesia, amongst oligarchs, Russian oligarchs, of course, but some Ukrainian oligarchs too, in putting their money in the Chinese system, as a hedge, in case the Americans get pissed off with them and confiscate their money in the way that they confiscated the Russian money. So that capacity of Chinese cloud capital and cloud finance to create a clear and present danger to the monopoly of the international payment system based on the dollar.
The SWIFT is what you're talking about, right? Like, I mean, the financial transactions being made on the dollar.
Yes, and don't let anyone tell you that SWIFT is European. It is formally European. It's completely controlled by the United States. Donald Trump switched it off like that against Iran when he felt like it, against the advice and the wishes of Angela Merkel and the whole of the European Union.
Oh, yeah.
So the reason I'm saying that is because Donald Trump started a new Cold War because the people around him, not himself, the Donald can't think strategically to save his life, but the people around him, and they're not all dumb, it's a big mistake to think that they were dumb, they could see that the Chinese agglomeration of cloud capital and financial capital was presenting a clear and present danger to the monopoly of the dollar, which is the only reason why the United States can have huge deficits and still increase its hegemony around the world, the American dollar and its monopoly. They could see that the Chinese were about to create a superhighway, digital superhighway of payments that was competing with the American dollar. And they started with banning Huawei, then ZTE, remember, then these quite large tariffs on Chinese exports. And then Joe Biden comes in and turbocharges the new Cold War by banning advanced microchips from going to China. Why? In order to slow down the development of this superhighway, digital highway of Chinese financial and big tech capital. TikTok was always going to be one, Donald Trump has been talking about TikTok a long time because it's part of this attempt to bring down Chinese big tech. Because, as I said, it is only Chinese big tech which has a very able competitor to Google, to Facebook, to Instagram, to all that. Nobody else does. So TikTok was always going to be targeted. Then comes Gaza. And I'm sure you have experienced that. My tweets on Gaza are not seen by anyone. I have 1.2 million followers. Almost no one sees my tweets because the algorithm owned by Elon Musk makes sure that when I tweet something about Gaza, me and my dog only hear it. Or hear the tweeting sounds. But TikTok is very different because they cannot control it. So they already had a reason to ban or take over, Americanize TikTok. And now they have an even greater one. And they never let a little crisis like Gaza go to waste when they have a long-term new Cold War program for defunking Chinese big tech. But I don't think they will manage to do it. Even if they take over TikTok in the United States, even if they ban it, I think the United States establishment is on a losing streak.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. I think one of the reasons for that is because, and I guess I hate to admit this, but like the Dengist Gambit, as I like to call it, is a very successful one because the greatest weakness that Western liberal capitalist democracies presents is their actual biggest strength, the strength of like social liberties, civil liberties to a certain degree, of course, but more importantly, treats, the treat economy, as Matt Christman used to call it, of Chapo Trap House. The idea that like we love treats, and that has a sedating effect on all Americans, all people living in the Western world. That like government interference with our treats can never happen. That we will get very upset, especially here in America. Like a big part of the COVID lockdown protests originally were not on the virtue of like, oh, we can't get money, we can't work, but it was actually about like not being able to get a haircut, not being able to go to Applebee's. And while it seems really silly, I think that our appetite for that sort of thing was very, very usefully weaponized, I guess, in some respects, by the Dengist government at the time. And that paired up with obviously the interests of capitalists that were consistently in the face of profit rates declining, wanted to squeeze out as much profits as possible by outsourcing labor to China, which was going to be very cheap. So that I think was obviously very successful in bringing about this incredibly prosperous Chinese development over the course of the past couple of decades. And I think a very similar dynamic exists within TikTok as well. Obviously, social media is heavily regulated internally in China. TikTok doesn't exist in China. They have Douyin. They have a different version of TikTok in China. And yet, they have a very valuable Western-facing product that America only makes up, I think, like 10% of the market share on, which or the user base on. I'm sure that like they probably generate a lot more value from the American market in general. But overall, it has been phenomenally successful because it offers, in the simplest terms, what Americans want to see. It's very good at giving you exactly what you want to see. It's very good at being addictive. The lack of restriction and the lack of regulation that is at the core of, I guess, like American identity, American individualism, is what is inevitably causing our own downfall in many respects. If you were to think about TikTok as though it's like is a very successful product, a successful product that does not exist in China, and the very same product exists very differently in China, as a matter of fact. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, absolutely. The small mercies in Western life that you describe as treats have always been marketized and commodified superbly by American conglomerates, whether this was Coca-Cola or McDonald's or Hershey's or whatever. We've seen this in Mad Men with Don Draper doing a fantastic job at commodifying all this, commodifying nostalgia, commodifying the need for escapism and all that. Meanwhile, the deal between the United States and China that Washington understood as the backbone for the great friendship, the love-in between Washington and Beijing, beginning with Nixon in Beijing, the American authorities thought of it as a straightforward, old-fashioned trade thing. Aluminium is produced no longer in the United States, produced in Shanghai, it's shipped over, it goes through the process of the customs office. The American government can control the tariffs, it can control how much aluminum goes in. They can slow down the degree to, the speed at which aluminum is going into the United States. In other words, it's done under the terms of the United States. The Chinese capitalists producing the aluminum depend on the dollar. They keep their money in Wall Street. They buy real estate in Miami, so they are controlled. They are forced essentially because they have no other alternative to buy U.S. Treasury bills. Essentially, the Chinese profits become a fund, a slush fund for the American government to run large deficits. It's a beautiful deal for the United States.
And it's not just the Chinese profits, though. This exists for every citizen, as long as they're rich capitalists. Like, and the reason why I mentioned that is because there's a lot of xenophobia in America, and like the Chinese investments are still, I think, like 17 on that long list of other nations that like buy land or other nations that buy capital in general in America.
There is very heavily restricted on what they can buy by the United States. They have to keep their money in the dollar system, but if they try to buy Google, they will not be allowed. Even the Japanese now are not allowed to buy
US
a steel company.
Yeah.
But here is the great contrast between aluminum, which I use as an example. I could have used cars, I could have used clothes, textiles, whatever. TikTok is very different because TikTok is not produced in China. TikTok is produced by you guys in the United States because, you know, the capital that is necessary to create TikTok is tiny. You know, of course, by your standards and mine is large, all the servers and the stuff. But in terms of, you know, the greater scheme of things, there's not that much. Yeah, it was a very clever algorithm, but how much did it cost? A minuscule amount in comparison to how much it takes to produce aluminum and send it over to the United States and so on, right? And who is the real producer of the capital stock of TikTok? You are. Every time you upload a video on TikTok, you are adding to the cloud capital of TikTok. And that maddens the American authorities because here you have a business model, a Chinese business model, which operates in the United States. It doesn't have a productive base in China, but it amasses monies, which in a manner, through a process which is not under the control of the Customs Office, of the IRS, of the Trade Department of the United States, of the FTC, of the Federal Reserve. And that, to them, is anathema. They would love to have it in China, but they are loath to allow the Chinese to have it in the United States.
Yeah, you can't make our citizens your digital serfs. Only we get to do that, is what you're saying. Yeah,
absolutely.
As a serf myself, because I am very much a part of, obviously, techno-feudalism, my rent seeker being Jeff Bezos here on Twitch, because this is an Amazon-owned platform. I am consistently giving a percentage fee for being able to operate on the internet in the way that I do, back to Twitch, and by way of Twitch, back to Amazon, back to Jeffrey Bezos. Yeah, I see the point that you're making. I agree with you. I don't know if TikTok will be banned though, because I think that, like I said, it is a very powerful. The only tool of resistance that the Americans successfully ever deploy against centers of power is when their treats are taken away. Like, because this entire project relies on you having unrestricted, unfeathered access to said treats, including TikTok, including but not limited to TikTok. And once those things get taken away, people get very, very upset. So I don't know.
That's why ByteDance, the owner, the Chinese owner of American TikTok, would be mad to divest. They should throw the ball in the court of the United States authorities and say, if you want to ban us, ban us. We're not selling.
Yeah. I mean, why would they? It's a very powerful tool in general. I don't think they're gonna sell. I think that they are going to, they're gonna force the American government to make a very unpopular decision that many, not just like random people that enjoy TikTok, but also many small business owners are going to be frustrated by. Because the reality is that there are a shit ton of small business owners, because it's like one of the only viable economic forms of upward social mobility, which is basically just a forgotten dream for many Americans, but that it's small business ownership in the form of in the digital space, like selling t-shirts and whatnot. This is like one of the last bastions of the of being able to realize some semblance of the American dream. One of the last avenues where you can do that.
You're absolutely right. And at the same time, let's not forget what my friend Cory Doctorow says about Amazon and American conglomerates in the big tech space. He has a fantastic word, I'm sure you know it, the process of NCTification. So Amazon began, and Facebook began by being nice, both to users and to sellers, to publishers, for instance, people like yourself, or newspapers, or small businesses, until they became absolutely, these small businesses and publishers and users became completely beholden to the platform, utterly dependent on it. And then they started piling shit on them and essentially blackmailing them. You will not appear in the first 20, even if people want to see you, unless you pay us. And TikTok hasn't done that, at least not yet. So I'm reinforcing your point that small businesses that have been completely exploited and they hear the word Amazon and they freak out, if you take away TikTok from them, given that it's their last resort, they will be particularly peeved. But then again, the United States authorities have shown in the past a remarkable capacity to, treat Americans like fodder and then not to pay the price for it, because the fodder simply stays at home, privatizes their fear, licks their wounds, and accepts their circumstances.
Yeah, the thing that you're mentioning is also a byproduct of monopolization. I feel like all matter of tech, especially because it's like a new frontier to some, or was a new frontier when when Silicon Valley was expanding, I guess. That they did the exact same thing that our barons, our oil barons and our steel barons did, and tried to very quickly seize up as much territory, expand vertically and horizontally, and monopolize as quickly as possible. And it's like, it's not even really a secret. It is very much the stated goal of every single one of these Silicon Valley unicorn companies, such as Uber. The entire goal is that, we're a tech company. We're going to get into the market. We're going to bring a valuable disruptive product. And that disruption is only in the form usually of like a little bit of new technological advancements, but a lot of disruption to the labor regulatory process, which is already very anemic here in the United States of America. Because like, what did Uber actually do? I mean, it disrupted the medallion structure. It disrupted regulations for cab drivers. And it took advantage of a new class of gig economy workers that were desperately looking to make extra money so they could keep up with the increasing prices and worsening living conditions. And their overall stated goal was to monopolize. And once you reach market monopoly, or at least like you're a valid enough oligopoly or duopoly or an oligopoly, then you can get away with slowly but surely ruining exactly what made you so disruptive and so successful in the first place, by slowly but surely lowering the quality of the delivery mechanism, like when we're talking about Amazon, or consistently trying to further erode labor protections and consistently and very successfully, raising the prices of the product that you're delivering. Still the same product, but now it's more expensive. So slowly but surely, just like moving the dial year over year and making the process more shitty for the consumer, and definitely way more shitty for the workers every step of the way that produce whatever the products that we're talking about.
Indeed, and there's a direct correspondence between the time one passes inside one of those platforms. The more you stay in that platform and the more you transact in that platform, the higher your switching costs, your cost of switching to another platform. So if you're on Twitter and you interact a lot, you get more followers. Like you with Twitch, you have more and more followers. Every follower that is added to your list makes it more expensive for you, to move to another platform, because you lose the capital you've built up, the social capital, right? So as your switching costs increase, the degree of exploitation that you suffer from the owner of that cloud capital is increased, because he can do it or she can do it without fearing that you will switch, because your switching costs have increased. This is a business model. This is why I call this a fiefdom. These are not more. It's worse than monopolies, Hassan. Because take Ford Motor Company, right? I mean, Henry Ford tried to monopolize the car business, and to a large extent, he succeeded, with maybe competing only against General Motors and a little bit with Chrysler in the good old days. But he was building the bloody car that he was selling you. Number one. Right, he had skin in the product, so to speak. Secondly, he didn't sell you an oven as well. He didn't sell you a book or an electric bicycle at the same time. And moreover, and that's the most important thing, the capital he used to produce the Model T was not simultaneously messing with your brain. Because Amazon.com, to give an example, or Uber, it doesn't matter which one we take as an example, the same algorithm that trains you to train it, to train you to train it, to put a desires into your head, sells you the shit as well, and extracts 40% from the capitalist who sold it to you. And it is the same algorithm that runs like automata, the workers of Amazon in the warehouses. And it is the same AI algorithm, exactly the same algorithm that predicts with very high probability of success in which warehouse there is a probability, an increased probability of unionization, and then shuts that warehouse down or fires everybody. That is not a monopoly. This is why I say, welcome to techno-feudalism. This is feudalism. This is not even capitalism. It's not a monopoly. It is something
with additional, with so many more resources that previous overlords could not have even imagined, though.
The capacity to mess with your brain.
Yeah.
Henry Ford, the best Henry Ford could do is to come up with a good ad that would make you want to buy a Ford. Bezos says of Alexa. Alexa is a dream come true for the KGB. If the KGB had Alexa, they wouldn't need to kill people. If the Gosplan Ministry of Planning in the Soviet Union had the algorithm of Amazon capable of matching individual consumers to individual producers, central planning would have been a fantastic success.
I was just about to say that, yes. Exactly. But so that actually is a really interesting point that you just brought up, because don't you think that like if we magically had these exact same tools at our disposal, but somehow not even through class struggle, let's say I'm a left com or something all of a sudden, and I think that magically the contradictions caused capitalism to collapse and everyone is a socialist now. Like, these obviously ridiculous, but let's say that in a situation such as that one, where we had the exact same tools at our disposal, techno-feudalism could very quickly, or techno-feudalism and all of the surveillance capabilities, AI algorithms would actually make central planning incredibly efficient and very successful. It would be like, isn't this like the early assessment before the technology actually caught up to this idea? But wasn't this like the attitude in Chile as well? What was the thing that they were working on? The central programming?
Cybernetics.
Yeah.
The cybernetics.
Cybersyn, yeah.
Absolutely. And they did a remarkably good job, even though their machines were very antiquated.
Yeah.
Not particularly capable. Look, you're absolutely right. This is a good time to be a socialist who actually believes in central planning, but progressive central planning. Central planning which is very capable of homing in to individual desires, not treating everybody like a gray mass of human beings as the Soviet system did. A libertarian Star Wars-like communism is now possible given the AI programs that are being developed. The problem is that because AI is owned by the 0.001%, it is being used in order to create something closer to Star Wars than Star Trek. A kind of empire striking back and creating one war after the other, both within our communities and between our societies. So the old lefty vision of grabbing the ownership of the means of production, but now it's not just the means of production or distribution or exchange, but it's also the means of communication, what I call cloud capital. Socializing cloud capital is the only way that the liberal individual can live again. It is the only way that we can be free. Otherwise our mind chains will keep us enslaved in the interests of the Jeff Bezoses and the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world. And once we have reclaimed our minds through socializing cloud capital, we can put it to work to create a new cloud capital commons. So imagine, instead of the algorithm of Uber being used to exploit drivers and users and our data and all that, imagine if it was in the service of a cooperative which owns the cloud capital and which operates on the basis of one worker or one driver, one share, one vote. And imagine that was the case in every enterprise, in every sector. Then we would have liberal capitalism. Communism.
When you say libertarian, though, it's important to understand the distinction between you using the term libertarianism and what Americans understand. I don't think you're using it in the American anarcho-capitalist way. You mean libertarian in like the political theory.
I use it in the old-fashioned anarcho-syndicalist fashion, where you see the problem with anarcho-capitalists is that there's nothing anarchic about them.
Yeah, it's built upon an unjustifiable hierarchy. Obviously, the class dynamic there is like nobody can.
Supposedly, they believe in freedom, but the only freedom they truly believe in is the freedom of conglomerates to enslave everyone. That's what the Millets of the world and the American libertarians. But for me, you see, I do believe in libertarian communism, in the sense that it sounds like a contradiction. It isn't a contradiction. I mean, Karl Marx was clear in his hatred of the state. He said that under communism, the state would wither. He used the state in order to bring about something like a decentralized commons, in which cloud capital and all other kinds of capital are utilized for the purposes of enhancing cooperation and shared prosperity.
Well, I mean, I guess we deviate a little bit on that front because I do believe that this state is a necessity, at least in the early stages of transitioning into socialism. But
we don't give it. I agree with you.
Oh, okay.
Of course we do.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the asymptotic case of where we want to get at.
Yeah. So you brought up Millet, and I have a lot of questions that I fielded from my Discord. And there are a lot of fans of yours in my community, and they have actually surprisingly come up with really good questions unexpectedly. So I'm going to read one of them to you. This person says, considering your experience with the IMF and international debt negotiation, I had a few questions for you regarding the current state of Argentina under Millei's administration. By the way, before we get into that, also, if you could elaborate on your experience with the IMF for those of you who don't know, that could be interesting as well. Just briefly, what do you think future negotiations with the IMF will look like under this new government in Argentina? How do you think the IMF will utilize their leverage considering this administration's willingness to cooperate with their demands? What do you think a future administration's plan to tackle this debt should look like?
Firstly, my experience, I was elected in 2015 finance minister of Greece at a time when Greece was, still is, but it had already become back then absolutely bankrupt. We were the most bankrupt European country. There was already an IMF-driven program of massive, inhuman austerity for the many and largesse for the oligarchs in Greece and the oligarchs outside of Greece. So my job was to negotiate with the IMF, the European Central Bank, and I only had one objective. My own objective was to delete a large part of the Greek debt, because if you're in debt bondage, then you simply have no sovereignty and you just don't exist. So that's my background. Millet, what's his negotiation with the IMF like? Well, it is a negative negotiation. It is the opposite of a negotiation. The IMF are complaining, and I've spoken to people in the IMF with whom I still have some contacts. They are complaining that he is doing too much of what they had asked for. So it's a bit like, me and you negotiating. I want to buy your house, and you're asking 500,000, and I'm offering you $1 million. That's Millet's negotiation with the IMF. The IMF asked for a little bit of austerity. He got them 3 times more austerity. So essentially, he's in a slash and burn mode of essentially increasing the poverty rate to 80%, destroying all social and economic opposition to the very few people that he serves, and essentially turning Argentina into a haven for hedge funds, for those who will plunder the country. They will dollarize the assets that they will plunder, and the people will be treated like surplus to requirements, A lot of them will have to migrate. That is what Milei, judging by his actions, seems to be interested in. Now, what should Argentina do? Argentina should default on its debts. And it was a previous administration, which, or two administrations before that had absolutely inexcusably, after it was all over, after the original default by Argentina had been accepted by almost everyone, including hedge funds, that cretinous government, the name of the president escapes me, who is now supporting Milei, essentially went to the IMF to borrow tens of billions of dollars in order to repay creditors who had lost hope that they would get their money back. And the only reason he did that, he didn't have to do that. The only reason he did it was because debt is power for the rich. He wanted his own government to be even more indebted in order to have an excuse for imposing more austerity on his people, because austerity for the many increases the bargaining power of the oligarchs.
Won't this inevitably, I mean, the thing is, although it is kept up by international interests, Western interests in general, Western capitals in general, but like, doesn't this only accelerate the demise? I mean, one thing that I see is that under, I guess, like neoliberal regimes all around the world, one thing that we see is that like the contradictions become more apparent to those in the working class, given, I guess, like almost a century of Red Scare propaganda, and also concerted efforts from the capital owners completely gutting any kind of like labor solidarity that could have existed or any form that does exist. I feel like there is no counterbalance in any of these countries with respect to class solidarity and also a genuine push in the right direction, where I feel like we are slowly decaying as capitalism inevitably decays. We are slowly decaying alongside it. And in prior instances, I guess, given the way that the division of labor worked, given the assembly line structure that made it more permissible to do some kind of organizing, to unite alongside our relations to the means of production, I don't see a very positive outcome in all of this beyond our at first creeping walk towards fascism, and now, you know, bouldering towards fascism that will inevitably restore order in the decay. Do you feel like I'm wrong? Is there a sense of, is there something to hold out hope for?
We are on the same page. There is no guarantee whatsoever that the immiseration of the working class is going to create class solidarity and a rebound of progressive politics. I was young when Margaret Thatcher was doing her thing in the United Kingdom, even before Ronald Reagan started imitating her in the United States. I lived in the United Kingdom. We used to say, I remember when unemployment rose from 700,000 to 4.5 million in a year and a half. 700,000 to 4.5 million in a year and a half. Leftists like myself were saying, oh, well, you know, that will teach the working class in Britain a lesson. Now they will have to respond. No, they did not respond. They became more right-wing. In the end, you know, they ended up becoming more nationalist, more xenophobic, or disenfranchised, or divided, or betrayed by their own political representatives, the Labour Party in the United Kingdom, the Democrats in the United States. Similarly here, our people here in 2015, was when I was finance minister, put up a remarkable fight. And I have to say that I'm still moved to tears by the manner in which they embraced us when we were doing battle against the oligarchs, against the IMF, against the representatives of financial capital. 6 months into our office, my comrade, who was prime minister, essentially betrayed them, did a U-turn, overthrew the people, as I say, and signed a deal with the IMF and with the rest. And I was hoping, truly, as I did in 1981 when I lived under Thatcher, that the Greek people, the betrayed Greek people, who had shown such immense courage, would overthrow him in return. They didn't. As I said before, to use the same expression that I used in a different context, they privatized their fears, they privatized their despair, pure despair. They were depoliticized, they stopped voting. And in the end, when they voted again, it was only between two evils choosing the lesser one in terms of who would give them $100 more a month in the form of some kind of humiliating benefit. That is why there is no substitute to democratic politics, to organizing, never accepting defeat. There is no final defeat. There is no final victory. There are no guarantees. We may lose forever. And, in any case, we're facing a climate catastrophe. But as I keep telling my friends and my comrades, I know I'm going to die. That is no reason for me to wake up in the morning and not to have, vivacity and energy and try to make a good day of it.
Yeah. One thing, powerful words. One thing that I wanted to tie this into was also brought up by some of the questioners in the Discord was anti-immigration. Anti-immigration is an issue that you and I align on. We're both internationalists, or I guess maybe even globalists. I don't know, whatever people consider. Internationalism is different than globalism. Yes, it's not about the extraction of natural resources from the global south and exploiting them for, developing cheap commodities, but instead about rising everyone up. But anti-immigration is unfortunately incredibly successful, even though, it's just incredibly successful. We saw Hillary Clinton look at, even after she lost the election, she didn't stop talking about this issue. And I remember her saying something along the lines of like, Europe needs to cave and capitulate to the right a little bit on their xenophobic sentiment in order to stay in power. Now, at the time, that was a message that was idiotic, in my opinion, and it still is idiotic. However, I guess, 4, 5, 6, 7, now 8 years later, that message has been heard by neoliberals who are center left or portray themselves as center left, but are actually center right. Emmanuel Macron has pushed a lot of xenophobic sentiment, very anti-Islam. Islam is seen as like the new villains in Europe, even though they were, I guess, the old villains, the sick man of Europe, the Ottoman Empire and the like. And it's creating ample ground for genuinely, openly ideological fascists to say, see, they agree with us that these immigrants are actually a problem and that we are the solution to that problem. These guys are fake. They're never going to be as cruel and as brutal as we are to the immigrants. We will be, however. And I think that xenophobia now is led the Democratic Party to also take a similar stance. I don't know if you're familiar, but Joe Biden has been advocating in the most idiotic ways possible for Donald Trump's own border wall, a comprehensive white nativist anti-immigration legislation, and trying to use that as like a political tool. And I think that the only lesson that Americans learn who are not super tuned into what's going on is that, like, yeah, immigration is a problem. And if immigration is a problem, of course the right is always going to be the ones who have the real solution, because the Democrats are supposed to be a counterbalance to that in our duopoly and in what looks like a duopoly and even parliamentary systems now, like with the Labour Party in the UK. And I feel like this is creating ample ground for the rise of genuine fascist parties. And I do fear that I don't know how we push back against this. This question is, how can we both push back against the notion that refugees are economically damaging while not falling into the trap of analyzing the world in purely capitalistic economic terms? Because to fight this talking point on purely economic grounds is the seed ground of the capitalist that human beings must have economic value to find a place in society.
Hillary Clinton's advice to the center-left in Europe was not only unethical and ideologically puerile, but it was also stupid from an efficacy point of view. Because let's face it, racism light can never beat full-blooded racism. You will never win against racists by presenting racism light. So what Joe Biden is doing now, being Trump light when it comes to the U.S.-Mexican border, is a sure recipe for defeat, even if you look at it cynically. That's point number one. Point number two is that, look, Hassan, I've been worried about this since the mid-2000s, because as an economist, I could see that the Wall Street collapse, which happened in 2008, was inevitable. And that's when I got really, really scared. because I could see that what was going to happen in Wall Street was another 1929, our generation's, my generation's 1929. And what would follow would be, again, a monetary policy that was effectively socialism for the very few, for big business, combined with harsh austerity for the many. I could see that the left, and that includes me, so it's self-critical as well, we would probably fail to put together a program that excites people and gives them hope, credible in their eyes, and the inevitable result of the discontent that austerity for the many and socialism for the big financiers and the big business would create would be xenophobia, just like in the mid-war period. I wasn't sure whether it would be the Jews or the Muslims or the Greeks or the Germans that would be the target of the new racists, or all of them together. Sometimes, the Greeks hate the Germans hate the Greeks, everybody hates the French, anti-Semitism is always on the rise. Whatever happens,
hating the French.
Yes, indeed. I'm joking, of course, right? If that, and this is exactly what is happening. Now, my third point, and this is a source of great pain for me personally. I've had massive rows with former comrades on the left, who, for instance, embraced an anti-migration argument, an argument in favor of walls, of electrified fences, of impediments to migration.
I think I know who you're talking about, but I won't say.
Yeah, let's not mention her name. But it's not just one person.
I was thinking of a him, but okay, go on.
All right. So let's not mention persons.
Go on.
And sometimes they often try to couch this in Marxist terms. They even quote a letter that Marx had sent to somebody in New York, deploring the fact that Irish workers coming to the United States, to New Jersey in particular, and to New York City, they were suppressing the wages of the local proletariat. And they use this as a reason for creating walls, for stopping migration. But they never quote the second part of the letter by Karl Marx, in which he is very explicit. What he says is, because the solution is not to stop the migrants from trying to find a place where they can make ends meet, the solution is unionization of the domestic workers along with the migrants.
Yes.
Right? But my left-wing comrades, a lot of them across Europe and the United States, you'll find it's very hard to convince even members of the DSA community, with whom I have a very good relationship and I think very highly of them. It's very difficult. They're scared of coming out and say, you mentioned before, once when I don't remember, in some interview I said that borders are a scar on the face of the earth. It's very hard for them to say that. They feel that they are going to be very severely punished.
It's because they think you're not realistic when you say that. That's what it is. I think that's where it comes from. It's like the fear of coming across as like an idealist and not a realist, and falling into that same, in my opinion, sorry to cut you off, but falling into that same like capitalist trap of capitalist thinking of like, oh, well, this is a part of human nature. Just like greed is a part of human nature, but also a little bit of xenophobia is also a part of human nature. So like in order to gain more allies, like we need to be more pragmatic, and they find themselves unironically advocating for right-wing attitudes, reactionary thinking, in the throes of reactionary thinking.
Except I think this is a very lazy form of realism, and it's not a very good and efficient form of pragmatism. Because, as I said, by being racist light, you don't win if you come from the left. You just lose. You lose whatever ethical grounds you were standing on.
Yeah.
That's the more calculating criticism. But more generally, we of the left have to understand that the only way we are going to succeed in changing hearts and minds is if we say what we believe in and believe in what we say. I have a lot of comrades from my party, Mera25, here in Greece, who are running now in the European Parliament elections. And some of them say, who believe like you and me that, walls are electrified fences are just an abomination and need to come down. They do believe it, but they come to me seriously now in our meetings, our comms meetings and so on. They say, but Yanis, look, try not to talk about migration, because this is our soft underbelly. This is where we lose points when you speak out against the fence between Greece and Turkey. Right? There's a big electrified fence now between Greece and Turkey, which didn't exist until a few years ago. Don't talk about too much. And I say, no, I will talk about it a lot, because this is how you distinguish yourself from the rest. And yes, even if what happened to our notion of investment? Now, what is investment? It is a capacity to suffer a cost today in order to gain something tomorrow. So even if I lose half of my votes because I say what is right, this is how you educate the public. And this is how you invest in a future in which the public is not scared to say the right thing.
Yeah. You show them that you give them, I think, the permission to be brave when you lead by example in that regard. When you show them that you're unafraid to say these things, many people will hear you, will listen to your reason, will also have that same shred of empathy, and will be courageous enough to also speak on these matters in a similar way.
Indeed. And we need to do this when we are at our lowest ebb, when we are losing. Because if we don't do it when we're losing, that is when you have to build the foundation, your moral and ideological foundation. That's when you need to show that I'm not in it for the office, the salary that comes with being minister or being secretary of state or whatever. I'm here because this is what is right. Now, we need to do this and a lot more of this. And I'm really appalled that the left has become more scared and more frightened into submission to a narrative that it doesn't believe in. And people sense that. They may not be able to put their finger exactly on it, but they can sense it. So on the one hand, you have the powerful believe in what they say, and they say what they believe in. They say, migrants are scum. We're going to shoot them on sight. And they do. They believe it. So there is this combination of power and conviction on the right. And what we have on the left, a kind of blancmange, where we are, semi-scared, defeated, not much power. We're not attractive to people. It's about time we stiffen our lip.
Yeah. So one thing, I feel like you and I somewhat agree on the dynamic now, in the most reductive terms, being very similar, the political environment being very similar to the early rise of fascism after World War I. Internationally, we talked about the rise of fascist parties, the old fascist parties, as a matter of fact, with the exact same ideas coming into power in places like Italy, and growing its numbers in even places like Spain, and obviously AfD's rise to prominence in Germany, the reactionary right growing, or I guess like the feckless attitude from the left alternative in the form of the Labour Party in the UK. In that environment, in the early stages of the development of fascism as we understand it, I feel as though, and same with France as well, I feel like there was at least a counterbalance in the form of trade unionism and militant labor activism. And beyond that, there was also obviously the USSR, for all of its failures, right? And there were plenty. There was also I guess almost, and this is going to be not undialectical, but unmaterialist thinking here. There was it was almost like a spiritual beacon for many, an example that they could point to, that they could say, like, look, this is happening with many failures, certainly, but there's still something different out there. And there was a state that was also even supporting armed resistance against capitalism, armed resistance against fascism globally. And I fear that no such counterbalance exists now. Or do you think that China is the counterbalance? I don't personally think so. I mean, I don't know. But do you feel like there's a difference here where there is no such alternative, no such state power to facilitate or even to prove that there is a counter to the way that things have existed under capitalism in the Western world for the past 100 years?
Entirely with you. demise of the Soviet Union was a catastrophe for the West and for the working classes of the West and for the middle classes of the West, even if they didn't realize it. Because let's face it, why was there a national health service in Britain? Why was there a New Deal in the United States?
Yeah.
Why was there free education for children? Only because the bourgeoisie, the ruling class in the West, was absolutely terrified that communism was coming. So these were acts of retreating in certain regards so as not to lose power. And the moment you saw that, the moment the red flag came down from the Kremlin in 1991, all those were taken away. Suddenly, there was a rush to take away whatever benefits and public goods had been made available in order to prevent communism from coming to the West. So this is an interesting dialectical and a very delicious dialectical contradiction. The West, the capitalist West, by invading the Soviet Union in its very early days, it created a realm of fear and terror inside the Soviet Union that led to the rise of Stalin, to the Gulag, and so on. So the West caused the Soviet Union to become barbaric to a very large extent. But the Soviet Union civilized the West. That's my way of thinking about it. But let me talk about fascism here. The fascism of the mid-war period compared to the fascism today. Because there are many similarities. I made the point that our 1929-2008 paved the ground for the rise of the fascists that you refer to, the Orbáns, the Melonis, the Le Pens, the Alternative for Deutschland, the right-wing Brexiteers, Donald Trump, Modi in India, Golden Dawn, and the New Democracy here in Greece, and so on and so forth. But there is a fundamental difference. One you mentioned. There was a strong trade union movement in the 1920s and 30s, which doesn't exist today. That you mentioned, I don't need to mention it myself. But there was also something else. The fascist parties, because of the strong union movement and the strong left-wing, social democratic, communist parties, anarchists in Spain and so on, because of that, the industrial capitalists, the industrialists, financed directly the fascists. So Mussolini and Hitler would never have gotten into power if it was not for the big business, industrial capitalists, that actually saw in the fascists a bulwark against the left.
Can I interject here as well? Because this is a complementary point to the testament of the strength of militant labor movements, that the early fascists, before they completely openly subscribed to fascism, also portrayed themselves as socialists, or well, not real socialists, but like they used the very popular agenda of economic socialism, I guess, without actually ever subscribing to it, of course. But they still use that as a means to galvanize their base, or to bring more people onto their base. Something that I think Tucker Carlson has utilized as well, as a matter of fact, in American propaganda, where sometimes he'll say things where you're like, you're confused by, like he sees the writing on the wall and will regularly use leftist thinking, economic populism. Donald Trump did this as well, as a matter of fact, like true economic populism, in order to develop a base of support without ever actually giving that base the things that he promised, and just only hyper-focusing on the nationalistic components as a means of control.
Indeed. Let's not forget that Mussolini started life as a socialist.
Yeah.
And he was the first political leader in Europe to introduce a fully fledged pension system, non-contributory pension system. If you read, and I had spent, prior to writing a book, 15 years ago, about Europe, I had spent a large and very painful part of my life reading everything that Goebbels had written between 1920 and 1933. It was fascinating. Everything he had written was 4 pages. Everything was 4 pages. It had a 4-page format. The first 2 pages I could have written. The first 2 pages were a critique of capitalism, of financial capitalism, of bankers, of, the way, the exploitation of workers, the cultural aspects of commodification. I could have written, I wish I had written it. And then suddenly, so what do? We kill the Jews, right? That's the second, the bottom of the second page, or into the third and the fourth one. Okay? Similarly, Mussolini, if you read his speeches, especially just before he took over power, what was the deal, the covenant that he was presenting the Italian people? It was, you have been treated like shit. There are these rich bastards, the industrialists, the bankers, the this, that, and the other, that are selling out the country, and you in particular. And I'm offering you the following deal. You will give me absolute power, forget democracy, trade unions, voice, representation, and all that rubbish. You give me absolute power, and I will look after you. And indeed, he looked after them. He gave them pensions. He tripled the minimum wages. What Orban has done in Hungary.
Made the trains run on time, right? That's what they say.
Yeah, but more than that, he actually gave money in the same way that Viktor Orban did in Hungary. He trebled the minimum wage first day. What social democratic government do you know that has done that? None, ever. Okay, so you are absolutely right. But the trade-off is no voice, no democracy, no representation. And then what these fascists used to do is then take the masses that owed them for having been looked after by them and sell them to the industrialists. Essentially do a deal, a corporatist deal. Now, that was then, in the mid-war period. After our generations, 1929, 2008, that didn't happen. And it didn't happen for the reasons that you have outlined. Firstly, we don't have the strong trade unionists, we don't have a strong left. The ruling class are not worried about the left, so they don't have to do any of this. But there is something else as well. The power has shifted away from industrial capital. The industrialists were no longer in control of capitalism. After the end of Bretton Woods in 1971, and by the time Ronald Reagan had taken over under the stewardship of the Federal Reserve by Paul Volcker, power had shifted from the industrial sector to the financial sector, to Wall Street, in the United States, but also in Europe, increasingly. So even if I made you president or prime minister in the 1980s and 90s, you couldn't do a deal between the working class and the industrialists because the industrialists didn't have the power, they didn't have the money. It was the bankers that did. And it is impossible to cut a deal between the financiers and the workers. Or today, the cloud capitalists or cloudalists, as I call them, imagine a government sitting down Jeff Bezos on the one hand and the precariat on the other and saying, we'll cut a deal between you. It's just simply impossible. Physically, it's not possible because of the way that production, exchange, and distribution has been evolving due to technological change. So instead, the fascists put all their eggs in the basket of xenophobia. Okay, they cannot promise you to look after you. I mean, Donald Trump promised it and didn't deliver. And in the end, the only thing that really happens, the dynamic is this. They whip up discontent through the language of Carson, of Trump, of Meloni in Italy. They win power in order supposedly to serve the people, and then they deliver tax cuts to the very rich, especially to the financiers. And then at that point, they get blunted, their own power. So Meloni remains in power in Italy only because she's cut a deal with the establishment, essentially not to be different at all to the previous regime, to the Mario Draghi government, which is really interesting because it's a bit like what happened to the government in which I was minister. After I left, my former comrades that remained in government, who had agreed, they had effectively surrendered to the powers that be fully. They also did exactly what right-wing governments would have done, only with a left-wing tinge, a little bit of pink somewhere, And of course, at that point, the system spits them out, vomits them out. And I think that these fascists will also be vomited out by the system that incorporates them because there is no industrial capital, there are no trade unions, and no government anymore has the capacity to cut a deal, whether it is a National Socialist Nazi deal or a social democratic deal. So I think we're done with all that. Now we have the radical center. We simply have a kind of feudalism with the mediocracy, the media autocracy, and people that are fragmented. the fragmented precariat, cloud serfs, as I call them, cloud proles, the precariat. As far as China is concerned, because you mentioned China before, let me say that I think that China is a remarkable experiment. It's a work in progress. I don't think we can say China is like this. Whatever we say after China is wrong, because China is many things. From some personal experience I have, there are remarkable left-wing voices in the Chinese Communist Party. Very, very astute minds and very progressive people with whom you would find a lot in common. Not everything, but a lot in common. And they represent workers, cooperatives, prefectures, and so on. But in the same Communist Party Central Committee, you have representatives of big business. The aluminium producers that I was talking about before, the cloud capitalists.
The more billionaires than any other party on the planet, sitting active party members.
But that's what I'm saying. The class struggle in China is happening within the Central Committee of the Communist Party, and of course is completely behind closed doors. It's totally opaque to us to know what is going on. That is a great disadvantage, because opacity is never a friend of progress. But it is an interesting experiment. Let me give you another example. At some point, President Xi decided that the cloudalists, as I call them, the owners of cloud capital, the big tech of China, became too rich and too powerful. So he slapped them down.
Yeah.
He got rid of them. He said, no. We've given you the right to get rich, but not that rich. So Jack Ma, you can be a billionaire, bugger off. You're out of Alibaba. This is interesting. I wish we could have a system where instead of the autocrat who occupies the position of the General Secretary of the Communist Party, we could have a citizens' assembly or, representatives of workers playing that role of slapping down those who acquire too much capital and therefore too much power to extract.
Okay, I agree with what you're saying. Maybe I also like the visually. I like the idea of like the Central Committee having closed door Maoist struggle sessions internally. They're humiliating the counter-revolutionary billionaires potentially for engaging in counter-revolutionary sentiment. We have no way of understanding what the Chinese government is going to look like in the next 10 years. I don't think, that's why it's so funny when people always say like, "Oh, China is slated to collapse like tomorrow," not understanding that like it's that you scoff at this as an economist, but the sentiment of those who at least like care to follow China, even from a negative perspective, is almost always what I'm describing to you. If you go on YouTube and you search China, there are a million essays. If you go on Foreign Policy magazine, even though their attitude has shifted recently.
The party line. They are following the party line. This is the Washington consensus, the Washington party line. At some point, it's amazing. We don't need in the United States a KGB. We don't need a communist party or a capitalist party, a reactionary party, because it operates as if there is one. You don't actually.
No, people do it for free.
The beauty of America. There is a party line. Suddenly, they all become anti-Chinese. All the analysts who were proclaiming China as the great capitalist success story, suddenly they are dumping on it, all of them together.
Yeah.
That is not because something changed in China. That's because there's a new line, a new party line.
Yeah. It's very interesting to see that. I mean, that can be talked about in every respect of even leftist organizing. Something is like even when you look at the microcosm of like leftist organizing. In the past, we needed the American government needed COINTELPRO, right? That was a thing that the federal government openly utilized espionage to infiltrate leftist groups, to subvert them, and to cause division, and to either take over or eliminate them, right? And to spy on them and surveil on them. And yet nowadays, like, I don't think there is espionage of that sort. I don't think that the intelligence communities are engaging in that, because people do it to themselves anyway. People have adopted those aesthetics so firmly that like there is genuine momentum from those who consider themselves to be like leftists, who or consider themselves to be socialists of different varieties, constantly infighting and finding new methods of sowing division, wrecking in the old party terminology. we are engaging in wrecking behavior all the time without even recognizing that we're doing it.
Mm-hmm. We're volunteering our views to the owners. But at the same time, I have to tell you that as somebody who has, and that is official, this is not it's not hearsay and it's not my allegation. I've got a 3-point NSA tap on me because of my relationship with Julian Assange. That has been established in the Madrid court in Spain. I have to say that the national security apparatus of the United States, even though you and I are volunteering our data through Amazon, through Google, and so on, they do not rely on big tech. They have their own equipment, they have their own systems, because they understand better than anyone that their own power within the hegemonic space that the United States has created over the last 70 years depends on large-scale capital belonging to them. They believe in state ownership of cloud capital with them at the controls. They understand that.
But they're still operating at the behest of capital owners, though, right? Like, I feel like in the most reductive terms, like, the Chinese government owns the corporations, whereas in America and in Western capitalist nations, the corporations still own the government. So all the decision-making from the states, usually in the Western world, are done to advance the interests of the capital-owning class as a whole.
But don't deny agency to the agents. They have some agent. Let me give you an example. In the 1960s, the American car industry was in the process of being wrecked by Japanese imports.
Oh, yeah.
And the United States could easily have slapped tariffs to prevent Toyotas and Mazdas and Hondas from coming into the country, right? They didn't. And that wasn't because they believed in free trade. It's because they had a plan for using Japan as a proxy for United States power in East Asia. And they wanted a very strong industrial pylon supporting the American dollar in East Asia. And they understood that fully well. I've read transcripts in the Senate, committee hearings, and so on and so forth. And because they had failed in securing China as a vital space where the Japanese cars would be sold, they had to absorb them into the United States. So they actually went to General Motors and they went to Ford and said, okay, listen, we are going to let them in. That will decimate you, but don't worry. We will give you huge defense contracts and other ways of financializing yourself. So you ended up with General Motors becoming a financial company and not a car company. So that's what I mean. They serve the interests of corporate capital, but sometimes they go against what corporate capital instructs them to do, because some of the smarter people in Washington know the interests of corporate America better than corporate America does.
Oh, yeah, no, it still serves, because what you just described is still obviously imperialism, which I believe is a necessity under capitalism. So I think that it served the interest of American imperialism, even in the short term, if it did not serve the interests of American capitalists, at least in certain sectors.
Marx had put it beautifully in the 18th Brumaire when he said that the state, which is the organ of the bourgeoisie, nevertheless has to wield the Damocles sword over the heads of the bourgeoisie in the bourgeoisie's interests.
Yeah, they do the hard stuff sometimes, even if people don't see it, even if they don't have the understanding of an agenda, which, by the way, is yet another argument for the state operating in some way. That's why I think it's laughable to say that, like, the American state is disorganized, or rather, there is no central planning of some sort. After all, our agricultural industry would not exist without severe subsidies, and that's a deliberate mechanism of the state to continue pushing in certain directions, whether it be our interest in fossil fuels, in the way that we subsidize our energy sector. I believe up until maybe like 2016, 2017, 85% of subsidies were still going to fossil fuel providers. So that's like, I think that our state is still operating at the behest of corporations, even when it doesn't seem like it in the short term. And some of those decisions, some of those gambles that we're making are short-sighted in comparison to how the Chinese state operates, as they very quickly seized on renewable energy as the as an important sector and as a growing sector. Partially, they probably couldn't engage in the same level of control over the fossil fuel sector, even though they had, I guess, coal. But they couldn't do that for oil, so they maybe moved in a pragmatic fashion towards working with like the countries that are very resource dense as far as lithium and many of the minerals that we desperately need for both batteries and the like. But I feel like they are making the right gamble as a state, whereas the Western states are making the wrong gamble and are maybe too far gone to recognize that. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Look, if you want to take an even a quite right-wing perspective on this, you come to the same conclusion that the Chinese Communist Party needs development of its people in order to maintain its legitimacy. The United States system doesn't need that. It simply seeks the reproduction of the capital of the corporate sector. That's all they need. They get their capacity to reproduce themselves politically through this faux democracy, this pretend democracy, with periodic elections that are designed to make sure that the demos is never allowed into the American democracy. And at the same time, they extract about 70% of the rest of the world's capitalist profits, which is recycled through Wall Street. So the Chinese simply looked around and they tried to imagine what the next fuel is. It's not going to be oil. It's going to be solar, and it will be wind, and it will be fission. And they're investing like hell on that. So, the Americans, the only thing that keeps the United States system going is the monopoly of the dollar system. They understand that. That's why they will, they will nuke anyone who tries to subsume or to subvert the power of the dollar. That we must remember.
So speaking of de-dollarization, I guess I have heard some of the things you've said about BRICS nations, which I think is hailed up as an alliance that it will inevitably destroy American currency and the power that it holds. I am not as big as a BRICS believer. As I feel like you aren't either, no. Especially considering that like this allegiance is not held by any ideological underpinning. These are countries that are even ironically in conflict with one another. At least the I and the C are in conflict with one another with regular frequency. So what do you have to say to the BRICS defenders? Like, what is your assessment for those of you who don't know? In the chat about the development of BRICS. While you also answer that, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick if you don't mind.
Go ahead. I will talk to our audience.
Go ahead. Yeah. There's 25,000 people listening to what you have to say.
Oh, hello, 45,000 people. Okay, so I think that establishment commentators on the right, underestimate the importance of the BRICS. And my left-wing comrades overestimate the importance of the BRICS. We have. I mean, I would like to see that happening, except that I don't believe it will happen. We would like to see an alternative pole of socioeconomic power and geopolitical power emerging in order to counterbalance American imperialism. And, those who still yearn after the Soviet Union, who are nostalgic about the Soviet Union with all its faults, as Hassan said, and they thought that, quite rightly so, that it was a counterbalance for the United States power. And they would like to say, okay, well, BRICS is the new USSR. Well, it isn't. And I think Hassan mentioned some of the reasons why it isn't. There is no common political economy. What is the relationship between the political economy of South Africa, Saudi Arabia, which is now entering the BRICS, Russia, India, and China? They are just completely different kettles of fish. They are in conflict with one another. The most important aspect, however, of BRICS is a common cause they have, and that is the fear of what I was saying before, the power of the United States bestowed upon the United States by the monopoly of international payments. So if you want to make international payments, you're stuck with the dollar these days. The Chinese, again, as I was alluding to before, the Chinese have created a new superhighway for international payments, which Indian oligarchs, Saudi Arabian oligarchs, Russian oligarchs, Indonesian oligarchs, Malaysian oligarchs, of course, people from, the sheikhs from the United Arab Emirates, they would like to have access to, just in case. This is hedging their bets. They don't want to put all their eggs into the dollar system. That is what, if you look at the BRICS now, what is the interesting part of what the BRICS do? It is the BRICS payment system, which is an alternative to SWIFT. It's an alternative to the dollar system. That's very interesting. What else are they doing, which is interesting? They're creating an alternative to the IMF for the purposes of lending. Before Milei was elected in Argentina, one of the bonds that was maturing by Argentina, and Argentina had to pay to the IMF, was paid for by a loan granted by the Chinese government to the Argentinian government in Argentinian pesos, which meant essentially that the Chinese, who knew, of course, that the Argentinian peso would depreciate relative to the dollar, essentially they were taking the risk of the dollar of the Argentinian peso in repaying part of the debt of Argentina to the IMF. Now, why would the Chinese do that? It's not philanthropy. It's an attempt to bolster this alternative payment and banking system, alternative to the dollar. That is what they have in common. Now, people say, oh, Yanis, does this mean that this is going to be a common currency? No, there can never be a common currency. To have a common currency, you need to have a common capacity to tax, a common capacity to borrow. So for me, the BRICS is an interesting experiment whereby the C, China, creates the financial system, and the B, the R, the I, the S, and all the other letters representing countries that have not entered the BRICS yet, but are in the process of entering, including Saudi Arabia and so on, will be using that system. Now that, friends on the left must understand, is not an alternative ideological bloc like the USSR was. It has very interesting repercussions regarding the monopoly of the dollar and therefore the American capacity to project geopolitical power around the world. But it is work in progress. There are interesting aspects to it, but there's no guarantee that working people are going to benefit from it. Because let's face it, all these capitalists in the BRICS countries still have most of their money in the dollar system, and they want to keep it in the dollar system. Because if you are a producer of BYD cars in China, one of your investors is Warren Buffett, you want to sell them to the Americans. Why would you sell them to the Americans? Because the Americans have a great trade deficit. So the trade deficit of the United States is like a vacuum cleaner sucking BYD cars into the United States. And what do you get? You get dollars, right? So the BRICS payment system and so on, for you, is a backup mechanism, even if you're a Chinese capitalist. This is what my friends, that is, yes, this is what so unless the working class of China appropriates control of the BRICS payment system, it's good that the BRICS payment system will be created. But then we need the second step. The working class of China, of India, of South Africa and so on, to appropriate this BRICS payment system and make it work for them, not for the capitalists.
Yeah, I mean, maybe with this therein lies the question of whether there is a genuine ideological commitment to socialism presented by China, where they would allow such a thing to happen. If there's one country that, in my opinion, has the capacity to do such a thing, it would be China. It definitely, I don't think it would be India. India, I feel like is seen.
It depends on how the class war plays out in China.
Okay,
it will depend who wins the class war in China.
So, yeah. What do you think about? This is not necessarily an argument, but it's just like something I think about a little bit with respect to comparing India's development to China's development and how differently things have played out. They're both to different degrees post-colonial countries in some respects that have been harmed by Western colonial interests, and yet one country seemingly is in the throes of fascism and is very much in favor by the Western capitalists as they present India not only as a emerging market but also as like a beacon of I guess capitalist development. I feel like they're definitely seen as like an ally by Western capitalists in a way that now China is not. China is presented as a threat. And yet, when you look at the even development in China in comparison to no such even development in India, I feel like ideology plays a role there, no? I mean, or I guess like the interest of the government plays a little bit of a role there.
But it does, of course it does. Look, India is also a work in progress, but you're right. The fundamental difference is that it's not incorporated in the international recycling system, a system of recycling surpluses and deficits. India is a deficit country without a huge deficit, a lot of poverty. There is industrialization, but at the same time, there is so much cronyism and oligopolistic power, which is unchecked by government. It's a weak government. It's a government that only manages to gain such large percentages by essentially fomenting ethnic rivalries and oppression of one ethnic group by another ethnic group. This is not how the Chinese Communist Party did its accomplished its own management of the social economy of China. Already you see that before there was substantial development in India, the degree to which you have cartels forming that are extracting huge quantities of value from the middle class and the petty bourgeoisie and taking the money out of India. For instance, buying the government of the United Kingdom as well as its industry. Jaguar belongs to the Indians now. And diversifying around the world before, not like the Chinese who created a very strong industrial matrix with all sorts of products becoming very competitive across the world and then extending its power or spreading its wing outside of China. You have few oligarchs in India who are already taking their money out of India and using the fascistic government of Modi in order to keep everybody under a lid. So the developmental power of India, which is great, is not being harnessed, not yet. And the political game and the way it plays out is going to be essential in determining the chances of India, of the Indian working classes, for a modicum of shared prosperity, which the Chinese have succeeded in acquiring.
Isn't this a testament that, or isn't this a lesson for Western nations to pay attention to, as far as, and it's one that I hear being channeled by the European Union, as a matter of fact, that state-controlled economies are impossible to combat impossible to combat in the global marketplace, especially if they reach a level of development where they can compete with where they, I guess, can compete with American interests and Western interests in general, that it is virtually impossible to go up against them because of how much control they have over their industrial output. Like they're not as weak and susceptible to the boom and bust cycle that capitalist forms of governance are. One example I'll use, I guess, is like you mentioned, the BYD cars, right? The electric vehicles are just far too cheap for European industry to compete with, and this has become such an obvious issue for Europe, possibly led by the German industrialist interests here, to put an end to the almost invasion of very cheap, very affordable Chinese electric vehicles. I remember, I think, someone in the chat just linked this as well. Janet Yellen talking about China's overproduction of clean energy goods need to be mitigated. I think the EU said something along the lines of, we have to do something about like subsidizing Chinese EV development because they are absolutely gutting our gutting the space that we had assigned for European car manufacturers.
Okay, let me add to what you said and then take a position. Before 2009, 2008, 2009, the line across Europe, the party line, and to a very large extent in the United States, was that China can never be a threat because even though they are very good at copying what we do and our technologies, It's a good place to subcontract our second-rate production lines because they can produce en masse older technologies. And because they are a centrally planned, communist-led government, they can never innovate. And then they innovated, and then they changed their tune.
Yeah.
But beyond that, it's not that the Chinese innovated. After the 2008 financial crash, when we had, in April of 2009, the great and the good of the G7 presidents and prime ministers and central bankers gathering in London under the chairmanship of Gordon Brown, who was the prime minister of Britain then, in order to decide to agree amongst themselves the great bailout of the bankers. They printed $35 trillion between 2009 and 2020, and they handed it over to the financiers. And at the same time, they practiced austerity. So let's say you are Volkswagen in Germany. The phone rings, and it's Deutsche Bank. We've just been given a few billion from the European Central Bank just that day to disperse, to lend. You're Volkswagen, and your bank is giving this money away to you for free. Take billions, take it now. Billions, no interest rate. Why would Deutsche Bank give it away for no interest rate? Because it was getting it from the European Central Bank at negative interest rates. So Deutsche Bank was making money by giving away money, billions, for free to Volkswagen, right? But the people in Volkswagen who were not stupid, right? They looked at people around Europe who were hit by austerity, and they were impecunious. They said, yeah, as if we're going to invest in new EV vehicles, the equivalent of Tesla, or fancy new cars, products, whatever. These people won't be able to buy it. So they took their money from Deutsche Bank because it was free, and they took it to the Frankfurt Stock Exchange, and they bought Volkswagen shares. That's not investment. So to cut a long story short, Hassan, between 2009 and 2022, there was no investment in Germany. Zero.
The thing that you just mentioned is a product. I mean, is a financial tool that I here in the United States of America am of course very familiar with, considering that has been the entire financial transaction for virtually every single massive American corporation since the Reagan era. The process that you described being illegal before the Reagan era, stock buybacks.
Yeah, that's what they did. So they didn't invest. Meanwhile, the Chinese were investing as if there is no tomorrow. They boosted their gross capital formation, the actual percentage of income invested, from an already outrageously high 30% to 50%. They built 22,000 miles of superfast trains. They invested massively in battery technology, right? So today, they can produce a remarkable car that is better than Tesla, for $30,000.
Not saying much. Tesla sucks. Sorry.
Right? So Volkswagen, who has no access to rare earths, no access to battery technology, they have to buy all that from China. They cannot compete. And then they're kicking and screaming blue murder, that the Chinese are practicing, they're using unfair trade practices. Rubbish. They haven't been investing for 2 decades while you were asleep at the wheel doing share buybacks.
No, absolutely. Yeah, this is very interesting to think about. Okay, I've had you here for 2 hours now, 2 hours plus, and thank you so much for all the time you gave this community. I have a couple last questions. Let me think. There was another thing I wanted to bring up here. I think it was not about investment, but shit. The conversation about stock buybacks just broke my brain a little bit. People want me to ask you about loot boxes and what you think about. There's a lot of Steam Valve interest in this community for understandable reasons. This is this is a gaming platform that we're on primarily. U.S.'s economic allies? No, that's not what it is. Yeah. Okay. What do you think about loot boxes?
I don't know much about it because you see, I cut my links since I left there. My job, let me tell you what it was. My job was to study their economy. They had no idea of how that economy worked. It had spontaneously emerged. They had never planned it. They never designed it. It was just a perfect example of what Hayek referred to as spontaneous order. And I went there, tried to study the dynamics of price formation, of the probability of bubbles inflating and then deflating very suddenly and creating damage to the player community, how the trading rooms should work in order to minimize the costs of subterfuge by people who were leaving and going to eBay. I spent there 1 year. That's what I learned. And then I moved on. Then I had to negotiate with the IMF as the failed finance minister of the most bankrupt European state.
Okay, let me ask you. This is silly questions. Now, what do you have to say to those? I personally think this is a very reactionary response to anyone and everyone that is even like remotely presenting of like progressive causes. But one thing that we see in the United States of America is this notion that socialism implies that you have to live a very ascetic lifestyle, that socialism and success are not aligned with one another. You brought up something inadvertently without even probably realizing, but you said, what if I'm selling you a house for $500,000? You're selling me a house for $500,000 and I'm offering you $1 million. You probably don't know this, but I am an owner of a house. I'm living inside of it right now. This is seen as an unimaginable sin by those who have no understanding of socialism. What do you think about the notion that socialism and being successful or being affluent cannot coexist?
Well, you see, the whole point about being a socialist is wanting everybody to be well off, not wanting anyone to be a victim of exploitation. Now that, in my case, I have a very nice house here where I am.
I can see it's a wonderful kitchen.
A very nice place, especially if you saw the view during the day outside. My privilege is bordering on the sinful. The question is, are you prepared, if needs be, are you prepared to downsize, to give it up, so as to live under circumstances of shared prosperity? And the answer must be yes. Yeah. And it is yes. Do I feel guilty that my income is above the median income? No, because I don't think socialism would be promoted if I fell below the median. If it were to be promoted, I would do it. And one final point. We Marxists, we are not against the products of capitalism, of the production line. We are against the social relations of production, which confine ownership of those machines to the 0.001%, and the rest become slaves of that 0.001%. I'm not going to smash my phone because it is an instrument for Jeff Bezos, and I'm not going to smash my motorcycle, particularly my motorcycle, with which I'm in love, because it was produced by Yamaha. There I plugged Yamaha as well. And one final point, if I may. When we fought for equal civil rights in the Deep South of the United States, we did, some of us, or against apartheid in South Africa, or against what's happening now in Gaza. We were privileged. Well, you know what? It takes a little bit of privilege to have the time and the capacity to dedicate yourself to that struggle. Because if I were an Uber driver, driving 15 hours a day in order to put food on the table for my children, I wouldn't be able to have this conversation with you today. I wouldn't be able to write books. I wouldn't be able to agitate. I wouldn't indeed have the power to run for elections. Okay, so let's not fetishize wealth, but not fetishize poverty at the same time.
To be rich is to be glorious, in the words of Deng Xiaoping. No, I'm kidding. No, but yes,
we have another thing. We have another thing in common. Do you know what we have in common?
What do we have in common?
We've been speaking for 2 hours, and our dogs have been asleep next to us.
Yeah, well,
yours behind, mine over there.
It's because I work her out in the morning, every morning. Well, your dog is sleeping because it's 1 a.m. over there, but my dog is sleeping because she ran a lot this morning, and I have to do that because I stream for 8 hours every day, agitating and propagandizing to the best of my ability.
My dog does the same thing, during the day, after a big run in the morning, a lot of zooming and a lot of sleeping by my dog next to me. So I'm familiar with your circumstances.
Yeah. Well, Yanis, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on. This was phenomenal. I've been a big fanboy of yours for quite some time. I hope I wasn't too annoying. And also, I want to give a shout out to Ewout from the Netherlands, who's a big fan of mine, apparently, and was really keen on making this chat happen. It was a little bit difficult, I will admit, to like go a little back and forth and secure a time slot, especially with the international time zone difference. Yeah. But I just wanted to give them a shout out. That's what DM25 asked in the DMs. And I am very glad that it happened finally. Are you coming to America anytime soon? Are you coming to LA anytime soon?
Not anytime soon. We have European Parliament elections in June, and we are running here in Germany and Italy because we are true internationalists. We're the only people who are running in different countries at the same time. And after that, I think I'm going to collapse during the summer and head for the United States in the autumn. Oh, okay. Well, maybe,
Who knows? Maybe I'll be in your neck of the woods sometime. So is there anything you want to mention? Is there anything you want to plug before we leave?
Two things, if I may. First, let's all remain vigilant about the slow murder of Julian Assange, my great friend who is in the Belmarsh prison, for revealing the crimes our governments have committed in our name behind our backs. And secondly, let me say that next week I'm going to go to your town in Istanbul.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Speak to comrades there. And I think you and I should join forces, amongst other things, in order to bring about greater solidarity amongst progressives in our two countries.
I agree 100%. As long as you give us baklava, as long as you say baklava is Turkish.
Baklava is in Greek as well. We have the same word.
Oh, no. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on. This was wonderful. Have a good one.
Yep.
Bye. All right. That was Yanis Varoufakis, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Hasan collab tracker updated here. Let's look at that real quick. There it is. Some of the other fraudulent balds who have refused to come on the broadcast in comparison to our favorite Yanis Varoufakis. That was awesome. This is one of those moments where I have to be a little lame about it, but this is someone who I've read, who I've been watching for many, many years. And the fact that I have an opportunity to be able to have a conversation almost as peers, as comrades, as he said, is really, really remarkable. Oh, yeah. Yanis Varoufakis is incredible. And I'm really glad that he came on. Northern Lion mentioned you today. What is this?
There's multiple not real guys in one go. If you want to see someone argue with real guys, Hasan's stream is that way. Actually, I'm mirrored. It's that way, okay? We argue with people we make up here. It's a different sort of vibe. One's not better, one's not worse. That was multiple not.
No, objectively, mine is worse. But yeah, that was sick. That was actually sick. So why are you anti-bald? I am so pro-bald. Are you kidding me? I'm a fetishizer of the balds. But yeah. Interesting to learn that Giannis didn't really do much at Valve. Yeah. Giannis mogged you. Of course he did, bro. He's a sexy king. But anyway, I thought you could yap. Then I watched the Northern Lions thing. He's king of yap. Oh yeah. Oh, he yaps. Anyway, he's the best. I wrote my law school capstone in 2015 on Syriza Party and the EU Constitution. Very influenced by Giannis. Excellent interview. Yeah. It is kind of funny because I've talked about having Yanis Varoufakis on for like the past 5 years. Will this whole interview go up on YouTube? Sure. Yes. Thanks for letting Hoscore to the community ask some questions. They were some great questions, some of which I already had been interested in featuring regardless, like asking myself. So it was very cool. Anyway, I was unsure about Giannis because bald, but the China glaze won me over. I mean, it's hard not to glaze China. Let's be real. Did not ask if he watches One Piece, though. I know. So let's get back to the news. Let's get back to what's going on in the real world. One, this guy pops off on Twitter quite a bit. His name is Arash Azizi. He's like the Iranian dissident. He wrote a really sick piece of opinion, a really sick opinion editorial. Why America's leftist literati love to fetishize Hamas brutality. When Western leftists celebrate an open defense of Hamas's exhilarating murder of civilians but censor text that humanize Israelis or deplatform Jews, They're not acting in solidarity with Palestinians. It's an armchair glorification of faraway violence that could rightly be called colonial. Who's doing this? Who's doing this? It's awesome. There's this whole class of ostensibly progressive writers who, for the last 6 months, have dedicated the majority of public real estate to berating some imaginary leftists while 1 million children are literally being starved in Gaza. Just the most despicable creatures. I agree. What? This video criticizing Fallout for race mixing? Amazon's Fallout is a glorified humiliation ritual. Oh my God, this is such good hogwash. Thank you. Have I seen Fallout? Yes, I love Fallout. It was really good. Wait, what? There's more explosions in Iraq? What the fuck? Update. More footage of explosions in the Babylon governorate in Iraq, in central Iraq. What the fuck? Yeah. Turns out we were doing Gaza this whole time. Yeah. So we talked extensively about the fucking oh my God, his Substack is shut off now, I think. We talked extensively about the dude who lit himself on fire, okay? You missed it. If you came in here later in the day, you missed it. I talked about it for a fucking hour and a half, okay? I'm sick and tired of talking about it. Jesus Christ. We've definitely talked about it enough, okay? Yes, the dude, as far as I understand it, was like in the same communities. He is conspiracy minded, conspiracy theory, brain-addled dude who unfortunately was very sick. Okay, that's it. There's no other take in this circumstance. People are going to probably in the upcoming days use this to compare him to Aaron Bushnell, say the left is crazy, look at how crazy the left is, yada yada yada. And there are certainly crazy people on the left too, that's not like the left is not perfect. Okay, there are people who consider themselves to be leftists who are fucking objectively brain broken as well. Okay, don't give in to the throes of reactionary thinking and conspiratorial mindset. And also don't make the comparison between him and someone who was very clear in what they mentioned and what their goals were overall, like Aaron Bushnell. Okay. I heard the strike from Iran came from Azerbaijan. Have you read anything different, or is it too early? I don't know. It's like pretty ridiculous to look at a dude who's like against the genocide in Gaza, who we all recognize is happening, versus a dude who thought that like the Clinton crime family was, I guess, using NYU to run a blackmail operation against cryptocurrency and Peter Thiel. I don't fucking know. So, that's like one is one has a direct goal of raising awareness and is paying the ultimate price and engaging in a historical, but ultimately incredibly radical act of protest, the most radical act of protest. Okay. Versus a dude who believed in a litany of insane conspiracy theories. Crypto is a Ponzi scheme. He was right about that. Oh God, I really do think that this, what I liken this person who self-immolated to? Dumbasses who look at like the fucking Unabomber and think he's based. Okay. Yeah, we meme about that shit, but ultimately it is riddled to the fucking brim with inconsistencies. Okay, like what do you mean base? Like you think he had like really good ideas? Like no, you're talking about a dude who literally was like, I'm gonna destroy technological advancements by what? Blowing the fucking fingers of dudes who work at Radio Shack and grad students. Like really? That was what you were doing. His methods were fucking stupid. His ideology was inconsistent, unless you're talking about how fascist he was. And that's it. My point is, I guess you can have a someone who is ostensibly leftist who is in the throes of like, I guess, somewhat some level of leftist politics who is doing something similar to that as well. Just a certified not reactionary, but a certified wacko nonetheless. Okay. He insisted on using wood instead of metal for containing his bombs, which severely reduced their effectiveness. Yeah. Anyway, all right. How did it feel losing 2 debates in a row? Tough. Yeah, the real form of technological oppression is college students still having hands. That's what Ted Kaczynski knew and did a phenomenal job of fighting against. This was the overall sentiment of the interview I see from everybody. Hassan yapping, Giannis, Giga Chad. He mogged me. It is pretty funny to think that, like, he's so fucking cool, dude. God damn it. He also gives me confidence that, like, if I do TRT in the future and lose my hairline, it'll be fine. Things will be all right. I mean, look at him. He's 63 years old. All right. Was this your H3 Bill Burr moment? No, of course not. What do you mean? He was, I think he very much enjoyed that conversation. I'm sure if he looks back at these fucking memes, though, he'll probably feel weird about it. So I feel embarrassed to keep looking at this. Does he make you want to get a PhD in econ? Kind of. No lie, he does. I'm not sure if you're aware. Oh, I'm aware. All right. Yeah, I mean, dude, he's 63. I didn't know if he knew what the fucking Steam Deck was. That's not that crazy for me to say. Or the fact that we call Gaben a legend in this community. You know what I mean? Anyway, Gabe, whom I know personally, that was fucking sick too. Yes, Gabe, whom I know personally. All right. Anyway, I gotta be done. I am an adult man. Why am I fucking? Okay, we gotta stop. I'm stopping. We're moving on. I'm giggling like a schoolgirl right now. All right. A few days ago, a TikTok user posted a video explaining how a Cybertruck accelerator pedal cover had slipped upwards and wedged against the wall of the footwell, holding the throttle open. That has now led to a recall of every delivered Cybertruck. Every delivered Cybertruck. Do you understand?
This is a pretty serious headline. So Tesla recalls all 4,000 Cybertrucks.
This comes right after Tesla was forced to downsize by 10%, by the way. Things are not looking good for our boy Elon, who sucks. Stop believing in him. Check your 2024 predictions. Wait. Oh my God, did I have a fucking prediction on this? Hold up. What was it? Wait. No, did I? 2024 goals and predictions. 2.8 mil, 2024 charity, 3 mil, catch up on One Piece, collab more podcast experience, travel more, go to Australia. Ooh, I did do that. Stretch goal, Muay Thai camp in Thailand. Oh, 2024 predictions. I am not confident in any of this. Don't be baited into thinking it's a hard prediction. Trump doesn't go to jail. Mitch McConnell dies. Oh my God. For a second, I got so excited. I thought he actually had died, except he had just retired. Bill Clinton dies. Ukraine war gets one more final push, but in the absence of interest, ends with ceding ground to Russian annexation, causing major rift in Ukraine, putting Zelensky at odds with Zelensky, Polish-Ukrainian relationship rift over economy. China doesn't annex Taiwan. Irish unification. U.S. economy breaches. Major Cybertruck recall! Oh! Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. It's so funny because, like, no matter what happens, Israel starts forcible relocation of Palestinians in Gaza to Sinai, plus other regional Muslim nations, including Turkey, take in refugees. I mean, I did predict this in writing a school paper, but no, I mean, every time I fucking have a lock, every time I have a fucking lock, and you guys need to find when I actually predicted this, so we show the video and not just like a screenshot of it. But every time I have a lock, it always feels like it's hollow. Like it doesn't feel like a solid. It feels like it was so obvious. You know what I mean? Custom 4Gs on the Cybertruck. Oh yeah. Check in on your friends. Check in on your influencer friends who have Cybertrucks, guys. Many of us, I'm sure, went and bought a $100,000 dummy. Predictions. Wait, what do you mean? No, give me an actual clip that I can download with ease, not the video. Return your Cybertruck. Oh, 2024 predictions. I am not confident in any of this. Don't be baited into thinking it's a hard prediction. Trump doesn't go to jail. Mitch McConnell dies. Oh my God. For a second, I got so excited. I thought he actually had died. It's not the same shirt. This is a clip from this stream, chat. He literally clipped 3 seconds prior. Y'all are dumb as hell, bro. I mean, so am I. Thank you, Lil Bear.
Hi, Elon Musk's Cybertruck has been a...
Oh, this is the launch. This predates the actual... I'm afraid I have bad news. That's what I'm going to say to phase your rage. Okay. Let's look at what's happening
that could
here.
potentially turn the stainless steel truck into a 6,800-pound land missile. The truck's stuck accelerator pedal problem creates chaos among the owners of the truck. A design flaw in the accelerator pedal has reportedly caused deliveries to be halted, potentially ahead of a recall. Owners of the Tesla Cybertruck are coming forward with an issue that could potentially turn the stainless steel truck into a 6,800-pound land missile. One owner has outlined his experience with a fault in the design of the Cybertruck's accelerator pedal. The cover of the pedal can slip off and lodge itself into a seam in the driver's side footwell, causing the pedal to remain pressed. Fortunately, the owner who experienced this issue was able to stop the acceleration by pressing the brake, which cuts power to the drive motors. However, as soon as the driver lifted their foot off of the brake, they reported that the truck immediately accelerated at full throttle. Kind of scary considering the 6,800-pound truck can sprint from 0 to 60 miles per hour in under 2 points.
So apparently the Cybertruck has a stop zone, and I might know why. It's got something to do with the accelerator pedal.
Once again, rich douchebags unfortunately making their problems and their interests everybody else's problems, because it's not like one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, no, this is just going to be an issue for me and me alone. It's going to be an issue for the fucking children that are crossing the road when you're, driving 100 miles down the fucking alleyway because your pedal is just stuck.
So let me show you something interesting about.
Thanks, Elon. Very cool.
My Cybertruck is, that pedal looks different, right? Because it's missing this. So a couple days ago I'm driving, and let me see if I can get a good view here. I'm driving and this goes here. As I'm driving, this slid up and wedged itself just like that. I know it's not clipped on, so it's kind of hard to see, but
that's fucking incredible, bro. Meek Mill, first day I bought this car. Wait, what? That's not the Cybertruck, bro. What are you talking about? Brake pedal came off with door open, no safety effects, no laser sensor working. This knocked me out bad. I was in the park and the car started pulling off. That's not Cybertruck. What the fuck are you talking about?
This wedged itself right there. And as you can see, based on the design of the floorboard, this sliding up, and the way this was still hooked onto the pedal, it held the accelerator down 100% at full throttle. Now, I was luckily had a clear mind, didn't panic, and holding the brake down overrides the pedal. So I was able to stop the car, but anytime I lift the brake, it would start accelerating again. I stopped the car, put it in park, got out. At first I thought the pedal was broken, but then I realized that nope, this was wedged down here under this.
If he had a clear mind, he would not have purchased one of these. Toyota got a class action lawsuit for so much less. Old folks stacking floor mats, causing them to slip and cover the gas pedals. This is just a horrible design flaw. Yeah, but you can't really fault Tesla for anything. We don't really do any regulation, do we? When's the last time Bill Burr reacted to the impressions of himself and you're in it? That's not real.
Who likes to see an...
That's not fucking real, dude. No, that's not real. There's no way. You're such a liar. You lied to me. You're lying. Oh, God. Oh, I hope that's not real. But part of me does want it to be real. Oh, nope. You're a liar. You're a liar. See? That's crazy that you did that. That's so fucked up. You're a bad person. You're a bad person for that. You briefly got my fucking hopes up. Is on Tesla, Twitter, and the Cybertruck, etc. Okay, that's a good one. Major Cybertruck recalls. There will be a major Cybertruck recall. Prediction. Thank you, Lil Bear. What do you say? The prophecy cometh or something? The prophecy fulfilled. I don't want to say Lisan al-Gaib as it was written. I'll just say as it was written. That's like less lame. For your reason you're not organized with Progressive International? What do you mean? No. Bro, this is can you please predict that we're going to have a global socialism in a few years or something? Bro, my predictions work because I only predict bad things, dude. That's the whole point. Good things don't fucking happen, big dog. It's a pleasant surprise when it does, but oh, I guess Irish unification is good. Yeah, notice how there are some good predictions in there. They just haven't happened yet and probably won't. Is this happening though? Wait, what do you mean? Yes, Cybertruck Cybertruck is literally fucking recalling every single Cybertruck, every single one. Luckily, there's only like 3,800 of them, but
this little section here, not allowing this pedal to come back up. So, yeah, looks like there's a recall or some kind of stop sell for that. Somebody that panics, that could be pretty dangerous. Crazy.
What? Hey, just some context. Tesla has had numerous recalls, but resolved them using an over-the-air update, leading to many fanboys to say Tesla has never had any real recalls, making it better than other car manufacturers. This is the first time that a recall where the car has to come in and take place, which has led to a lot of shit talking. I mean, they're just not. Listen, reach out to your Tesla fanboys, okay? They've been having a bad time for quite some time now, but especially today.
Well, this is a pretty serious headline. So Tesla recalls all 4,000 Cybertrucks they've ever made due to a faulty accelerator pedal. But the story behind it is also kind of strange. So here, this is the accelerator pedal of the Tesla Cybertruck. Apparently there is an unapproved change to the adhesive holding the pedal to the pad that it's on. So some extra soap or something like that. So if you hit the pedal hard enough, it could become unstuck. Now I guess that's not the end of the world, but actually if you look up here in the footwell of the truck, this shelf's angle here is unfortunately the perfect angle that if the pedal does happen to get unstuck, and somebody actually showed this, it actually pins down the whole accelerator pedal at 100% throttle. So this goes from being a pretty annoying build quality issue to a pretty serious safety issue that's gonna need to be fixed. But PSA, if you do actually have a Cybertruck, the brake pedal does override that accelerator, but also definitely take it to the service center because, well, this is a pretty serious headline. So Tesla recalls...
Bro, even when he's talking about this like massive flaw, I swear to God, bro, tech YouTubers are just built different. I don't know how to describe it. I guess it's because like you already dialed into it, like you already bought into it, right? So it's so hard not to go back on it. I don't know. He is so goddamn charitable to Tesla. It's crazy. Yeah, I know. He's just like, it's just a small flaw. It's not that big of a deal. You can override it with a brake pedal. It's like, dude, are you serious? Are you crazy? That's crazy. I forgot. Azan does not fuck with Marquez. Wait, what? No. I like him. What do you mean? Where is this meta coming from? It's becoming a bit of a meme. No, I have no issue with him at all. I like him. He's like a very inoffensive, random guy. Like, Elon is also asking shareholders to approve him giving like $50 billion for doing such a good job to Tesla. Oh, this was awesome. Yeah, this payout was also stopped in Delaware. No, the Tesla would ask shareholders to reapprove CEO Elon Musk's $56 billion pay package. Months after a Delaware court found it deeply flawed and voided it, the company is also seeking to reincorporate in Texas as a direct result of the court decision. Musk has publicly and bitterly decried both the decision and continued incorporation in Delaware in the aftermath of the case, but Tesla's board says it arrived at both decisions independently. Yeah, Cybertruck deliveries have supposedly resumed. This is how they fixed it. A 5-cent rivet. Yeah, I mean, that's all it takes, baby. Look at that. Tesla will be temporarily installing a rivet at the bottom of all existing pedal covers till a new part is produced and shipped. God, I love Tesla. Thank you for existing, Elon. Elon's existence proves literally every single thing I say about the billionaire class, about capitalism. He is a walking, talking, proof in the pudding ass dude. For he literally ruins the concept of meritocracy every single day of his existence. So many memes, so many lies hold this entire system together. Meritocracy is real. If you work hard, then you'll fucking make it, okay? You'll have the American dream. You'll be a billionaire too one day. Well, the CEOs deserve that kind of money because they're working really fucking hard. You know what I mean? These are profoundly intellectual, profoundly smart individuals. That's why they arrived at the places that they did. Elon ruins all of those arguments every fucking day, bro. Every day of the goddamn week. This motherfucker is just going, nope, that's all fake. And yet, because we are all so tapped in and we are all so invested in the lie at this point that capitalism has to be good. It has to be, because I'm so scared if it's not, what the fuck, everything I knew was wrong all along, that people still go, nah, you're wrong. Keep coping. He's got billions. Shut the fuck up. But he has marketed himself well. Most of the people I work with think Elon is the greatest person ever. Yeah, because people are fucking stupid. That's the whole point. We're all a bunch of peasant-brained dumbasses at the end of the day. And all he had to do was just not be a spoiled man-child who is thin-skinned and is a petulant asshole and an overall objective dumbass. Like, it was so easy for him. He was using the multi-billion-dollar propaganda machine to his benefit. Everybody thought he was fucking Iron Man. You know what I mean? He doesn't have to do that. He didn't have to do any of this stuff. He's coming for you. I mean, is he? Oh. All right, let's get to the real world news. Iran downplays Israel's retaliatory attack on an airbase.
After 5 days considering its next move, Israel launched an attack on Iran in the early hours of Friday morning. The target was an airbase near the central city of Isfahan. A few hundred miles north in the capital Tehran, passengers were ordered to evacuate the international airport for fear of an attack there. By first light, the skies were calm.
I like that. I like mainstream media being like, well, this was a retaliatory attack. Why did Iran's attack never get considered as a retaliatory attack? It was an unprecedented attack. An unprecedented attack by Iran. Like, yeah, sure, it was unprecedented. So what's up? How come it's retaliatory when Israel does it, but not retaliatory when Iran does it?
Again. This was filmed at the nearby Isfahan nuclear facility. Not itself a target, but by hitting close by, Israel had made a point. By breakfast time, Iranian state media was reporting that a few small drones had been shot down. It was the start of a building narrative.
Everything is back to normal.
The sound heard early in the morning today in Esfahan was not an explosion. It was our powerful air defense firing at a suspicious object. It caused no damage or incident at all.
Iran's attack had like 300 missiles and drones. Little bro, not saying it wasn't retaliation. I'm saying it was definitely different than this feather of an attack. I agree. We are in agreement that this is a feather of an attack. I still think it is unacceptable and unimaginable that Israel chose to do this, because it's not like there was no guarantee that Iran would not retaliate. That's number one. Number two, America told them not to. So the fact that they still did it wasn't even a fuck you to Iran as much as it was a fuck you to Joe Biden. That's what I said last night, and I will reiterate that position. Israel, by doing this, especially when there was no guarantee that Iran would not retaliate at all, basically just, instead of violating Iranian sovereignty, especially considering how minimal and how anemic this attack was, they basically only violated American sovereignty, or rather America's control over the region. They literally were just like, someone in the chat yesterday likened this to, you know, when you tell a child not to kick the chair and then they just do like one last kick after you say, don't kick the chair. That's what they did. They were like, nope. And then they stop. And then the child stops, but it's still like, nope, I'm going to do one last one. I have the last word. I told you so. And it's so crazy, bro. And you know America isn't going to do shit about Israel going against their word. Yeah, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Don't you think there's more to it that Biden officially says don't attack and privately Israel says do whatever it takes? No, I think Biden genuinely did not want Israel to attack. I do believe that. You want to know why I believe that? Because obviously if Israel does attack Iran and then Iran fucking retaliates, it's bedlam. It's World War III. America inevitably gets drawn into the conflict because they have an unconditional commitment to defending Israel, right? This is such a funny take. Oh my God. I wish I had that same opinion. I wish I came up with it myself. Sean says, remember when Joe Biden's dog kept biting everyone a lot? Like it was in the news constantly attacking people dozens of times. It happened. And it was confusing to me because why would they let that go on for so long? It's the White House. They can't stop a dog attacking people. If any movies are made out about the Biden presidency in the future, they're gonna have a really handy metaphor for the whole administration right there. Metaphor aside, and speaking just about the dog situation, it really is weird by itself that the dog hospitalized multiple people and they still kept letting it near people without a muzzle. Like, what are you doing? Oh, for those of you who are asking the obvious question, which is really, there's a really funny answer for it. What was Israel's excuse to attack Iran the first time? Well, the excuse was these guys are Hamas, which they're not, but they were saying that, well, maybe they planned the attack, but they didn't really, and also they didn't even say that really. Some other outlets did report on it, so, even though it was false. They don't really need to give a fucking reason for why they attacked the Iranian embassy. Let's be for fucking real. However, a very funny piece of information came out yesterday. An article in the New York Times titled, "We didn't think," well, not titled that, but I'm paraphrasing here. "We didn't think Iran would be that mad if we violated their sovereignty by attacking the fucking Damascus consulate compound." So now, even if they obviously thought Iran would retaliate or not, they want to communicate to the Western media, at least, that, yeah, no, they are that stupid. It's awesome. Fucking awesome. What are we doing here? When I was a little kid, my older brother used to hit me all the time. I was a stubborn kid, so I always hit him back, but he was so much bigger than me, so in return, I got beat up even worse. Still, I always felt like I had to give the last blow, so at a certain point, I would retaliate with just a light tap, one that he wouldn't even notice. That was my way to feel like I won. This is what Israel's response in Iran was like. For once, it could not act like the neighborhood bully as it usually does, but had to resort to the methods of a 6-year-old. I can understand why it drives some Israelis crazy. They're used to Israel being able to terrorize the region without suffering any real consequences. Reality has changed, it seems. Yeah, internally, I think this, like, again, anemic response that was a light tap that I think wanted to show Iran that they have the targeting capabilities to avoid their anti-air defenses to a certain degree and can, like, operate drones either within the Iranian borders or very close to the Iranian borders through other regional actors that doesn't have to directly be an Israeli national sitting on top of a fucking mountain, is probably like the message that they were trying to convey. But ultimately what ended up happening is that it was so, like, minuscule that Iran did not turn around and make a bigger deal out of it whatsoever. I hope they don't respond to this, by the way. I think that that would be the reasonable thing to do. And of course, Ben Gvir and those in Israel, as BM correctly is pointing out here, are very fucking upset because they think it was, you know, lame as hell. It was tiny. Yeah, this was the New York Times article. I fucking love these pieces, bro. Miscalculation led to escalation and clash between Israel and Iran. Israeli officials say they didn't see a strike on a high-level Iranian target in Syria as a provocation and did not give Washington a heads up about it until right before it happened. Okay, then. Are you 5 years old? Is this... What happened? Rank inflation so hard in the Israeli military that, like, we got literal 6-year-olds that are making these decisions? The fuck do you mean, oopsie? They made everybody into a general. There's babies with binkies and shit going, "That's right, terror babies. I am here to kill the terror babies in Iran." What is happening here? Actually, yes, bomb the consulate. It will be fine. Yeah, I mean, here, this is exactly, look. Iran says it will respond at maximum level if Israel acts against its interests. This is from today, after the strike. Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir-Abdollahian speaks next to his Sri Lankan counterpart Ali Sabri following a bilateral meeting during his visit in Colombo, Sri Lanka, where he says Iran will respond at an immediate and maximum level if Israel acts against its interests. If Israel wants to do another adventurism and act against its interests on Iran, our next response will be immediate and will be at a maximum level. No, this isn't before today. This is after yesterday's slap. It's just like, no, it's not before. No, this is after. Bro, his comments follow reports of an Israeli strike on Iran early Friday. Hello, it's right here. Hello, guys. Read. In the name of Allah, read, okay? It's literally the first surah of Quran. Read, he said to Muhammad, the prophet, peace be upon his name. Fuck! And to those of you who are confused, and you might be saying, well, didn't they say this before the attack? Yes, they did. So why are they saying it after the attack? Because they're basically saying the attack is negligible and so marginal that it basically did not happen. If only Israel would have operated in a similar fashion after the Iranian retaliation. But they didn't. Okay? They didn't. You want to know why? Because they're fucking childlike. Because this is almost identical to the same assessment capabilities that Israel has. This is why I am saying that this was a bigger fuck you to America than Iran. Like, it's ridiculous. It's just objectively a bigger fuck you to America, especially after the United States of America literally was like, you can invade Rafah as a treat. Please, we'll do anything. We won't serve you at the top of the hour ad breaks at the top of the hour. Just kidding. We will do that. But don't worry. You can defend against that by subscribing for $5 or for free. De-escalate against the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free, or by getting gifted a sub by Masuzi B. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I love when you speak praise of Allah. I know you're atheist, but may Allah guide you without you knowing. Keep doing the work of good, brother. Okay. Hey, Hassan, this is unrelated to the topic, but I just want to thank you for the Walking Dead content you've been doing lately. I'm going through a really shitty phase of my life. Seeing you play that game has been such a good distraction and a way to forget about my problems for a bit. Sorry for interrupting the news coverage. No problem. Hope things get better for you, brother. Squirrel Kami, thank you for the 5 gifted. Tony Frontera, thank you for the 5 gifted, allowing a total of 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Anyway, the reason why Iran is reiterating their position is because they're saying, like, this wasn't real, but if you do actually make this real, it will be bad for you. So Itamar Ben-Gvir is very mad. Apparently, this statement, he's very mad about how tiny the attack was. Little Bear, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. And because he's so mad about it, that someone told me this morning that within center-right circles in Israel, my impression is that this was received as targeted, intelligent, threatening response to show them who's boss. Like, oh, it was right near the nuclear facility, so they're secretly shitting themselves now. Likudniks like Ayelet Shaked praised it, while Ben-Gvir, of course, laughed at it, as you saw. And I think the Iranian newspapers actually put this in the cover. Someone was saying that, I think it was it Tasnim or whatever, the Iranian newspaper made this their cover, like Itamar Ben-Gvir's statement. In my opinion, dude, I love guys like this. Look at this. In my opinion, Islam is demonic. Like, bro, what are you saying right now? I love the first take. Like, the first opinion that this guy is putting in the chat is literally, in my opinion, Islam is demonic. Surely you will agree. The Bible says that if an angel tells you things that aren't of the word of God, or they don't acknowledge God as God, they are not good angel and should be considered demonic. Except Islam does acknowledge Christianity and also believes that Jesus Christ is a prophet. They say his name is Isa. We say Isa. I do love that this guy, that was the mainstream view in medieval Europe, actually. I love having a chatter who is representing the mainstream view in medieval Europe. Like, this dude has the attitude of a peasant from a time when, you know, they thought, some people at least, thought that the shining bulb in the sky was God. Okay? Like, the kingdom was given to the godlike deity of the king. That's cool. I like that. Like, at a time when they did not have working sewage systems, or rather, they did have working sewage systems, but then they fucked it up because the Roman Empire did have working sewage systems to a certain degree, but the medieval peasants fucked it up. Anyway, bro thought he cooked. He did. I love that. Showcase number 648, the most ridiculous alleged attack by the Zionists in one word. While there are various speculations about the events, yeah, oh my God, they're flexing on him. Ay. I mean, dude, one can make the argument that, like, both sides did the same thing, but one side deployed a shit ton more resources in defense of it in comparison to the other side. You know what I mean? While there are various speculations about the events of this morning in Isfahan, the meaningful one-word tweet of Ben-Gvir, I'm sure that's a mistranslation, but very funny regardless. Ben-Gvir, who wrote, "Weak," has confused the entire Israeli cabinet and mercenary figures of this regime. Yeah, Ben-Gvir, more like Ben-Queer, am I right? Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's great. You know, let's keep it to the memes and let's not fucking escalate. Ay. Okay.
Social media in Iran mocked
I'm gonna
Israel's
go
attack.
pee.
Another indication that the government was starting to play it down. Iran's president gave an address on television later in the morning. He spoke at length about the economy and only had this to say on recent tensions with Israel.
Striking Israel was necessary, obligatory, unifying, and a source of pride and power for our great country.
Rishi Sunak, who had called for restraint as the tensions rose this week, refused to be drawn on the strikes.
Just unequivocally condemn the dangerous escalation that they displayed over the weekend, condemned it in the strongest possible terms, and that's why we participated in international effort over the weekend. Right now, everyone, calm heads should prevail. Any significant escalation in the region is not what anyone needs. It wouldn't be in anyone's interest.
In Italy, it's a meeting of the G7 foreign ministers.
Well, good afternoon.
The US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, wouldn't be drawn on the strikes, but said that America wasn't involved in any action against Iran.
Our focus has been on, of course, making sure that Israel can effectively defend itself, but also de-escalating tensions, avoiding conflict, and that remains our focus. Again, I'm not going to speak to anything other than to say we were not involved in any offensive operations.
There have been no reports of casualties from the Israeli attack, and Iran state TV hasn't shown any video of damage caused. Israel seems to have chosen a limited response, and Iran appears to be brushing it off. Maybe this crisis is fizzling out. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News in Jerusalem.
First, the G7 condemned the unprecedented Iranian attack on Israel. Unprecedented in scope and scale. Scope because it was a direct attack on Israel from Iran. Scale because it involved more than 300 munitions, including ballistic missiles. We're committed to Israel's security. We're also committed to de-escalating, to trying to bring this tension to a close. You saw as well, or you'll see soon in the G7 statement, a commitment to hold Iran to account for its destabilizing activities.
It's cool, man. What does he have to say? Wait, he's not talking about Israel's retaliation. He's talking about Iran's retaliation to Israel. Hello? Wait, did I misunderstand what he said? He hasn't even fucking brought up. Wait, what? He's like, yeah, we're sanctioning Iran. We're sanctioning Iran again, actually, because Israel hit it. Just kidding. I know he's like talking about the Iranian attack first and foremost, but it is pretty funny that the title is like the opposite. Iran should not have utilized anti-aircraft weaponry against the Israeli drones. This was an unprecedented act of retaliation, an act of violence against Israeli drones that were simply minding their own business on a mission. This attack to the infrastructure of Israel and its drones is unimaginable and unacceptable. We have to put an end to the Iranian retaliations against Israeli drones as well.
Holding it to account by degrading its missile and drone capabilities. And yesterday, the United States announced additional sanctions on Iran, targeting UAV programs, the steel industry, companies that are associated with the IRGC, the Ministry of Defense, and its armed forces logistics. The G7 statement makes clear that G7 countries will adopt additional sanctions or other measures in the days ahead. Even as we've been dealing with the conflict in the Middle East, and again...
Are you going to talk about Israel at all? Why is the media saying that he actually is giving remarks on Israel's retaliation against Iran? This is a 2-minute clip.
The unprecedented attack by Iran on Israel, we've remained intensely focused on Gaza. We urge the rapid implementation of Israel's humanitarian assistance commitments. More aid, more crossings, better deconfliction, better distribution of the assistance to all who need it. We have seen important steps over the last couple of weeks, with more crossings opening, more aid getting in, more aid getting around. But we need to see sustained results. And we need, in particular, to make sure that there is distribution throughout Gaza. We also focused on the imperative of getting to a ceasefire with the release of hostages. Such a ceasefire would facilitate the dramatic expansion in humanitarian assistance. It would also let Gazans return to the north, those who've been displaced from the north. The only thing standing between the Gazan people and a ceasefire is Hamas.
No.
It's rejected generous proposals from Israel.
I want to mention something here that's really important for those of you who have only started learning more and more about the ways in which the United States collaborates with the Israeli government and how we tell the story of the peace process. Now, many of you have been paying close attention to the steps that have been taken in the ceasefire negotiations. How could you, if you have more than 2 fucking brain cells, ever look at this situation and how America represents the situation versus what the situation actually is and think, oh yeah, the peace process up until this moment, up until October 7, was totally valid and definitely fucked over by the Palestinian side. Just something to reconsider about those who still think that, like, the age-old adage at this point that, like, Palestinians were offered real considerations always, and then they were the ones who cast it aside. Here it is. The American administration, once again, reiterating that it's the Palestinians that are fucking up the ceasefire process. It is actually Hamas that is fucking up the ceasefire process and not Israel. Please don't say it's Israel. I hope this calls into question what you have previously heard about the so-called peace process that everybody loves to use as a talking point when trying to defend Israel, saying that it was actually the Palestinians, the Palestinian side that ruined those negotiations. After all, that's what American envoys said too. It's always the Palestinians that are fucking up everything, huh?
It seems more interested in a regional conflict than it is in a ceasefire that would immediately improve the lives of the Palestinian people. It continues to move the goalposts, and the world needs to know and needs to understand, again, that the only thing standing between a ceasefire and the Gazan people is Hamas.
Fox News alert, a U.S. official confirms Israel has launched a strike against Iran. It happened overnight. So far, no comment from Tel Aviv.
The strike was inside of a major Iranian military airbase that contains facilities associated with the country's nuclear program. But we know Iran's nuclear facilities are secure.
So we have not received any official statement from the Biden administration, but a source says the U.S. was notified before the strike and was not involved with it.
All right, retired General Jack Keane.
This is one of those moments where Fox News will unironically be anti-America in an effort to be as far right as possible, which means you have to be pro-Israel. Any other circumstance, they would be literally critical. If this was happening under Trump's watch, they would literally have to be like, what the fuck is Israel doing? Like, they're embarrassing us. But now, because it's Biden, they're like, yeah, Israel's doing the right thing despite Biden's, like, shortcomings, trying to restrain them.
Keane joins us right now live from Washington with expert analysis. He's in a moment, but first we go to Jeff Paul, who is live on the ground in Tel Aviv, where, you know, Jeff, we can see the city in the background. Is it business as usual, or are the people acting shocked that they actually struck?
It definitely feels like a normal Friday here in Tel Aviv. You see a lot of people out and about running their last-minute errands ahead of Shabbat. You've got Passover starting on Monday, so it is quite busy. The beach is packed right now. But in another sense, we are also waiting for the Israeli War Cabinet to meet at some point today. Obviously, this Iranian strike will be a topic of discussion. But one thing we probably won't hear from is an Israeli government official today, and that really goes in line with the military strategy from Israel to not comment on these targeted strikes. But regardless of if anything is said by Israel today, the strike itself really does send a loud and clear message specifically to Iran that they can hit within the borders of Iran where they want.
This is such a funny take, bro. Iran knows this already. Like, everyone knows that. They have fucking openly murdered like 50 fucking scientists since 2010. What are we talking about? Yeah, dude, they really showed Iran that they can strike Iran. It's like Iran had no idea that Israel could strike Iran inside of Iranian borders. No, I think this was more of a message to America.
And when they want to. Now, this was considered a very specific and targeted strike. It was focused on the central region of Isfahan. It's roughly 200 miles away from the capital city of Tehran and also near the Natanz nuclear facility. Now, we should point out the site was not hit in the strike, and it appeared that a nearby airbase was the target. Iranian state media so far really downplaying this strike. They've reported the explosions that were heard in the region were from the Iranian air defense system responding to 3 drones, but have not mentioned the source of the attack. An Iranian official has also reportedly told Reuters it has no plans to strike back immediately. But curiously enough, a few hours before this strike in Iran, Iran's foreign minister was in the United States.
Wait,
and
what?
spoke.
Dude, okay. Thank you for giving me the best take I've heard on this so far. This was Israel giving in to U.S. pressure. They could have loaded those missiles with large warheads, and Israel didn't. First of all, as far as I understand, it was not a missile strike. It was a drone strike. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And secondly, if they were giving into U.S. pressure, they would not have even hit Iran at all. Here's what they would have done if they gave into U.S. pressure and actually followed the reasonable foreign policy. Okay? There's videos of their cruise missiles over Iraq. Okay, chatter. Virtually every single person is saying that it was drones, but you're saying it's cruise missiles because you saw an OSINT video, so that's probably what it is. Are you talking about right now? Oh, if you're talking about right now, that's actually what I was about to explain. If they listened to American calls for restraint, they would have kept their attacks to Iranian proxies in Iraq and in Syria. Okay? That's what they would have done, which, you know, they could be like, oh, look at us. We're doing a show of force. We're doing a great show of force by killing, you know, some IRGC general or some shit like that. But they didn't do that. They hit Iran as well, which was 100% against what America had told them. So, no, I don't think this was like them listening to America. I think this was them saying, fuck you to America.
To CNN and made some comments about Israel and what they would do if Israel retaliated. Take a listen.
When we say at a maximum, we mean that if Israel commits that same mistake, our response will be regretful for them, immediate and decisive and definitive. If we come across a condition in which the United States of America puts itself beside the Israeli government in order to expand the warfare intentions, it is not within the interest of America to do that.
So very strong words from the foreign minister in Iran. But today, really no comments from Iran or Israel, as it seems both countries are trying to sort of de-escalate the situation so it doesn't widen out to a wider conflict. Brian?
All right, Jeff, thanks so much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
We're now live to Tehran, and Abbas Aslani, a journalist and senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Aslani, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, John, for having me.
It's a pleasure. Now, I just wondering, from your point of view, how is the story being reported there? And given the government's tight control over the media, is that indicative of where the government actually stands right now in trying to play down this story?
Well, John, what we've been hearing here in the Iranian cities or capital is that there has not been a significant or at least any foreign, meaning Israeli strike against Iranian targets. And what has been said so far is that some unidentified flying objects or small drones have been intercepted by Iranian air defense system. And in Iran, the feeling is that Israel is trying to save face by exerting a media campaign or psychological operation against Iran in a way that to avoid an escalation. And this could be maybe a paved way out of this escalatory situation in order to put an end to this tit-for-tat process.
In recent days, though, the Iranian leaders had warned that any Israeli attack would trigger a swift and severe response.
Gross fucking anti-Semitic weirdo, dude. the fuck out of here.
Very public about that, saying it almost every day or amping up the rhetoric almost every day. How do they walk that back now?
It doesn't seem to be walked back now because there has been no confirmation of this attack so far. And it seems that this is somehow similar to sabotage acts in the past that Israelis have been trying to do against some Iranian targets. And now they're saying that they have been able to intercept some flying objects on the sky. But what is important for Iran is to maintain that deterrence, equation. Because Iran, in terms of the scale of its retaliatory operation against Israel, used hundreds of missiles and drones. And this is somehow incomparable to what, even if there was a limited action today with the Friday morning's incident. So this doesn't seem to be changing that balance. And this is quite important for Iran. But this somehow is interpreted in Tehran as Israel trying to save face, but not to engage in a significant direct conflict with Iran.
Yeah, and that's the point, because U.S. intelligence and others have been warning for a while now, well, not warning, but indicating that Iran...
I mean, I think that is true. That is what happened. One could even make that same argument for Iran as well, by the way. One can make the same argument for Iran attacking Israel as well. However, the major difference here is that Iranians know Israel has the capability of attacking Iran. Israel has attacked inside of Iranian soil in the past. Iran, on the other hand, has never directly attacked Israel from Iran. That's why one side's actions were unprecedented, not unprovoked, but definitely unprecedented, whereas the other side's actions are just not really anything. When you think about even the psychological impact, on the entire population, when you look at what Israel's reaction was, what the Israeli population's reaction was to like potentially opening up a new conflict with Iran, they were like, no, we don't want to do that. I feel like that is a byproduct of one, like a lot of Israelis only responding to force, and two, Israelis and their comfort, like their Israelis and the comfort that they feel under the Iron Curtain, the Iron Dome, the Iron Wall, is easy to pierce through, and it causes it has legitimate psychological impact on the mindset of the population in a way where like the sense of insecurity and the sense of fear that many people in the region have because they are so conditioned to Israel just like doing whatever the fuck they want makes this business as usual for them. Like a dude in Syria or in Iraq knows that their shit's going to get bombed all day, every fucking day. So when a bombing campaign happens, albeit still traumatic, they are way more used to it, to say the least, I guess, to use the weird terminology here. They're way more used to it than an Israeli is, especially when we're talking about like larger weapons than the random bathtub missiles that are lobbed over the Gaza Strip every now and then that are very quickly and swiftly intercepted by the Iron Dome defenses.
And did not want a war with Israel, although it was okay with escalating and just wanted to stay away from a direct confrontation. So in many ways, is there a sense of relief almost in Tehran that they were given this off-ramp by the Israelis?
In the past days, we have been seeing that Iran trying to have a turning point in its engagement.
Pecker, why the fuck are you lying? Why did you say not likely? It definitely is likely that I'm going to play video games. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? What do you mean not likely? Yeah, of course I'm going to play video games later.
Israel, for the first time, it tried to directly act against Israeli targets, but there was a chance that this might, provoke a response from the Israeli side. But I think if there is no clear and visible or significant, if this strike was not from the Israeli side, this cannot change that equation from Iranian perspective. So that's important for Iran to stop any, let's say, significant strike against Iranian interests in the region. So by the time that this is in place, I think we might see a way out of this, escalation. But we have to wait again for more updates in the coming hours or days. And it's a bit early to judge that if it's over or not. But to the moment that we are speaking, I think it doesn't seem to be a regional war emerging. But However, even little, the chances are there yet.
In the grand scheme of things, it's often difficult to gauge Iranian public opinion. But is this a conflict which is driven by the hardliners and the elites within the government who want a much tougher stance on Israel? Where's sort of the general public opinion on all of this? It seems they're far more concerned about the economy and US sanctions and, wanting a better life.
John, when it comes to external pressure or threats, or even when it's military threat, it is mostly the case that brings people rally around the flag. And that was a kind of, let's say, mostly a national pride for Iran to respond to Israel, the operation which happened a few days ago. Whether they like the government policies or not, but when it comes to the security issue, many people would support that because they think that this can work as a deterrence, preventing further Israeli attacks in future. Some thought that if Iran didn't respond sooner or later, maybe in future there could be a war, but they could see this somehow stopping that process. That's why they somehow supported that response, and also that's the matter of the national pride, and whether they are reformists or conservatives, critical or supportive of the government, because that's the issue of the security. They have been mostly supportive of Iran's action against Israel.
Abbas Aslani in Tehran, we appreciate you being with us, sir. Thank you. Let's go live now to Jerusalem, and Yaakov Katz, senior columnist and editor with the Jerusalem Post. It's good to see you.
Hi, John.
What's your assessment, first, of the strike by Israel, and what about Iran's decision, it seems, not to respond?
I think Israel has been trying to balance everything at once, which is not always easy. On the one hand, it felt the need to retaliate to the weekend attack of over 300 drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. And it wanted to hit something that would get a message across to the Iranians that attacks of that kind will not be tolerated, but not to lead to a wider escalation. The fact that the Iranians are staying also a bit quiet about what was attacked and they're trying to downplay the significance is also their attempt to try to contain it. So I think everyone has an interest right now. It seems so far, and in the Middle East, we know, John, that things can change very quickly. But so far,
if Israel's interest was to contain it, then why didn't they just contain it? The embassy bombing was a direct escalation. It was unacceptable. It was a violation of, he covered the self-immolation dude quickly. No, I didn't cover it quickly. I covered it with more information than you will ever get from mainstream media. I covered it for an hour and 30 minutes. Suck my dick. The fuck do you want, dude? Anyway.
So far, it seems that both sides want to call it a day, say we got in our blows and now we can move on.
Yeah, there was some reporting that Israel was ready to strike Iran on Monday, but it was sort of postponed or called off because of operational issues. That's all we know. I'm just wondering if this limited strike was sort of plan B, if you like.
Well, Israel, we know in the Security Cabinet, there have been some debates over the past 5-6 days of exactly what the appropriate response should be. And I can tell you that within Israel, there were people who looked at that attack this past Sunday morning as the justification, essentially, for Israel to finally go after Iran's nuclear industrial complex, that threat that we've been hearing about for so long, as well as other key facilities in Iran. And there were others who didn't want to see a response at all. Add to that the pressure that this government was under from President Joe Biden, from the UK, from the European officials, to basically what they were calling take it a win of what the interception of that Iranian assault was. Even though it was just a defense, it was no win. It was just a successful interception. But Israel felt that it did need to do something. And I think that this is probably, like you said, the compromise. It is a way for Israel to get a shot across the bow at Iran and show them that something has been done. Don't learn a bad lesson from what you did on Sunday. But also, we in Israel don't want this to go any farther right now.
I mean, there's two views of what happened on Sunday morning. Either there was an overwhelming failure by the Iranians, because everything got shot down, essentially, from ICBMs to the drones, and Israel stood firm. Or it was a message by Iran that was limited in scope because they say they did not target population centers. I mean, the common sense answer is it was the former, not the latter. And that actually sort of played into this decision by Israel for a limited strike. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, just because you have a good defense doesn't mean that that is necessarily a victory, right? Israel was able to intercept all of those missiles and drones, that pretty much 99% that were making its way together with that regional collective partnership that involved the Americans, the British, the French, the Jordanians, the Saudis, and possibly others. That's a great success, but it's not a victory. And I think that the way to really look at this is just, I actually tend to look at it, John, as we should view every single one of these missiles and drones as if they actually landed, damaged, and even killed people. Because just because something was...
What? Well, no one died in the Iranian attack. I like to think that they did. Why? So that I can imagine retaliating in kind and actually killing people, even though nobody died in the Iranian retaliation. What a strange thing to say. It is strange, and yet I feel like it says a lot about the collective psyche.
Was shot at you and didn't hurt you doesn't mean it wasn't shot. It was, and there's an intention by Iran to, as we know, because they clearly stated, they want to wipe Israel off the map. They've been supporting proxies throughout this region. Hezbollah, which has fired since October 7th, almost 5,000.
That's so funny. Yeah, dude, they wanted to wipe Israel off the map, and they failed to do so. Why? Because they gave 72 hours in advance warning. It's so funny. It's like, no, you don't understand. Iran actually wanted to wipe Israel off the map. They just couldn't because we're so powerful. But our enemy is both weak and strong at the same time. It's great. Why do they give warning? Because it was a calculated retaliation.
And missiles into Israel. Hamas, of course, in Gaza. The Houthis in Yemen. Israel is the most attacked country today in the world. And we can't contain this. Those days of where we just pretend just because it was intercepted that it didn't really happen. Well, it did happen. And it needs to be met with force, I think.
On the other side of the equation, though, the Iranians would be looking at that weekend attack as a complete and dismal, colossal failure. And then comes this attack by this counterstrike by Israel. Clearly, there has to be a calculation there that they don't want to get into a wider conflict with Israel right now because the strike on the weekend was a failure.
On the one hand, it was a failure because most of it was just intercepted. On the other hand, they could.
Okay, now they're just like jerking each other off. What the fuck's going on, dude? Are you saying there aren't 300 drones and missiles were peaceful protesters? Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Remember when I said that? What is this, a bait for the middle of the hour ad break or something? What the fuck's going on? Are you guys okay? What's happening?
Could say we struck Israel's Air Force Base. We know that some of those missiles landed at this base where the F-35s, Israel's most advanced fifth-generation fighter jets, are based, and they can claim that they actually penetrated and were able to strike inside that base. And even though most of it was intercepted, it did get Israeli air sirens going. It got Israelis into a week of mass hysteria, John. We Israelis were in fear of their lives, I would say, in a way that we haven't been in a long time. We've unfortunately, and this is not a good thing, but we've gotten used to rockets from Gaza. We've gotten used to rockets from Lebanon. Getting fired at from Iran after all these years of hearing of how strong and powerful and dangerous they are did not make Israelis feel safe, and there still is a lot of concern of what comes next. So I think
it's pretty funny that they're whipping themselves up into a frenzy by being like, sure, this was a very successful defense against the retaliation by Iran, but what if it wasn't? The only reason why you do that is if you're just genuinely trying to fucking get people upset and mad and scared and angry so that, like, there's at least some level of political pressure from the public to do more against Iran. You are insane. An insane position, dude. It is actually an insane position. Instead of taking advantage of the moment and, saying cooler heads will prevail, they're like, no, you don't understand. This shit was fucked up, actually. It was real fucked up. We gotta... what if everybody died?
I don't think that necessarily they view this as a failure. Not yet.
Yaakov Katz, as always, good to see you soon.
Anyway, I feel like that... I think, honestly, that inconsistency, that chaos... I think that... Dude, please stop sending me the fucking Trump fart. Trump farted in the courtroom shit, please. I don't care. Please stop linking me the fact that Trump farts in the courtroom. Here is the overall failure of the Democratic Party. The absolute dumbest people on the fucking planet. Just genuinely so fucking stupid, so dumb. capitulating and caving and saying that they will help Michael Johnson, Mike Penis. What an incredible event, dude. God, I hate this country so much. I hate the Democratic Party from the bottom of my fucking soul. Holy moly, dude.
Breaking news here in Washington unfolding right now. The House of Representatives has just voted to advance foreign aid bills that have just been passed. Manu Raju is up on Capitol Hill. I take it this rule vote, this procedural vote, Manu, passed.
Can you describe your level of frustration, Congressman?
What do you make of that?
Okay, I'm here with the Wolf. We're trying to get a question to Marjorie Taylor Greene here because she, of course, is a key player at this moment because she has threatened to actually try to move forward on a motion to oust the sitting House Speaker, and that could happen at any moment. And she could call for a vote. That could happen within 2 legislative days. And the question will be how Democrats will vote, because at the moment, there are at least 2 Republicans who plan to vote to essentially push him out from the speakership because of his handling of this major aid package, $95 billion that includes aid to Ukraine in particular, which has caused this revolt on the right flank. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I just tried to ask her, is today the day? Is today the day she's going to actually move forward and push ahead with this vote? She would not answer. She said, I'm not going to answer any questions. It was actually kind of unusual, Wolf. She has been answering lots of questions all along, but this time she didn't want to do it. And I asked her why she's not answering any questions. She would not say. So we'll see what that actually means here. But Wolf, this key procedural vote just passed in the House. I'm pulling up the vote right now. It looks like it was 316 to 94. That was the vote to actually move ahead on this aid package. Now, this is why this is such a significant and interesting breakdown. This is a bipartisan vote. Typically, these procedural votes are done along straight party lines. The majority party votes for it. The minority party votes against it. That's the way it's been done in the House for years and years and years. This time, different because of deep Republican divisions over this foreign aid package. A number of Republicans simply don't want this to come forward. And in this vote, there were Republicans who voted against it. There were 55 Republicans who voted against it. That is a significant number of Republicans. There were 151 Republicans who voted for it. But Democrats, because of their desire to move ahead on this aid package for Ukraine in particular, 165 of them ultimately supported this rule to going forward, meaning that this bill, the overall aid package, will get a vote on the House floor tomorrow, and it can be approved by a majority vote in the United States House, which is what we expect. So a lot of moving parts here, Wolf, but the 2 main things we're watching here. What ultimately happens in the final vote on this bill, which is expected to pass the House tomorrow. They don't have to go over to the Senate. The Senate will have to give it final approval to send back to the president to sign into law after months and months and months of battling to get this across the finish line. And then what happens to the future of the Speaker of the House? Can he ward off this revolt on the far right? And will Democrats come to his defense? All key questions here. But as you saw right now, as Marjorie Taylor Greene was leaving this vote, she did not want to comment about whether today was the day she would actually call for that vote or what her thinking was in trying to kick out the Speaker.
I want to get straight to CNN's Melanie Zanona on Capitol Hill. Melanie.
Look, Speaker Mike Johnson's job is certainly at...
Baba çıkar. Eğlen biraz takıl. Ne yiyorsun? Oh, okay. Afiyet olsun. Aç. Hadi. Peki. Columbia gave students 15 minutes to clear out their dorms and then dump their shit. Yeah, I saw that. I'm behind on the lore of this bill. Why are Republicans angry on the bill? Republicans are angry at the bill because it gives money to Ukraine and also because Republicans like to fuck shit up. I'm angry that the Democrats won't allow Mike Johnson to fucking die. Like, the fact that the Democrats are like, we have to give money. Like, we have to pass these bills no matter what. It's a must-pass bill, bipartisan support. What? My man just said Muslim. What is that even? What are you saying? Anyway, the fact that the Democrats won't allow this political chaos to run the table once again because it gets in the way of passing a fucking lethal aid package, okay? That also includes like economic aid to Ukraine and things of that nature as well. But like ultimately it is a lethal package. But they're like, oh, we have to fucking put this through. Hundreds of billions of dollars we have to give them everywhere, all around the world. And now that's what's fucking popping. That's what's going on. Like that's what the conversation is around. Sorry. 1 second. Let me just do something here. What the fuck? Why is it not working? The fact that the Democrats would not let the fact that Democrats would not allow the Republican Party to just like implode once again is so stupid.
Risk here. He is on very.
And they did that specifically because they wanted to pass this. They wanted to pass this weapons package. That's it, which is crazy.
Thin ice, but he knew heading into this day that putting these foreign aid bills on the floor and needing to rely on Democratic support to do so was going to spark an uproar on the right. But it is still a very rare moment here to see Democrats support these procedural votes. Just historically, they've always been done.
Yes, this says aid for Israel and Taiwan.
Along party lines. And in this case, more Democrats actually supported this procedural vote than Republicans. I want to read you the vote breakdown because it's very interesting here. 165 Democrats supported that procedural vote and just 151 Republicans voted for it. Now, Johnson says he's not worried about his job being at risk here. And he also delivered a very forceful defense of this foreign aid package, which will receive a final vote tomorrow. Just take a listen.
Wait, is this real?
It's not the legislation that we would write if Republicans were in charge of both the House, the Senate, and the White House. This is the best possible product that we can get under these circumstances to take care of these really important obligations. And so we look forward to the vote tomorrow. We look forward to every member voting their conscience and their desire.
Yeah, they also added the TikTok ban to this too, by the way. It's great. Just so you know where our priorities lie. Oh, they decoupled it? I thought they added it.
And that is exactly how this process is supposed to work and how the House is supposed to operate.
Now, Green has not taken steps yet to actually force a floor vote on the motion to vacate, and the House has adjourned for the day, so the earliest this could actually come is tomorrow. But given the fact that there are now 3 Republicans who have signed on to this resolution, that means Johnson is going to have to rely on Democrats in some way to bail him out. Now, Democrats have not made any commitments so far, but they have signaled some willingness to help Johnson keep the speakership, and a large part of that is because of the Republicans who are behind this effort to oust Johnson. Dana.
Melanie, thank you so much for that reporting. Joining me here now is Republican Congressman Dusty Johnson of South Dakota, who came over after your vote. Thank you so much for being here, sir. What does it tell you that this is a procedural vote? And for those watching at home, they might not know that it's this kind of vote that is almost always strictly along party lines. You heard that the speaker argue, well, maybe that's not a bad thing, that this is how it's supposed to work. That's not how.
Here to talk about Michael Penis is our other friend of the show, Dusty Penis.
Some in the right flank of your party see it. What does it say about Speaker Johnson's leadership right now?
I think it says a lot of positive things about Mike Johnson's leadership. If Mike Johnson just wanted to play the standard political games and be safe and make sure that everybody in our conference loved him, he would have played it.
God, America truly is a fucking failed nation when you have motherfuckers who were named Dusty, okay, in proximity to power, okay? I'm sorry. It's done. It's over. The project is done. We have failed. Hit the factory reset button. Let's try it again, okay? This dude's name is literally Dusty Penis, bro. Stop it. Like, there ain't nothing wrong with being named Dusty. It's just that, like, you can't be a representative. Like, you should not be allowed.
It's safe. He wouldn't have been willing to cobble together this bipartisan strategy. But if Dan, if you pull the lens out, pull the camera out, what just happened? A group of bipartisan members came together and said, let's have a conversation about Israel. Let's have a conversation about Ukraine. Let's put these things on the floor tomorrow and let's have a vote. Isn't that how our system is supposed to work?
Yes, but bipartisan is a very dirty word for people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and now Paul Gosar and Congressman Massey.
Isn't it great, guys? Isn't it great? There's always bipartisan compromise to be found when it comes to a fucking $100 billion weapons package. It's awesome. We always find a way to fucking hold hands together. Obviously, this would be the last opportunity before Brandon kicks the can, kicks the bucket, either dies or loses the presidency. So this is like one of the last instances where the Senate has the opportunity to push for a massive bill like this. And that's precisely what happened.
The 3 of whom are saying that they support the idea of kicking him out for the high crime of bipartisanship.
Listen, I don't have to be happy with the reality, but I do have to accept the reality. If you're going to govern a country, you don't get to live in fantasy land. The Democrats are in control of the Senate. Republicans are in control of the House. That means under our constitutional system, it is literally true that no bill can ever become law unless you've got votes from both sides of the aisle. It's a pain in the butt. I get it. I just think it's time for the grown-ups, the big boys and the big girls, to figure out how to govern a country, and it's going to be messy sometimes.
Bro, your name is Dusty. Shut the fuck up. You literally come from a town with more cows than there are people. Why the fuck? Shut up, bro. Shut the fuck up, Dusty Dick. Anyway, democracy's a pain in the butt, but luckily we can always get together and join hands when it talks about killing Palestinian kids. Let me tell you something now. As a South Dakotan, nothing warms my heart like the thought of baby spines eviscerating with a laser beam, laser guided missile system that was made in one of our beautiful South Dakotan factories. Hell yeah, brother. Tell you what, that's American ingenuity right there. Thank God for America. Thank God for Israel. And thank God that we have an endless supply of children to blow up. This creates a lot of jobs in my state. What do you want us to do? Fuck our cousins all the time? We gotta fucking have jobs. I love freedom, baby.
I just want to read you a couple of quotes. A Democratic Congresswoman, Grace Meng, tweeted last night, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is essentially functioning as the real speaker already. Tom Massey, who I mentioned before. The U.S. House is now officially in an alternate universe where the speaker shares procedural power with the Democrats.
It is true that when...
Aren't they blocking aid to Ukraine, the ones that are losing and really need it? Oh, yeah. This is why bills are written in the way that they're written, so that dumbasses like you either willingly or unwillingly turn around and go, I don't understand. This is Ukrainian aid. Okay, separate it then. Also, doesn't fucking matter where the aid is going. Ultimately, the wise political move in this circumstance is not to give the Republicans a fucking W for no goddamn reason when they are literally desperately offering the Democratic Party a W. Okay? Classic silliness. It's like, yeah, oh, but I don't get it. It's like I guess like this is one step more intelligent, I would say, than literally saying, what do you mean? It's called humanitarian aid, sir. They're actually delivering humanitarian aid. See, 9 billion of the 100 billion plus is going to be humanitarian aid for Palestinians, sir. See, they put it in the bill. Why do you want Palestinians to not get humanitarian aid? That's the dumber point that you could have made. I'm glad you didn't at least make that dumbass point and also understand that, you know, these could be separated. And I think they did separate them. Ultimately, this is my anger here is not allowing the Republican Party to destroy itself. They should have done that, but they didn't. It doesn't hurt to allow the Republican Party to consistently show the goddamn country that they do not know how to govern. That's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. I'm saying this as like, I put my Democratic Party cap on, okay? There it is, me wearing my Democratic Party hat, telling you that as a Democratic Party consultant, that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. There's no way they can't figure out how to split this up and get what they want. They've done it before. I know. And I think and Mike Johnson's idea was to split it up. Are you doing that Southern accent ironically? If not, I got some news concerning where the location of South Dakota. Bro, you think I don't know where the fuck South Dakota is on a map? My man's name is Dusty Johnson. Okay, you are spiritually below the Mason-Dixon. Okay, I'm sorry. South Dakota is spiritually a southern state. That's it. That's it. Come on, man. You literally have a dude who's a representative with the name Dusty. The name is called South Dakota. It doesn't get more southern than that. Half of the Midwest, and yeah, no, that's exactly the other part. It's like half of the Midwestern and Plain states love to LARP as Southerners. Like Ohio is a southern state now, just so you understand. I'm sorry, you might not like it, and many parts of Ohio still very much are not the South, but most of Ohio is the South. Ohio is a southern state. Doesn't matter what it did against the Confederacy. Literally, you see more motherfucking Confederate flags in Ohio than you do in the Deep South. What do you mean? That's it. It's a spiritually Southern state. And if you lose Ohio, then what else is there to have? Think about that. Obviously. Think about that. We're talking these are our union states that played a prominent role against the scourge of white supremacist slavery. When you lose that, you might as well the rest of the fucking Midwestern states, 100p are just fucking Southern. I grew up in Arkansas and I've seen more Confederate flags in upstate New York. Oh, that's another part. Upstate New York, also spiritually Southern. Gutted towns, post-industrial towns, gutted, dead, ghost towns, literally just straight Southern.
Republicans are not united, when we don't have when we don't have people backing the speaker's play, then you do give a certain amount of power over to the minority. It's amazing to me. I mean, I try to be a pretty good teammate. When you've got a quarterback in the huddle with the 11 football players, says, gang, it's going to be a running play. Now, it may be that somebody on the offensive line disagrees with that play call, but if you want to be successful as a team, you run the damn play. Not all 11 players get to call their own play. And now you could try it that way, but you're going to fail.
You think Hajola would be successful in the USA? I hope not. Because if Hajola, I think you're talking about the baklava place, right? If you're talking about the baklava place, if they are successful in the USA, I will develop diabetes and I will gain. Oh, they make lahmacun? Oh, okay, same. Still, point still stands. I hope it never comes to America and I hope it never is successful in America because I will get diabetes. I will gain 100,000 pounds. I cannot stop myself. I cannot fucking stop myself from eating Turkish food, dude. Don't you have diabetes already? No, I actually have low fucking glucose, turns out. I got my blood work done. Results came back. Cholesterol still high. And and the only thing that's like outside of the boundaries of like normal is my glucose levels are so super low. It's probably because I only consume diet soda and diet products and alcohol sugars and shit. And then that ends up tricking my body into producing insulin. So I need to, I don't know. I'm just making it up. I have no idea why my blood sugar is that low. Did I fucking run the top of the hour ad break after saying I was going to run it? No, I didn't. Here, I'm running it now.
And so that's the situation we're in right now. I wish people understood that we could get more conservative policy wins, which I desire if Republicans stuck together.
I want to play something that you told my colleague John Berman just days after the 8 Republicans ousted Kevin McCarthy back in October.
If we don't change the foundational problems within our conference, it's just going to be the same stupid clown car with a different driver.
Never mind. He said my cholesterol panel was much better and LDL, bad cholesterol, lower as well. Still higher than it's higher than it's supposed to be, I guess. But I guess it's better overall. He said labs look great overall. Glucose level slightly low when you came in. So if fasting, that's fine as long as if you are not feeling weak and disoriented from hypoglycemia.
Hardliners, they're a real problem. And I don't think the pyromaniacs are going to be satisfied after they've burned down one house. I think they're going to have
Why does CNN have a Republican on? Because he's talking about how bipartisanship is great and how this is not what the Republican Party represents. And CNN has a vested interest in presenting the Republican Party as like genuine and not a bunch of fucking psychos. And that these psychopaths in the Republican Party don't represent the broader psychopathic nature of the Republican Party. That's why. It's just like trying to make it seem like this democracy is working. Guys, it's working. I promise. Please.
Itching to go burn down a couple more.
Is that what we're going to see tomorrow?
My testosterone levels are also
smart.
within normal
it was almost as though
reasons
he
as well. But
foretold
it's not higher. It's just average, which I don't like. I wish it was higher. I asked Bradley Martin, Okay, this is kind of weird. This is funny, but Bradley Martin is someone who I actually send my blood work to. You guys might not like it, but you can't deny the results. Okay, my man knows blood work. To which he said, that's not a bad level. The thing with test levels is that everyone feels different at all levels. It's more about how you feel than anything, to be honest. Once your sex drive and energy levels dip, then you really feel it, then it's a problem. So I said, oh, okay, so I'm good then. Just don't want to lose the hair. Normal testosterone levels varies widely person to person. ChatGPT 4 clears most doctors and blood results analysis unironically. Dude, please. The shit you take for your hair fucks up your T levels. Well, if my T levels are still fucking pretty good, in spite of the hair pills I take, then turns out, also that guy was so stupid. I have to explain something to you guys. Please don't use ChatGPT as a substitute for actual medical analysis. Oh my God, we are becoming dumber and dumber. ChatGPT clears Bradley Martin? No, it doesn't. Shut up. He also gave sound advice, for the record. And also, remember, I'm literally asking my doctor as well. It's not like I'm fucking simply relying on Bradley Martin. My doctor gave feedback on my blood work.
This was going to happen.
Same clown car, different driver? Is that what's going to happen tomorrow?
Pyromaniacs who want to burn it down. This is what I said during the last speaker fight, that getting rid of Kevin McCarthy was not going to make America stronger. It hasn't. It wasn't going to deliver more conservative victories. It hasn't. And that, in fact, it was going to destabilize my party, destabilize the House, and hurt America, and that has all come to fruition.
Don't worry, Swifties. We're getting to the fucking thing that actually matters. This sucks. I don't care about this. Let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk about Taylor Swift. I know many of you have been awaiting this very moment. What will Hassan have to say? He doesn't listen to music, but I really desperately want to know what he has to say about T Swift. Now, I offered some of my analysis. I offered some of my statements in the Hoscord last night. One of my statements, of course, was, holy fuck, it's a 31-song album that is around 2 hours long. Summoning Cutie Cinderella. Been waiting for Walking Dead, not Swift Talk. That's for Fear Ann. No, we'll do the Swift Talk as well. What is this? Her best bar ever. Taylor Swift giving tribute to Travis Kelce is so cute. He's always there for me, even though he has CTE. Let me tell you something. Damn, that's a good one. Why did Taylor Swift name her album after the Israeli prison system? Bars. My main takeaway was, oh my God, it's 31 songs. Now, everybody thought, if you were following the Swifties, as I was, because I am unfortunately friends with Swifties, i.e. the top Swiftie, Cutie Cinderella, I thought this album was going to be about Joel Alwyn. After all, there's a lot of, the song names were released early on, and, Cutie led me astray, said that this was going to be about Joel Alwyn. Joe Alwyn, not Joel. Okay, whatever. Turns out it was not about Joe Alwyn. Turns out it was about another British boy, which blew my fucking mind. Either I've been led astray by my Discord, or I've been led astray by Cutie Cinderella. One or the other. If it's actually about Maddie Healy, I find this insane. Okay? What I mean by this is, and I thought about this long and hard, if you're doing songs about a relationship that lasted 2 weeks, and the song list is basically the same length of the relationship, that's a little bit crazy. Am I wrong? The amount of time that it took for you to master, write the lyrics, write all the songs and produce it and shit cannot be longer, significantly longer than the relationship itself. What the fuck? It's like if it was maybe a year long, the relationship in and of itself, and then you made a Maddie Healy album, it kind of makes sense. It's still a little bit too long, but whatever. But I don't understand how the songwriting process was longer than the motherfucking relationship. Now, what do I mean by this? It's like the Confederacy, okay? 4 years. That's how long it lasted. The McRib has lasted longer than the motherfucking Confederacy, and they keep bringing it back. But the stories of the Confederacy have outlived the actual lifespan of the fucking Confederacy. Give it up. Give it up. It's what's healthy for everyone involved. That's all I'm saying. I'm a little disappointed as a Swiftie. I wanted to hear the nitty gritty and the juicy stuff about Joel Alwyn, who I very much am invested in, and definitely knew his name was not Joel Alwyn, but instead Joe Alwyn, who happens to be pro-Palestine. But that's besides the point. What the hell? It's about both of them? I hope it's actually about both of them. Because goddamn, that's like, I mean, that's just kind of sad. The whole album isn't about Maddie like 2 songs are. I guess like the point is, isn't it healthier to you know, let go of these sorts of things? Because I was thinking about it. I'm like, imagine if Travis Kelce wasn't really invested in the football and whatever squirrels are playing in the front yard, and instead was like, what the fuck? You made a 32-song album about your prior relationships? Like, that's a lot of hang up. I feel like that's baggage. You know what I mean? Luckily for everybody involved, Travis Kelce's too busy chasing squirrels and stuff. But imagine a world in which Travis Kelce was fully cognizant. 31 songs, not 31, is significant because that's the opposite of 13. Wait, what? You're acting like she slandered his entire bloodline? No, I'm not. Wait, what? Oh my God, Swifties are awesome. But you're still talking about January 6th? Yeah, to make jokes about it. Half the shit I talk about with respect to January 6th is about how much of a fucking L it was. Yeah, I actually do the exact opposite of what you imply about January 6th. There was a song by Kim Kardashian. There were multiple casualties. Chill, bro. You're acting like she slandered his entire bloodline, and she literally called him a golden retriever in the song. The Swifties are all around us. I have activated the white women. I'm so sorry. And the gays. We like to have a little bit of fun. You said it was 32. It had 31. There's a reason for the album length is 2 hours and 2 minutes long. That's awesome. What is this? These lyrics are actually insane. Wait, what? No, she did not actually say that. That's not real, bro. That's a fake. Come on. She did not write those words. Come on now. Stop playing with me. That's not a real fucking lyric. No, stop. You're so stupid. Yeah, dude. Okay, I believe the bait. Okay, got it. Sure. Yeah, totally. She wrote that. Okay. It's real and Target made it worse?
My friends used to play a game where we would pick a...
No, that's AI, bro. That's AI. Y'all are joking, bro. That's AI.
decade we wish we could live in instead of this. I'd say the 1830s, but without all the racists and getting married off.
If I speak, I am in big trouble. That was great. I love those lyrics. She's anti-racist and cool. I love Taylor Swift anti-racism arc. I love Taylor Swift Ibram Kendi arc. That's cool. More lyrics? Stop. No, I've decided we don't need it.
Truth, dare, spin bottle. So you know how to ball. I know Aristotle. Red, blue, full throttle. Touch me while your bro was playing Grand Theft Auto.
Wait, what? That's not real either. Stop. Bro, you guys need to stop joking. You need to stop joking. You have nothing to say? No, I have nothing to say. No, that's not. Dude, you guys are trying to get me in trouble. You're literally trying to get me in trouble. Vegas is putting odds on the Fantano over-under for Taylor Swift's new album, Torture Post Department, at a 2.5. Strong's decency and lights do not contribute to the over-under. All that matters is the number. What is this?
Taylor Swift just released a new song, and she's coming out.
As a lesbian?
Yes, as a lesbian.
Okay.
And she's always been.
Okay. All right.
It's called Rainbow Dress.
Hot summer June, sleepless afternoon.
June. Wearing my rainbow dress.
Is this Taylor? She sounds bad.
Listen.
Like the vocals sound bad. And the
Jonathan Van Ness.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
It's her best friend.
Have straight sex at the gate.
Was it straight sex?
That's not so gay.
It doesn't sound that gay.
She's at the gay pride parade.
It's very confusing, this song.
Yeah.
I wish there was straight pride at the gay pride parade.
It's like a right-wing talking point.
If you guys are gonna listen,
No.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
no,
stop
all right.
playing it.
We'll listen. We're gonna
She's
listen.
talking about being at the gay pride parade.
This is such a fucking stupid meme. Oh, wait.
This is supposed to be.
It's funny to me because it's funny, but I know people are going to take this seriously and get so mad in the chat right now. Guys, to the Swifties, I have to describe something to you. This is a joke, okay? They're not saying Taylor Swift literally advocates for straight pride, okay? They're making a joke about how Taylor Swift is like adds little, like sometimes adds like little references that maybe people, the gaylers specifically, take too seriously. Okay, the joke is not about the holy Lord, our Savior Taylor Swift, but instead more so about the fandom. Okay, please don't get mad at me. Please don't kill me at my house with a gun. That would be not great. Okay.
Your song where she's coming out, like, why does she talk so much about straight pride?
You have such a limited view of gender.
Oh yeah.
You sniveling fuck.
Let's listen to the next
second
verse.
verse is Jair. I think you guys are gonna like it.
Who produced this?
I think it's Jack Antonoff.
Sounds really bad.
Dripping down your balls.
Do you like?
She's really.
Cutie, when she heard the racist lyrics.
This is my Super Bowl. My Super Bowl is ruined.
Wait, no, this is... Oh, shut up. You debated me. I thought this was the actual real fucking response to it. I'll be real with you. I think that the Swifties have been used to a certain quality. And from the Swifties I'm seeing on Twitter, they aren't doing all right. And I think that if you know a Swiftie, please send them some love. So what happened? Are they saying that, like... I feel like Swifties are going to realize that, like, Taylor Swift has to be in a bad relationship to be able to make good music. And this Travis Kelce stuff made her too happy. And therefore, unfortunately, she's not putting out the same quality work. Swifties are going to start fucking trying to ruin the Travis Kelce relationship.
Really good allegory.
Julia, are you okay?
It's an allegory for queer love.
The balls line?
Compass. When I can't smell your balls.
Jesus, that's like disgusting. What is this? Pause this. What the fuck is this?
Are you guys gonna talk the whole time?
I don't get it. I don't get what you're trying to do with this.
Where is she, JT, in the song?
She's at the gay pride parade. Alright, yeah, let's listen to
It's fucking gay. This next part? Okay, you're gonna love this part. I hate all vagina.
Alright.
It's an allegory.
It's not gay at all.
Written by a maniac. No, it's gay.
This seems really like gender essentialist and hateful.
She has internalized homophobia. I am heterosexual.
How are we supposed to interpret that?
You guys are fucking assholes.
Yeah, you know what? We are being a little bit negative. I agree with you. She's gay. You know, maybe she just wasn't like that outward about it with this one song. Julia?
The GTA lyrics are real. This is the album cover. When she tries to touch me while the bros play Grand Theft Auto. Okay, so I can't believe that's an actual lyric, bro. This is not real. I don't want to believe this to be real. I think the Swifties deserve better than this. That's all I'm going to say. If it is real, we're clipping the album out of context. That's what we're doing. Non-ironic thoughts on Taylor Swift is that I think when you are this big and your lyrics are this constantly and overtly autobiographical, is it good for business? But feels like the actual purpose of being a musician to have bangers is overshadowed by having a weirdly public spectacle. He's so right about this. And I think everyone all at once listening to something and having thoughts and riffing about it is actually sick, and something we don't really get to have anymore with respect to the death of monoculture. But I do think that something feels lost along the way. We're wired for the narrative in general. I think Slime is nailing it. I actually thought about the exact same thing. Like, I feel like it's more about, like, it's becoming more of like a influencer-fied form of music. I think it's more influencer than I think it's more influencer and more parasocialist focused than it is about like the quality. Not to say that like there isn't a standalone quality to her music. I would never say that. Columbia dumped Student Belongs in a fucking alleyway, by the way, and also gave 15 minutes to pack up and leave. And also they just basically left a bunch of students out in the dark night in the middle of New York. Insane stuff. This is why I'm saying, please reach out to your local Swiftie. They're really needing a little support right now as they engage in their community cope spirals. What is this? She writes her own songs.
You smoked them 7 bars of chocolate. We declare Charlie Puth should be a bigger artist. I scratch your head, you fall asleep like a tattooed golden retriever. You smoke.
It's very good. I like this a lot. I will be listening to this on repeat. I will be listening to this song on repeat. Please don't hurt me. It's very good and not funny. Do not laugh at this. These are bars, I declared. You better not be laughing. I am certainly not. I'm not laughing. I like Charlie Puth as well. He's very underrated. And the thing about the tattooed golden retriever, I need you to understand. He should be a bigger artist. He's underrated. No, I will not play this again for now. I mean, I will play this. Why? Because I'm saving it for after the stream, when I will only listen to this, and not because I will have a harder time not laughing. If that's what you're thinking, you're wrong. I would not be thinking that. That is not a thought that I'm having. Okay. Honestly, this is an album to listen to solo. I really get it. It is funny because we were listening to it at the gym this morning. Oh, his part was funny about the racist thing. We would pick a decade we wished we could live instead of this. I'd say the 1930s, but without all the racism, which is bars. Don't ever fucking deny that. No, I'm serious. They will come for you. Don't deny that. Oh my God, CNN is writing about it. The Charlie Puth thing. Okay. What is this? Taylor's range really is insane. Who else can be horny, suicidal, introspective, psychotic, empathetic, poetic, silly, energetic, sarcastic, and sincere? PlayStation UK? Oh my God. Oh, that's pretty funny. I mean, they're not even making fun of Taylor Swift here. They're just saying they're repping the GOAT. You know what I mean? Anyway, here, they're playing this album nonstop in Target today, and I heard the song while stalking, and they censored the word racists, like you hear her saying. I'd say the 1930s, but without all and it fades out. No way that's real. That's not real. That's not real, dude. Come on, chat. That's not real. They would never do that, especially because it sounds like she's not saying it's 1830s. Sorry. Okay, regardless, 1830s. Okay. If they censored that, that could mean racists, or that could mean something else, you know? They would never do that. Wait, what? The two Jedners and my friends all smell like weed or little babies? Wait, what? No, that's a joke. That's not real. Okay, guys, stop memeing. These are not real lyrics, right? Right? What's up with her always talking about babies, bro? She's like, you're nonstop coping. Listen, I want to maintain my relationship with Swifties, okay? So I feel like you guys are getting in the middle of that by showing me these lyrics that are obviously not real. All right, let's hear what Good Morning America has to
over.
say.
Yes, for all the Taylor Swift fans out there, overnight, the Grammy winner releasing her highly anticipated album with a big surprise at 2 in the morning. Lara is here to give us all the details. Were you up at 2 a.m.?
Are you ready for it, Michael?
I'm ready.
Let's do it, everybody.
All right, let's go.
Taylor says all's fair in love and poetry, and that's certainly the case for TTPD, as we Swifties are calling her new album. Or should I say anthology?
Bro, this white woman Manchurian candidate shit, I swear to God. Like, I feel like when Taylor drops, you're like, whoa, you were a Swiftie too? Like, they just pop out of the woodwork. There's like articles being written. It's like all of a sudden you go to school and the dean is making an announcement. It's like, today's declared National Taylor Swift Day. You're like, what are you saying? Were you always like this? Hello? What have I known my entire life? Imagine you have an accountant and you're like, well, this is a normal person. This person is taking care of my taxes and my finances. And then you find out they're like, did you see the new Taylor Swift album where she talked about the golden retriever? That was bars. And you're like, oh my God, you've been dealing with my financial information for years. What the fuck? It's weird. It feels weird. It's like, they keep coming out of the woodwork. What the fuck? It's like, I feel like I should have known about this. The extent of which you enjoy Taylor Swift, of course. I don't mean like, you know, because there's some people who are like, I like the music, and that's fine. But then there's some people who are like, I think Taylor Swift released this album because of whatever Cutie told me, that it corresponded to the American battle against England or something. Oh my God. New York Times said on the Torture Post department, Taylor Swift could use an editor. Oh my God, they're going to bomb the New York Times. That's it. It's over. Oh my God. Taylor Swift's 11th studio album feels a bit hermetic, lacking the depth and taut structure of her best work. Our pop music critic Lindsay Zolads writes in a review of the Tortured Poets Department. Yeah, Battle of Lexington and Concord. And you're like, that's not a normal thought to have. I thought New York Times would turn on Israel before they turned on Taylor. Bro, Spotify sent a push notification to every single app user. Wow, they even got Taylor. Israel strikes Iran, Trump, Trader Joe's recall, Netflix, Taylor Swift. Bro, Israel struck Taylor Swift. Yo, chill, dude. She's launching an attack on Israel. QD deleted the VOD, so I don't know what I'm supposed to think of the album. Yeah, she deleted the VOD, not because of like some secret reason of cope or whatever, but because it was an entire VOD of her listening to copyrighted music. Swift Talk is not okay.
It's 2 a.m. and something new just dropped. Cynthia's reading and it's the Black Dog, the Albatross. Those are the fucking bonus things. The bonus tracks that I bought 4 CDs for. So that I'd have all the bonus tracks. And you're telling me she just dropped them literally the day it came out instead of 6 months later like she did with Midnight? Are you kidding? How many songs are there? Are there just 4?
Hold on.
Is it the manuscript?
There's 57. Hold on. 57 minutes. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Honestly, I am a little jealous. Like, I will never feel this level of joy for anything. I won't. There is no world in which I feel this level of joy. For the rest of my life, nothing, maybe like the abolition of the Israeli apartheid regime, like maybe, and that's just not going to happen. So like, I just don't think like, I just don't think I'm going to be this joyful ever. You said Kojima drops. Yeah, like I get excited. I get excited for the next like From Software drop. But honestly, it's nowhere near like this. I think the last time I felt this level of joy was Bernie Sanders in Nevada. Like that's it. And then everything after that has just been shit. Your firstborn child? Probably not. I mean, this is higher than that, it seems.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Like when she finds out how many songs are in the Taylor Swift album, like look at her.
13, 14, 15.
What? No.
Wait, read them out.
What are you talking about? There's 15 more songs.
How can there be 15 more songs?
The Black Dog.
Okay.
I'm gonna get you back, no spaces.
What?
The Albatross.
Oh my God.
Chloe or Sam or Sophia or Marcus.
What?
How did it end?
What?
So High School.
No.
I hate it here. Thank you, Amy. I look in people's windows.
No. What?
Cassandra. Peter. The Volter. Robin.
I think the craziest part about the Taylor Swift fandom is that like these aren't little girls, you know what I mean? Like these are adults. Like that's what's so scary about it, right? In some ways, where it's like you're talking about a woman with disposable income and proximity to power. It's like kind of wild to think about. No, I'm serious. Think about that. These are not like 12-year-olds. These are like 35-year-old women with disposable income in the professional managerial class. Like they are managing people like human beings. Last year I saw the Eras Tour also at my NBA team win their first championship in person. And I got to say the Eras Tour was more special and I'm a huge NBA fan. Yeah, like she just paid her taxes. Just think about that. Like this woman just paid her taxes last week and now she's this excited. Ain't nobody paying taxes can ever be this excited within the same week proximity to paying taxes. That's just like not a thing that happens to people once they get to a certain age, once they get to a certain level of like financial security. You know what I mean? It's just like the joy is robbed from you. And it's like for her, there's something out there for her, which is cool, but also kind of scary when you think about it, you know?
That's like an album and a half.
What? This is the twos.
Adulthood isn't that gloomy. What the fuck? I mean, it's pretty. No, let people be happy. I am. I'm in awe. I'm a little jealous. Friend of the show, Adam Friedland, has broken his silence on this album. A lot of people are saying there's a new Taylor Swift album about me. You don't stand shit, bro. You don't get it. Men have always been dumb. Let women have some too. Okay. No, you're right. She's acting like I did when I got a PS1 for Christmas when I was 7. That's what I'm saying, dude. Wow. You won't envy this poor soul when you see her reaction to the tattooed golden retriever line? No, she'll probably eat that shit up too, bro. Come on. Over 16 songs and a second LP, the pop superstar litigates her recent romances, but the themes of familiar sonic backdrops generate diminishing returns. Bro, I pray, God forbid women do anything. Wait, what? Okay, here are the takes. That's what I was looking for. This is no different than the sports fanatics. Yeah, this writer was never seen from again. Bro, this is a more controversial take from the New York Times than literally like advocating for Palestinian emancipation. New York Times could tomorrow write an article about how like Iran has every right to fucking nuke Israel, and it wouldn't invoke this level of reaction that it will take from this article. You are directly striking a shot across the bow. You are hitting your own target base. Another lyrical masterpiece. Stop sending me lyrics. Stop sending me fake lyrics of Taylor Swift. You wouldn't last an hour in the asylum where they raised me. I mean, that's not even a bad line. It's just funny coming from her, I think. Doesn't she have like a decent upbringing? Like technically it's a little bit Joker-fied, sure, but the Boeing whistleblower feels safer than the New York Times writer. You need to get a hold of Cutie so she can explain all this to you. I feel like we'll save that interaction for the pod. You know what I mean? A response to this line. No, you just sent me the tweet. You sent me the same tweet that we are looking at. Please, this is why I laugh whenever people go, why don't you put on the screen what topics you've covered already? Because nobody reads and nobody looks at the screen. Okay? No, I saw the racist line. I did. Have you addressed this? What? Okay, I'm going to nuke Hoscourt if you keep this up. She's helped a lot of people get through difficult times in her life. I don't get why you guys have to go so hard on her saying you hope Travis gets CTE. That's fucking disgusting. What? Is this a debate? Because it's not the top of the hour. Literally no one said that. Are you okay? Why did you just say there's plenty of normal people who enjoy her or aren't insane and then demonstrated that you're not one of the sane people? You screenshotted a chatter saying that? You are not doing a good job of proving that you are the sane Swiftie. This is kind of what I meant. I was like, listen, like you're kind of doing the thing. I'm in awe a little bit. This goes along with what I was saying beforehand, which is the joke that I was making. It's like you'll know a person for like 25 months, okay? And then one day Taylor Swift drops an album and like a switch is flipped, okay? These people are all around you. At least we know who the real allies, the women, are. I love all the hardos who trash Taylor Swift, but then come on rap battles and diss tracks. Taylor's arguably the greatest singer-songwriter, diss track writer ever. You don't have to love her, but if you don't respect her otherworldly talent, you are a hater. Okay, now I'm convinced. Okay, no. This is not doing the thing you thought this was doing. This is like when the barbs align with fucking Tucker Carlson, okay? No. This is like battle lines changing in the opposite direction that you think is happening here. No, this is a realignment. This is the real party realignment, okay? I don't understand why he had to like take shots at rap music. Like he just literally made it racial for no reason, okay? And if you like that tweet without understanding what he is fucking saying, I don't know what to tell you, okay? God damn. We are so close. We are, fellas, don't fuck this up. We are on the precipice of losing Swifties. Donald Trump about to get that 52% white woman vote once again. I'm sorry, but this is the one that broke my brain. Oh, good one, dude. Good one, my bourbon gamer. Take a week off. Fuck you. You got me. You got me, bro. You got me. Fucking got him, dude. All right, here.
Apology. 31 songs where Swift does not hold back. If her most recent exes were quaking in their boots that there would be songs written about them, they had every right to.
You look like Taylor Swift in this light. We're loving it.
This morning, Taylor Swift fans tortured no more after the release of her 11th album, Overnight.
You left your typewriter at my apartment, straight from the Tortured Poets Department.
The Tortured Poets Department, full of songs about love and heartbreak. Perhaps Taylor's most vulnerable album yet.
So how much inside did you think I had?
And in true Taylor fashion, an extra 2 a.m. surprise, the singer releasing 15 more songs after the original midnight release, calling TTPD a secret double album.
Old habits die.
It's so good.
The new music exceeding Swifties' wildest dreams.
Taylor did it again!
Listening to it alone in the car at 1 a.m.
Rolling Stone calling it wildly ambitious and gloriously chaotic. Taylor celebrating both rounds of releases overnight, sharing, quote, "Once we have spoken our saddest story, we can be free of it. And then all that's left behind is the tortured poetry." And then again at 2 a.m., she wrote, "I'd written so much tortured poetry in the last 2 years, and I wanted to share it all with you."
I like that she's doing the thing that everybody obviously enjoys when you like say the name of the movie in the movie. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty sick. Yeah. Like, oh, she said it. Get it? Like, that's cool.
This was a really personal album.
Musical journalists are prisoners of Swifties like your haters think you are to your audience. Yeah.
Even by Taylor Swift standards. She goes there with her lyrics. This album has to do with her relationship with herself and the growth that she's experienced in the past few years.
The superstar dropping a total of 31.
You clearly have no grasp of music theory if you're shitting on her writing. I'm not. I would never shit on her writing. I think they're bars. Please stop. They are bars. I like her music. Please don't yell at me. I think everyone should enjoy things, and this is a perfectly normal way to enjoy an album that just came out. Please don't yell at me. I'm so sorry.
Songs, teaming up with some regular collaborators like Jack Antonoff and Aaron Dessner, and bringing in star power on duets like Florida with Florence Welch of Florence and the Machine. And Post Malone on the revealing breakup song, Fortnite. Swift also dropping a preview of the music video for that song, set to drop at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Even though she doesn't discuss exactly what her albums are about or her songs are about, pretty much knows, right, that this is a really big chapter of her life. That
it's kind of wild to just like have like an analyst that you call in for the new Taylor Swift album. Like, I feel like does this happen for anything else? What the fuck's going on? Like, we brought our foremost white woman expert to talk about the impact that Taylor Swift is having on white women.
That she's closing.
The album is her first since the end of her 6-year-long relationship with Joe Alwyn. Her breakup on full display in songs like So Long, London.
You swore that you loved me, but where were the clues? I died on the altar waiting for the proof.
But it's not all tears for Taylor. The songstress also penning not-so-subtle lyrics about her Super Bowl champ boyfriend Travis Kelce.
Trying to be the greatest in the league. Where's the trophy? He just comes running over me.
Their golden love story shining bright in the song, The Alchemy.
I recommend you sit down and listen close.
Another moment where Taylor Swift showcases her lyrical expertise. I really like that line about how she's the trophy for him instead of the trophy of the Super Bowl. I have goosebumps, not out of fear, mind you, because of what might happen if I say the wrong thing here, but instead from how much I am captivated emotionally in this very moment where I heard the line about the trophy. We will all like Taylor Swift and we will say we like her. Do not make a mistake. You were my touchdown. Please tell me that's not a line. Please tell me that's not actually something she said. No, that's a joke, right? You're joking because it is believable. And if it is a line, I really like it. That's a banger. If she said you are my touchdown, I would love that line if she said that. If she didn't say that, then that's fine. But if she did say that, I also think that that's good. Like the Super Bowl trophy. Okay.
Closely, as the New York Post wrote this morning, many of the songs on the Tortured Poets Department will have you clutching your pearls, or in this case, your friendship bracelets, with some of the revelations. The goodbye song, So Long London, is pretty self-explanatory there. And Swifties think her short-lived rebound romance with the 1975's frontman Matt Healy was the inspiration for the track the smallest man who ever lived. So much to unpack in this double album of Taylor treasures. TTPD streaming everywhere right now.
Right.
That one hurts.
Yes. Yeah, gloriously chaotic. We love it.
Gloriously. I mean, I do have chills.
The dudes you can tell they're like, yeah, yes, it's chaotic. I think it's chaotic as well, but in a good way, not in a bad way. When I said chaos, I meant controlled chaos, like in a good. I personally, it gave chills down my spine in the sense that I liked it a lot because it was powerful and captivating.
It'll be on repeat in my house for months. So
Yes, and
buckle
enjoy
up.
every minute
I
of it.
will.
Yeah, he's going to love every minute of it. It's going to be on repeat at his house, and he's going to like every moment of the repeat.
I will. Thank you, Lara. Appreciate it.
I said I will.
Time you were throwing punches, I was building something, and I couldn't wait to show you it was real. Scream you, Amy, to the night sky.
She said that she dropped an F-bomb, a big one. Did she say it to show her interlocutors that that word does not scare her? And it clearly invoked the reaction that was designed. She's a bit of a bad girl. She's in her, yeah, she dropped a tactical F-bomb on that one. Yeah, Jojo Siwa could never, dude.
Is Taylor Swift dissing Kim Kardashian in her new song? Fans seem to think so.
It's just a lot of a lot.
Following the release of her 11th studio album, The Tortured Poets Department, the singer dropped 15 additional tracks in the anthology, one including Thank You, Amy, which seems to directly reference her feud with Kim K. The biggest clue, the song name. It has the letters K, I, and M in all caps, spelling out her first.
That's beautiful. I think that's very beautiful and very smart, very clever, I think. That's very subtle, but I'm glad that we found it. We understood the message. That's pretty genius. Doesn't take a genius to recognize that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, baby.
First name. And she also sings this.
I don't think you've changed much, and so I changed your name and any real defining clues.
The ways in which I like to surprise people are with my creative choices.
Tay calls this person a hometown bully and notes there's a bronze spray tan statue of you. Possibly a dig at Kim's notable spray tan looks?
And a plaque underneath it that threatens to push me down the stairs at our school.
Okay, is it a deliberate choice? I'm not like very big into music, but it does seem like a lot of the songs that we heard are like acoustic. Is that on purpose? Like, is there a reason why a lot of the songs just kind of sound like the same? Like it sounds like 1-2 hour song. Is it? No, I mean, I don't mean this in a bad way. I'm just trying to say, I'm not saying this. Okay. I'm not even joking. This is a serious question. I mean, like in a good way. If she made that decision, then I think it's cool and I like it. Am I allowed to say that the songs are all acoustic and not like very different from one another? What, you want her to hop on a filthy beat or something? No, I would not want that.
And it was always
Or if she did that, I would want that. If she did that, then it would be good.
the same searing pain.
As for what pain Taylor could be referring to, in 2016, the beauty mogul's ex-husband Kanye West put out these lyrics in his song Famous.
I feel like me and Taylor might still have sex. Why? I made that famous.
At the time, the Grammy winner slammed the track, which led Kim to release clips of a phone call between the two artists that Taylor says were filmed without her knowledge, and seemingly confirmed that she gave Ye permission to say her name in the song.
I mean, at this point, I'm just over it. Like, yeah, am I annoyed that people try to pin my husband as this bad guy to, like, take advantage a little bit? But at this point, like...
God, I hate the Kardashians so much. Oh, my God. Ugh.
I know the truth.
Like, the only reason why I feel like the reason why more people don't do the classic, like, 2016 era, like, the Kardashians suck shit is because, like, I feel like they don't get clipped out as much. Do they still have a reality TV show? Your man takes their showing tonight? Really? I'm in support of Taylor Swift on this unconditionally. That no, I'm not in support of the Kardashians nor Kanye West on this part of the beef. The fuck? That's not even a controversial opinion at all. That doesn't mean I fucking hate women.
Fast forward to last December, Tay recalled the moment with Time magazine saying, "That took me down psychologically to a place I've never been before." Which leads us back to...
Everyone knows that my mother is a saintly woman, but she used to say she wished that she were dead.
Swifties are jumping to Twitter to share their thoughts on the song. One tweeting, "Taylor dropping a Kim K diss track was not on my 2024 bingo card, but I've never been happier." While another writes, "Kim K will never forget what she did thanks to Taylor Swift." There's also these lyrics that were pointed out.
She won't care because she sucks in general. I don't think she'll care, but it was fucked up what they did to Taylor Swift. I mean, that's not even a controversial opinion.
And one day, your kid comes home singing a song that only us two is gonna know is about you.
And fans know all too well Kim's daughter North listens to Taylor's music.
I think the reason why we turned to music is because, you know, we can somehow apply that song to what we're going through in our life.
Kim has yet to respond.
I just realized I've never really heard Taylor Swift speak in an interview, which perhaps is not a bad thing as far as me not saying something bad that will upset Swifties. It doesn't read as well as her music. Oh, that's all I'll say.
Onto the track, but Taylor's making it clear she's only coming out stronger in the end.
Screams thank you, Amy, to the night sky and the stars are stunning. 'Cause I can't forget the way you made me feel. Everyone knows that my mother is a saintly.
Alrighty, folks.
All right, well, I'll be negatively polarized into loving Taylor Swift unconditionally now that Ben Shapiro has decided that the new album is garbaggio.
It's Friday, so it's time to
more fucking takes like this, baby. Let's go. We won the Swifties back. The coalition is still intact. That whole take from, you know, Mr. Ku Klux Klan, white supremacist, pizza eater, whatever the fuck his name is, Barstool Andy, was a moment of fear, but turns out
deconstruct some culture. Taylor Swift's new album is here. People are really excited. It's called The Tortured Poets Department, which is so tiresome. Oh, can we stop pretending that she's high art? Please, please. The Tortured Poet. Yes, she's tortured. She's so tortured. She's so tortured that she's worth billions of dollars for singing songs that are most appropriately sung by 16 and 17-year-old girls as a 34-year-old woman who's childless and unmarried. It's so boring.
Oh my God. Wait, what? Childless and unmarried? What the fuck? Wait.
34-year-old woman who's childless and unmarried. It's so boring. It's so boring.
Bro, if you say childless and unmarried 34-year-old woman, you should just be banned from talking about popular culture. Okay? No, I'm serious. Like what the fuck kind of gross bullshit is this? A person who says you're a 34-year-old woman who's childless and unmarried should have no business talking about popular culture. It's like you've already given your position away. You're some fucking freak, dude. Oh my God, Charlie Kirk ranted about Taylor's eggs.
She's nasty. She's ugly. Nobody likes her. She looks like nobody likes her. She looks like a teenage boy. Like dudes don't like her. Like if you put her in front of like, she's ugly.
That's true. Yeah. Does Taylor Swift have any eggs left?
I don't think she probably. I don't know if she had to start.
People really shouldn't be so comfortable saying stuff. I'm serious. That's crazy. They beat us on at the misogyny game. Yeah. Bro, you guys are so fucking annoying about this police chase shit. Here, dude. Here. Okay. We got it. There's a fucking police chase happening. Okay. Here.
Like that, but yeah,
Here.
like I said, double-edged sword. You're gonna
Jesus Christ,
get
dude.
one way or the other. It's just a matter of how they're hoping this guy just gives up and gets rid
Every
of the
single
car.
fucking person being like, you have
that's
to
what
watch
they're hoping
this.
for, that he's just going to realize he's not being chased. He's going to get to a familiar territory and just park it and
We'll
get
do
out.
Walking Dead after
but right
this.
now, wrong side of the street again, and going down Western here, it's a very heavily traveled street. You see he's going against traffic with cross traffic coming ahead.
Bro, Big Dog's on a car chase, literally in rush hour. He's fucking cooked.
Passing traffic, and as you're going along, just going home, you're not expecting somebody to come down the left side of you, and if you start to move in there, he's coming up on a fresh rip and going to go through
watch that
the
person.
intersection.
Multiple people there. Yeah, and then you also think, you know, sometimes people that may be in traffic and they're looking down at their phones, or they're, you know, busy making plans on a Friday night and may not be totally completely alert, and not be expecting somebody to be driving really fast on the wrong side of the road too. And a reminder to all of us, me sometimes guilty of this too, to, you know, when you're driving, be alert.
Well, exactly. You're going to have to keep your head on the swivel when you're driving around.
What are they
town,
getting
but
away
you're
from?
never
It doesn't seem like
expecting
anyone's
somebody
chasing
to come
them.
up to the stop sign and just blow right through it. I mean, how many times have you made that left turn in front of a car coming to a four-way stop, expecting them to stop? Now, this guy is not going to do that. Or coming up to a green light, you're going through, not paying attention. Here, this guy comes down the wrong side of the street and goes right through the red light. So that's the problem we're having here with this guy driving the way he's driving, is that eventually he's going to run out of luck.
What do you make of the fact that he's driving so aggressively without ground units on his tail? I mean, this is he doesn't need to do this.
You know, and people that, you know, do things like this, they're not really of right mind. You know, tell if there's some type of intoxicant on board, or they've been using alcohol or drugs. Or do they have a mental issue? We talk about that quite a bit, where what causes a person to take this much risk just to drive around really fast? And, you know, I don't know if he's trying to hope the police come back in so he can run from them, or if he's just being, you know,
where the fuck is the chase,
a mental
bro?
episode or something. This
Where's
point,
the
but right
chase?
now, wrong side of the street, going through here, going through the intersection. Yeah, look at the damage on the car.
What's up with this
Yeah,
car?
significant damage on both sides. So for folks who are just tuning in, hoping to catch the Fox 11 News at 6 o'clock and get some news of the day, this is it for right now. This is the pursuit of an alleged stolen vehicle. It's a Kia Soul. We now know that the Kias and the Hyundais are some of the most sought-after vehicles in terms of those that are stolen. We've covered so many of these involving Kia Souls. While we are calling this a pursuit, all law enforcement has backed off, so that's why.
Are cops just stopping Kias? Like, people are just assuming that because Kias are so easily stolen, that, like, if a Kia is driving erratically, they're like, it must be a stolen
and
car.
West 40th Place, South LA. And we've seen the same territory for the most part as long as we've been on the air with this. And Tim, the fact that law enforcement has decided to back off, now we are at that wider view because of Skyfox. Obviously, if the person knew... Right corner?
Yeah, that's where the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Skyfox can't hear you, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, Ellis would be in his heyday if Skyfox could hear him. Okay. Tim, so here we are. I don't know if we've lost the Kia Soul, but at this point, you know, we just can pray that they give up, or they go to their known location and surrender, or just make a run for it or something. Just get the vehicle off the road.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for. But yeah, they have lost. They drove out the bottom right corner of the screen there, as Alex said. So yeah, it's gonna be tough getting it back with all these trees and all this area. And also, I haven't had a chance to look at the radar to see if there's an LAPD unit overhead. But from what I'm guessing, there is not an air unit over it now, because as the pilot would do in the news helicopter, is kind of key on where the police helicopter is. But right now, it looks like they've completely lost it here. So.
Yeah, we did see a pilot maybe 10, 15 minutes ago that was over it, but maybe they've lost it as well. I mean, at this point, you know, there are basically four outcomes. One, we lose it and the cops lose it from the air, and then the pursuit is over that way. Two, the driver just gives up because they run out of gas or decide that they found a home or found another place to escape to. Or three, there's some sort of crash that causes the driver to give up. Those seem to be the potential outcomes at this point as we try to figure out where exactly this car is. Is that it?
Yeah, there it is.
Wow, nice job, Skyfox.
Hey, you did a good job. And I'm just checking the radar. There is no law enforcement overhead. It's just all media right now. So that's why they're having such a hard time sticking with it.
Oh,
so
you're seeing some activity in the driver's side window there, Tim. Sorry to cut you off, but we hadn't seen much, and there's some hand gestures right now.
Yeah, which makes you wonder, is he telling this guy I want to get in, and are we now about to go on the freeway? It looks like we may be heading back onto the freeway. This is the 110 freeway. We have not been on the freeway since.
The reason why you haven't seen a lot of chases And the reason why these chases are always not real chases at all, I don't know if this is like an official policy, but it does kind of feel like the LAPD is no longer chasing cars like this, which is a good thing for the record. It's not a bad thing. It's good overall because, you know, obviously these chases are very destructive and also unnecessary in general. Maybe they've like limited the cars that they end up chasing. I don't know. Like the severity has to be much higher or something. Like they had to have like shot someone or some shit like that rather than what do you call it? Just like potential theft. Yeah, no, it's because they defunded the police. It is true that these chases are actually worse overall. It's not good to chase. It's not good to pursue these cars.
Tortured. The angst, the feelings. Oh, how about like a little maturity at some point here? Every time I hear artists like Taylor Swift, the Tortured Poets Department, all I can think of is people who are actually tortured around the world. I feel like there's a very one of my favorite headlines from The Onion years ago. It was a point counterpoint. They used to have a column that was point counterpoint, and the point was a little American girl, 10, 11 years old, saying, "I'm starving." And the whole article was about how she was really hungry after getting home from school. And the other one was a Somali kid saying, "I'm starving," because they were literally starving. That's how I feel about Taylor Swift and her Tortured Poets Department nonsense. So she has put up a poetic.
Yeah, bro. No one can use the word torture unless they're unless they're fucking in Guantanamo Bay, in which case Ben doesn't think that's torture. That's enhanced interrogation and totally valid. It's wild, bro. What are you saying? Like, yeah, she's embellishing. Like, Jesus Christ. I mean, the first line about it being like, what are you actually tortured by is a decent thing. Like, it's like, you can make a criticism like that. You could be like, oh, you're exaggerating your conditions. But he has to be like hyper fucking realistic with it. Like, he has to be a hyper literalist. Torture? Well, there are real torturers and real people being tortured in the world. I can't believe she called herself a tortured poet.
Post about the album. And here is what the Poetic Post says. Quote, the Tortured Poets Department, and soft focus picture of Taylor Swift, and then one of her lying on the bed, and then one of her standing in fashion, and oh my God, wow, she does look tortured. Wow. The Tortured Poets Department, an anthology of new works that reflect events, opinions, and sentiments from a fleeting and fatalistic moment in time. One that was both sensational and sorrowful in equal measure. There are 31 songs? 31?
Okay, to be fair, that was my reaction.
Why? Why 31 songs? 31 songs? What the hell?
That is a normal reaction.
This period of the author's life is now over. The chapter closed and boarded up. Well, no, it is.
That part is not even fault. That is a normal reaction to that many songs. That's a lot of songs. Too many songs.
Because now you're just spilling your guts about it. You got to hear about how you dated a bunch of other guys that you didn't end up marrying. Well, yeah, good for you, lady. There is nothing to avenge, no scores to settle once wounds have healed. And upon further reflection, a good number of them turned out to be self-inflicted. This writer is of the firm belief that our tears become holy in the form of ink on a page. People who find this stuff profound, I don't want to be around them. Our tears become holy in the form of ink on a page.
To be fair, he means women. He's saying he does not want to be around women in general, which, you know, even if you have a take there, you just arrived at it with the wrong analysis.
Can you mix your metaphors anymore there, lady? Like, once we have spoken our saddest story, we can be free of it. It's Freudian talk therapy, but now you have to pay to listen to it. And then all that's left behind is the tortured poetry. The Tortured Poets Department is out now. I just want to vomit. You didn't suffer. Stop pretending that you've experienced real suffering because you dated a bunch of guys you didn't marry. Real suffering. You seem like absolute tortured, like really tortured. This sort of stuff gets at me. It gets at me because stop being such a whiny pain in the ass. Like, seriously. In the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger, stop whining. Why are you so whiny all the time? Like, I know people who have experienced actual real tragedy.
Bro, this is a real J. Cole saying your album was boring to Kendrick moment. Okay? This is a real Drake saying you made pop songs with Taylor Swift to Kendrick Lamar moment. It's pot calling the kettle black. You can't be talking about whining. You're whining about a fucking music album. Why are you whining all the time? There's real things to whine about, like women having bodily autonomy in blue states. I hate that.
Actual real torture. There are people in the world who have kids who have cancer and those kids die. That's a real. Then you get to talk about torture. You're not tortured because you went out with a boy and then he was mean to you and you couldn't communicate properly and then you broke up and then you went on your private jet. You're not tortured.
Okay. God, this is so shallow. Like, dude, yeah, I get it. Like, Taylor Swift is rich. Like, she's also a musician. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck? If you become a commercially successful musician, you should never make music ever again. Because after all, you're rich. You're a commercially successful musician. Shut the fuck up. It's such a weird fucking take. Like, what is happening here? You can still have feelings, even if you're rich. You know what I mean? Why does he act like he's this guy who doesn't fucking love wealth and being wealthy and love the wealthy and defend their interests all the fucking time? It's such a weird fucking take. Like, bro, as a left-wing person, as a leftist, I still do think that, like, rich people get sad too. Sure, maybe they wipe their tears with $100 bills and shit, but like, it's fine. You can still make music. What the fuck?
Sure. And 17-year-old girls who are being taught to act like
you can still have feelings, even if you are rich, a rich person. Yes, I should know because I too have private jets, multiple of them, and I fly with them all the time when I feel sad. And then it doesn't make me feel happy when I fly in my private jets, my sad private jet.
Ridiculous, emotionally self-involved, puerile brats like this. Ugh, I hate this crap. I really, really hate it. And I haven't even heard it yet. I don't even know if the music is good or anything. I don't know. I'm sure there will be 4 chords because that's all she can play on the guitar. And 4 on the floor.
Speaking of literal torture, this is the definition of literal torture. Yeah. Wow, Ben, I can't believe you said you were literally tortured watching that clip.
Kick drum and all the rest. So, wow, just tortured post department. She's so deep, guys. She's so deep. Or maybe she's the shallowest person you've ever heard of in your entire life. She is a cheerleader who is dating the high school quarterback in front of everyone, and she's worth billions of dollars and flies around on private jets and sells you her support.
Why does he read as jealous? Am I crazy? Is he kind of jelly here? Like, he sounds like a fucking angry incel who's mad he's not the cheerleader dating the quarterback worth $1 billion. That's weird, man.
Posed tears. Do not like. Anti. We'll get to more on this in just a moment. First, finding that perfect.
Oh my God. Okay, dude. Come on.
The Joker one was overrated. I thought it was okay. But I thought that the entire magic of the Joker character in the Batman series is that you actually don't know his background. It's one of the best things about it. Right? In Dark Knight, Heath Ledger's Joker gives, I believe...
Oh, that's it. That's all he said about Taylor Swift. And then he moves on to other pop culture shit. Yo, I can't wait for Brett Cooper's analysis on this. She's about to pop off, dude. She's about to motherfucking pop off, baby. Anyway, is today opposite day Ben critiquing rich people while you defend them? Yes, dude. Ben Shapiro's critiquing rich people. Thank you. That's what happened here. Some of you literally, I think, got the John Fetterman brain problem, and that's how you arrived at leftism. Like, you got bludgeoned in the head with a shovel too many times, and you're like, oh, I think I'm a leftist now. Like, yeah. Criticizing rich people is when you also fucking, she's gonna cook Ben. Her video, 26,000 views in 2 hours. Ben's video 7 hours ago, only 46,000 views. Brett Cooper, Fem Shabibo, is unironically lapping Ben Shabibo.
So if you guys watch the show regularly, you know that in terms of relationship, there is one thing that really irks me basically above all else, and that is wasting somebody's time, especially when you are wasting that person's time intentionally. I mean, at this rate, we just talk about it constantly. Like, if I can encourage you to do one thing in your personal life, it would be to know that your time and energy is not Your white jackets are also not replaceable. That your time and energy is not replaceable. You can get everything else back. You can make more money. You can buy new things. I feel like I say this constantly, which I do.
She's so funny. She's so quirky and funny and real. No, she's not actually streaming. It's fake.
But you cannot get back your time and energy. And so you should spend that time and energy with people and on people who value that and who enrich your life. It seems like common sense, but I think for a lot of people it's not. And this really comes out in romantic relationships, especially when one partner wants to move the relationship forward, usually towards marriage, and the other doesn't. And at some point, something's gotta give, otherwise you are wasting your irreplaceable time and you run the risk of falling into the forever girlfriend trap. Now, we talked about this term just a couple weeks ago. It was a term that I had not used before, even though I talk about this constantly. But we have done many episodes about this subject. They'll be in the description below if you want more context. But the reason why I'm bringing it up yet again is because of a new Taylor Swift song. I just heard all the men groan from the audience. I know, I'm sorry, but we have to talk about it because it is more evident than ever.
Brother, I cannot believe that this channel now
Welcome back
has
to the
4 million subscribers. All of our videos go fucking nutty mode. Like, it's crazy. The hypocritical philosophy of the Fresh and Fit podcast. Situationships suck. She's like giving fucking dating advice, even though she's basically a fetus. If you had never seen any of her videos with volume, then you'd have been in love with this quirked up American girl. No. Yeah, I know grown men watch her, and like the weirdest grown men. Half of them are your viewers standing her in the Hoscord. Yeah, there's a couple things that I need to address that I feel like I've dropped the ball on. Number one, is this a thing? Like, is she popping off? It seems like she is. This is crazy. 4 million subs. That's insane. That's number one. Number two, squatters. It turns out squatters is like unironically a major meta in the right. Like, they've been talking about this shit a lot. Probably the reason why Graham Stephan brought it up in his podcast. Like, I didn't even realize that this was a new thing that people were talking about. It's not a new thing per se, but it's definitely like there's a new interest, a renewed interest in squatting, so much so that Florida took legislative action against squatters and shit like that. And it's the current meta. And I cannot comprehend how like the Vox dudes got there before I did. There was a point in time when this community was like, at the cutting edge of conservative commentary, and I feel like we've dropped the ball. We don't watch conservative commentators anymore. We only watch Fox News. If one more person says it's Clementine, I'm going to fucking quit the stream. I swear to God. Shut the fuck up, okay? I'm going to play Walking Dead Season 3 in a little bit, okay? Can you calm the fuck down? I can't believe I'm saying this. Jesus Christ. I have a community of gaming frogs that just become so relentless. And you know what you act like? You act like Kaya. If I keep streaming past 9 p.m., Kaya starts coming over here and being like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Dad, it's no longer stream time. It's playtime. What the fuck is up? If I sleep in, Kaya wakes my ass up. It's like, come on, Dad. Let's go. We're supposed to be at the park right now. Chat behaves in the same way. They're like, what do you mean? What do you mean? It's gaming time, please.
That she fell into this trap. Before we dive in, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section episode. All right, so if you are not clued in to Taylor Swift updates, she dropped her new highly anticipated album called The Tortured Poets Department last night at midnight, and then at 2 a.m., she dropped a second one. Now it is the Tortured Poets Department Anthology with 31 freaking songs. The major Swifties apparently knew that this was going to be happening because there were peace signs and number 2s scattered all throughout all of her marketing materials. And we all know nothing gets by the Swifties, so they either thought that it was a new album or another re-recording, but most people were shocked. I personally was shocked. This is just an aside, but I was shocked because I have no idea how this woman had the time to write, record, produce, and then market.
Sounds like you're complaining about all you've ever wanted. It's true. I did want to cultivate a community of gaming frogs, and I do actually enjoy the gaming so much. I did want to watch this Amazon Fallout glorified humiliation ritual video, which I think is like really bad. And for the record, I'm not going to do that right now because I do want to game because I'm a real gamer, unlike these fucking weirdos who despise gaming and despise good content in general and fucking constantly chirp about it. They literally like chirping about gaming more than they like chirping about video games and video game related franchise pieces more than they like playing the video games themselves. I'm actually unironically convinced. But that will be for tomorrow because right now we are diving into gaming. It's gaming time. It's Clementine. We're going to do the damn thing. It's Walking Dead Season 3 time. I do want to save some of my best Taylor Swift adjacent takes for when I face off with the GOAT Swiftie herself. Cutie Cinderella. Yes, UAW vote is killing it. It's exciting for the Volkswagen plant. I'll never forgive her for leaving Kenny behind. You're crazy. I finished season 2 last night. Late night gaming session happened because of how much love I have for the gaming frogs, brother. Do you understand me? I literally fucking did a 12-hour stream yesterday because of how much I love the gaming frogs, and I promised. Okay? Season 3 begins now. Walking Dead. And then 12 hours, literally a half a day. This is the frogs' golden age, and they're still complaining. Yeah. You wanted to stay up late for the Taylor Swift album last night and gamed until it dropped. We all know the truth. Yeah. This game has actually converted, I feel like, a lot of politics frogs to gaming because it lends itself so perfectly to me pausing. Like I do pause an obby. It's basically like reacting to an interactive TV show. The writing is also pretty solid. So once again, if you guys are unfamiliar with this game, highly recommend you check it out. Check out the gaming sesh. Also retweet the tweet. Yeah. Also, Hasanabi Gaming uploads every day. If you need to catch up, type !gaming after the stream. I will also play Disco Elysium on stream as well. So when did this come out? Like 10 years ago? Yeah, honestly, it came out 10 years ago, but it's still fucking solid. It stands. It literally came out 10 years ago. And I'm glad that they remastered it because it doesn't look like shit because I watched the older videos and it didn't look great. I do think that no matter what happens, A New Frontier, I guess, is season 3. Is that it? Is that it? And then final season? A New Frontier is season 3, and it came out in 2016. The first game came out in 2014. The game is actually technically set in zombie apocalypse in 2004. Okay, this will be a recap, I assume, so I'm going to quickly piss while the recap occurs. It is a recap, right? I hope. Hold on. I need to piss so bad, but I'm holding because I don't want to miss it. Oh, never mind. This is the menu. All right, let's get started, baby. Wait, what do you mean? AJ, Kenny, and Clem continued on to Wellington, where Clem learned Kenny would not be allowed in. Clem said goodbye to Kenny through the tears. And we begin another journey. The Ties That Bind, Part 1. That's right, we had to leave Kenny behind because these fucking assholes of Wellington, Beef Wellington, wouldn't allow him. But at least Kenny survives in this, so we don't know. We don't know if he's dead or not. I don't think he's dead, for the record. I don't think he's dead. No spoilerinos, obviously, but bro, let me tell you something, okay? He has survived through so much worse. The fact that he survived, Kenny is now 2 for 2 in sacrificing his life so that someone else could fucking thrive and survive. So just remember that. And I will remember that. I do not think that he will be dead. I'm holding on to that belief. Maybe it's copium, but...
Over here. All right, we're packing up. But you need to hurry. You weren't here when Dad was sick, okay? I get it, but I can be here when he goes. I'm on my way.
Okay, I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but...
David! It's David, hey! Hey, David. I had to leave my car. Traffic's just, it's back.
Hold on, I gotta make some quick quality of life adjustments here. Let's do the graphic. That's the same. Apply. Let's
for
see.
Miles. He's dead. No. I tried. You're a piece of shit. You know that?
No, I'm not turning off graphic black. Shut the fuck up. I've been playing with graphic black on, and I will continue playing with graphic black on. I like it. I like the actual aesthetics. I don't care that you don't appreciate the artistic direction that the fucking video game developers took here, okay?
One time.
It looks like a comic
book. Just the
book.
one goddamn time that you needed to be here. Come on, please. Please don't do that.
Bro, it's a zombie Oh my god! Bro, it's a zombie apocalypse.
Here. They've been here for days, and where the fuck were you?
Where was I actually? I don't know.
All around him. People who love him all around him. And he's scared. I'm seeing the panic in his eyes, and he's searching the room. ¿Dónde está Javier? ¿Dónde está mi hijo?
Oh.
I'm there, right beside him, holding him.
Oh, it's not the zombie apocalypse. It's before the zombie apocalypse. They're just broke. Never mind. Fuck, my bad, dude. I saw the busted cars, and I was like, damn, shit's the zombie apocalypse already.
His hand, like a good son. And he doesn't even see me. He doesn't even see me because he's looking for you. You don't think there's a million places we'd rather be? He was my dad too, all right?
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, bro. Chill.
You're not the only one dealing with this. And what
He's
a
right.
fine son you turned out to be.
Uncle Javi? Why are you fighting? I could hear you from inside.
Your
Don't
dad's
worry,
a
Gabe.
bully.
We're just horsing around. Just a joke between brothers, you know? Yeah. Your uncle doesn't know how to take anything seriously.
Oh my God, I just saved your ass in front of your son so he doesn't think you're a piece of shit and that's how you repay me, you fucking asshole? Suck my dick.
Go inside, mijo. We'll be in a minute. Go on. It's okay. Inside.
That's crazy. We're brothers. We're brothers. I gotta fucking stand by you no matter what, even though you popped me in the fucking face. Like
I should call
Carlos
someone.
did
Pick up the
to
body.
Sarah last season.
Yeah.
Subtitles too big? Shut the fuck up.
I love you, little brother. You know that, right? With everything going on. Well, you got a pretty funny way of showing it.
Don't get mad at me, bitch.
You
I'm
think
right.
I was jealous of you? No, I don't think anything.
I think you punched me in the
I
face.
was. For a long time. You've lost more than I'll ever have. But maybe something good can come out of all this. Because we need you here. It's time to grow up. You can't run from this. Not anymore.
I know. You're right. I won't even argue. I'll be around more, honestly. You can count on
it, huh? I want to believe that.
Chatter's thinking I
do.
would sacrifice my brother is insane. I would never do that.
Javi,
Kate,
I'm so sorry, Javi. I'm so sorry.
thank you.
That's the
Let's go
appropriate
inside.
response.
Your mom needs you.
That's the appropriate response to fucking,
What happened?
addressing a grieving son.
Come on.
Chat, remember Haas comes from a loving family. This is true. His father's been dying asking him for hours. She should have rocked his shit.
Mama,
Where were you?
I tried. I'm so sorry.
He's gone, mijo.
Come on, bro. We freshly invaded Iraq. 9/11 happened 2 years ago. You know what I mean? Like 2003. I got a lot of stuff going on. I was trying to get a nut off. I'm thinking the world might end anytime soon. You know, not like a zombie apocalypse type way, but like maybe World War III type way. You know what I mean? 9/11 took a toll on all of us, including me, right? In fucking San Francisco, I think, where they live.
He's gone.
He's in a better place, Mama.
No, Hector's taking care. David made arrangements with your father before he passed.
No puedo conectarme. Dicen que no hay servicio.
Who are these people? This is a whole new family, Chad.
You thirsty, baby? You want some juice?
Grandpa's cup was empty.
Oh no, she doesn't understand. He's
You
dead.
don't have to fill his cup up anymore, baby.
Yo,
Grandpa is...
wait. Is the zombie apocalypse happening right now? Does that mean that the grandpa is gonna come back as a zombo? Oh my god, that is cold-blooded. This game is
No,
ruthless
Yaya.
if that's...
People's awake.
Oh my god. Be for fucking real, bro. God damn, these games are so sick. This is a twisted. This game is twisted. This game is literally... No, don't go in there. Bro, that is evil, bro. That is fucking evil. Ay, Dios mío. You can tell the production went up this season.
Rafa, ¿cómo es esto posible?
¿Cómo es esto posible? Rafa! Papá! Ay, Dios mío! Oh, shit! Grandpa's got fucking stop, bro.
Papá, calma, soy yo, Gaby. Estás en tu casa, cálmate.
Wait, why is it doubling on the audio? What the fuck was that?
Él está loco, él atacó a Héctor.
Solamente está confundido.
Mamá.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Mama, you're gonna be okay. You'll be okay, Mom.
Help him!
David! I'm sorry, Papa.
Oh, shit. Smoking on the dead dad pack. That's crazy. Yo, he's gonna get mad at me. He's gonna be like, how
We
the
need
fuck?
to go.
Why did
we
you
need
do
to get
that?
her to the hospital.
Let me look at it. Gabriel, where's your sister? Keys! Where the fuck are the keys? Take Dad's car. Keys are on the dash.
How'd he break the bedpost? Dude. That's Latinx
Mama,
power right
get
there,
the
dude.
kids. Meet at the hospital. Don't take the highway. It's blocked.
I'll bring the van around.
Where's Mari?
I don't know.
Mija. Mariana! ¿Dónde estás? Mariana, we have to go. Yaya's hurt. Come on, honey, we have to go.
No!
It's okay, baby. It's okay. County General Hospital. I know the way.
Is she gonna turn too? Did she get bit too? Did he get bit? Oh, he did. Oh, hell no, bro. Cut the arm off. Cut the arm off. Oh, chupo mi penga, cabrón. It's over. It's over, dude. Doesn't that mean my penis? Chinga su madre. Chupo mi pena, cabrón. Bro, that's Dominican, not Mexican. Dude, I don't fucking know what I'm saying. Chingo su madre. Mexicans say chingo su madre.
Tell me when it reaches the campfire.
I don't think I've seen this many. It's definitely growing.
Yeah, not a great sign.
Chupa mi verga is the Flexican version.
Damn it.
Okay.
I left my water bottle. Herb just got there.
Just under 4 hours. Come on. We should keep moving while the kids are asleep.
Who said missed his death the first time? Ain't no way. Had to do it himself the second time so he could be there. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I thought that was a problem, bro. Here I am. They had an immigrant caravan. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Looks like the herd is speeding up a little. I thought it was drifting southwest, but I'm not sure anymore. Every time I think we should just bed down somewhere and wait for it to pass, I can't shake the thought of us getting caught in the middle of it. It just keeps coming. It's slow, but that almost makes it worse.
It'd definitely be nice to stop. We've been on the move a while now.
Kids are older and still alive. Where's the daddy? Bro, what happened to Dada? Oh my God, we did the Christian thing. Oh my God, we did the Christian thing. Dada died in the hospital, and I took the sister. I took my sister-in-law as my wife, as my lawful wife, Hunter Biden style. That's literally what Christians do, bro. That is the Christian way, dog.
I don't know. It feels risky.
Not if we find somewhere secure.
We'll figure it out.
We always do.
Hey, I'm gonna sneak a smoke.
I can't believe you found weed.
Are you kidding? People were probably growing this before they realized they needed food.
That's crazy.
Do you want me to do that? The last joint you rolled looked like a kazoo.
How am I gonna drive and roll at the same time,
You're
bro? Come on,
driving,
Javi.
And I've come a long way since then.
Also,
it was like 3 days ago.
Relax.
I'm saying, little bit racially motivated. First time there's like weed introduced into the series in 2016, and it's marijuana. You know, it's a little weird. It's a little weird that all of a sudden we're on that Zaza, and it's a Latino family. I'm just saying. I guess technically both of the fucking seasons were the main characters were black. It would have been fucked up in that situation.
Mariana's got headphones on and Gabe is drooling. I think we're in the clear. You want some?
No, dude, I'm driving.
No, thanks. One of us should be sober.
One of us should be sober. I'm driving, and also it's fucking a zombie apocalypse. I don't want to be high for that
when
shit.
I found out David had...
Honestly, pussy. Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me, chat? Dude, if I'm getting high, I need the situation to be perfect. Okay? No problems whatsoever. I'm sitting on a fucking couch. I'm in my house. I got a shit ton of snacks ready and lined up. Like, it takes a zombie apocalypse is the exact opposite time where I want to be high. I would be so fucking scared to begin with. Like, it would ruin everything. It is unironically the worst situation to smoke weed. All of you that say, oh, nah, dude, I'd be fine, you're fucking stoners, okay? You're addicted to weed, even though you can't really fucking physically get addicted to it. You are somehow. Oh, man, I'm operating better, bro. I'm fucking high. It's insane. WS on L stoners. Yeah, no, you guys have physical addiction to weed for fucking saying nonsense shit like that, okay? I'd be so upset. If I was high and I saw a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, it would ruin my night. Okay, I'd be like, oh man, here we go. And then I'd remember that I could just subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, and then it would be fine. You know what I mean? I'd be like, oh shit, I'm subscribed already, so it's fine. I won't see an ad. And then maybe if I was lucky, 3B would gift me one of the 5 gifted subs, and then I'd be like happy again. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Los Pipos, thank you, cabron, for the 5 gifted subs.
Kids, I told him, I am not changing who I am around them.
Womack,
And when
Thank
he
you for the phone.
proposed, I reminded him that I'm not exactly stepmother material. Case in point. He was reassuring, but, I could tell he was worried about it. I knew he'd try to get me to change. Or at least he'd hope that being around the kids more would change me,
Do you miss him?
I think about that a lot. Honestly, I'm not
What
sure.
the fuck? You're not missing your
I used to talk
husbando?
shit about all those mothers who'd go on about raising their kids being the hardest thing in the world. Oof. Gabe's making me start to think they had a point. His mood swings are just... I don't know. Some days I just want to leave him by the side of the road.
Wait, what? Is she talking about her son?
I'm joking. Jesus. Obviously.
Gabe's been emotional lately. I'm sure he's just, going through a phase.
Stepson, but yeah, that's still crazy.
Emotional? Right. That's cute. Look, I love these kids, but I could do without Gabe reminding me I'm not his mother whenever he's pissed.
He's a teenager. Puberty, hormones. The second you start getting boners, the whole world starts to get dark.
Ew.
What are you talking about? Sounds delightful compared to dealing with bloody underwear.
Ew. Double ew.
Christ. I need to get laid.
Oh, shit. Yo, are you for fucking real right now? Yo, this game just started and we're already going for the fuck round? That's crazy. This game delivers. Oh my God, season 3 Sexo speedrun accomplished, bro. Pull over right now. I swear to God.
I realize that was an awkward transition. Sorry about that.
Oh, I can pull over. It wouldn't take a minute.
Wouldn't be worth it for just a minute.
God damn, she's into it.
What's that smell?
Oh,
It's
shit.
gross.
Hey, Mariana, I think we must have hit a skunk or something back there.
I already know you guys do drugs.
That's a pretty severe way of phrasing it, Mariana. Don't tell Gabe.
He's the one who told me.
Ugh. Oh my God. You're even smoking in the car now?
All right. Everyone roll the windows down before you all get contact high. We're about to make a supply stop.
Oh my God, bro. This is okay. The dynamic is wild right now. This is a wild dynamic. Gabe is the new Ben, you're calling it? I don't know, man. Probably though. There's got to be a Ben. Every group has to have a Ben. It doesn't work in any other way. Kick the narcs out. Oh my God, stoners in the chat showing their asses. Oh my God, kick the narcs out, bro. They're kids, okay? They're fucking children. Calm down. Wow, they don't like weed? Kick them. Hey, how do you like being zombie meat, child? 420, blaze it, is my holiday. I love weed.
You want a moment alone, Mari?
Oh my God, this is like everything Redditors hate. Redditors about to be like, kick her too. She's religious. God's not real. Debate her. Debate her right now, Javi. Debate her on why she's stupid for believing in God.
I'm praying I find a candy bar.
All right. What do we actually need?
A candy bar.
Need, Mariana, not want.
Pretty much everything. If it looks useful, let's use it.
All right. Well, let's start with some gas and move up from there.
By the way, low-key but high-key, these games are so fucking woke. Oh shit, she got a weapon on her. Easy. Oh, this is the new meta? The QTEs have improved, huh? Wait, what the fuck? She just ate that. Oh my God. Okay, Javi's got that. Javi hit that baseball
where you
style, dude.
Okay, that's cool. Have fun. Oh, Jesus. It never ends with him.
He got the jersey on and
I hate
everything.
when they fight like that. I really hate it. It's like all Gabe wants to do is argue. Doesn't matter what it's about.
Hey, I know, that's what families do. They fight, they make up, and they fight all over again. At least you have your headphones.
Yeah, but the batteries have been dead for a couple of weeks. I mostly wear them to fool you guys.
Well, when you put it that way, I wish I had a pair too.
You can borrow mine if you want.
I might just have to do that.
Wait, so she heard me fucking... Oh no, she heard me wanting to... She heard me fucking flubbing, dude. No, she heard me hit and miss, dude. I was trying to hit. I'm sorry.
Be nice to find some dinner.
In a junkyard.
You never know. These past 4 years, people have been hoarding all kinds of shit in all kinds of places.
Oh, and Mari, if there's any trouble, you find one of these cars.
Yeah?
Lock yourself in and don't come out. Not even once it's quiet. Just wait as long as you can.
Okay.
Good girl.
Rizzless square loser. Everybody shut up. Javi is sexy as fuck. What are you talking about, dude? This guy's awesome. Whoa. It looks cool. Dude, this is sick.
Just
I love that
rotting bits of old rubber and tires.
I love seeing the UI updated and shit. It's sick.
Nothing good left. Someone picked it clean.
Still couldn't hit though. Okay, well, all my losses were lessons, bitch. Shut up. You know what I mean? Turn that negative into a positive real quick. I can't be the only one who
Any luck,
always
kiddo?
goes in the
I
opposite
need a
direction.
pen. Or a pencil. Just something to write with.
A pen? Why are you looking for that?
There's just something I really really need to do. And I need a pen for it. Last night I was thinking about this stupid story my mom used to tell me all the time before bed. I used to hate it. But then I realized I don't remember the ending. It was this goofy ending she thought was so funny and I thought was so dumb. I want to write down everything I can remember about everything. 'Cause if I forget and they're all gone, I'm kind of gone too.
She's a
At least
tortured
a little
poet. Yep.
I just think that might be kind of important.
Tortured Poet
Maybe.
Society.
That's a great idea, Mariana.
That's a Swiftie right there. If she only had batteries for her headphones, that's what she needs.
Waste oil. No use to us.
Waste utes.
Most of the dashboard is torn out. Seats are gone. This thing's dead.
Is there a Zombo underneath it?
Okay. Now I'm sorry I did that. Oh, that's gross.
Why do you know what a waste ute is? Which Zoomer taught you? You know I have access to TikTok too, right? You think Zoomers develop their own thoughts uniquely? Fuck no. They literally learn everything from TikTok.
You find anything?
I can't stop thinking about that herd. We get caught in it, and that's it. Peace, asshole. Can't charm your way out of that one. We'd be gone in seconds.
Hey, don't think about that. We're careful. We're smart. We'll stay ahead of them.
Luck runs out just as easily as gas. There's gonna be a last one, you know? A last tank of gas. Last piece of food. What if this place is empty? And the next? And the next?
We're not gonna let that happen.
Shouldn't have hit that pen, dude. Oh my god.
Okay.
She's high as
I
fuck.
let it have its 5 minutes. I'm good.
She's too high, bro. That's what it is. Tweaking. See, all the stoners in the chat, like, oh, I'm built differently. Like, I would have been fine. No, you wouldn't.
Once this car made someone very happy. Now it
Dude.
sits here, rotting away.
It can make
Así
anybody
es
happy.
la
There's a
vida.
lot of. That's the guy who. Wait. Oh, down. Okay, I'm learning the QTE's chat. Don't forget, this is new to me. Can I search the Zombo? Never mind. I guess not. Man showing his boomer ass age, calling us stoners repeatedly. Wait. What do Zoomers say?
Not much.
The
But
lonely
every bit
stoner,
helps.
dude, day and night.
That could hold a lot of gas. Could be really handy if we stayed for a while.
You forgot the Jane lessons? Yeah, this guy never learned the Jane lessons.
Acetylene. Handy for welding, but not much else.
Zoomers say Giat, Zaza, Ohio, Rizzler, Kush. Oh my god, that was disgusting.
I wouldn't have minded having one of these back in the day.
It's not even a lie. Zoomers do say all that shit.
Come to Papa. Barely anything. I'll need to find more. I don't think these tires would fit the van.
Bro, this place is fucking massive. Why'd you get up there?
What's going on in there, buddy?
I'm in a bad mood, okay? I want it to go away, but it won't.
Oh no, he's
Just
depressed.
wish we weren't always on the road. I like being with other people. It's just, we're in that car for so damn long. The AC hasn't worked in ages, and then it ate my last damn tape.
But we still got each other. It's better than nothing, right?
I think he needs to
I don't
crank
know.
one.
Maybe just leave me alone.
No disrespect.
But if you
but
want
like,
to talk
that's
later,
probably
I'm
what it is.
around.
At that age, I would have needed I needed to fire it off like multiple times a day. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no.
This one looks promising.
Be fucking losing my mind. Multiple, bro? Are you kidding me? You're talking to a dude who literally fucking drew his own titties.
Bingo.
Hello? I don't need to hear about your wanking habits as a child. What do you mean? It's like, it's me, bro. I'm talking about my own fucking personal experience. So fucking brain dead. It's like, yeah, dude, you can't talk about a crush that you had when you were in high school because technically you were a minor.
Some sort of fuel tank.
It's so weird. Zoomers are so brain broken, dude. Jesus Christ. That's problematic.
Tires, paint cans, old newspaper. All that's left in this junkyard is...
Guys, stop.
Junk.
Guys, stop
Nothing
drawing...
up there but garbage.
Stop drawing titties in the chat. It's getting me horny. Stop it. Wait, where the fuck am I going? I'm just like kind of lost here. What's happening? Okay, there it is. Back on the road again. All on my own again. Okay, what is this? Well, there are people that live here, I think. That's probably why they built this, no?
Too risky to search up there. Doesn't look stable.
Yeah, but this
Looks
ladder...
like there's more to see up here.
This ladder, I'm sure, is safe.
Any luck?
Some. But not enough. Gabe? Hey, Gabe. Let's go take a look over there.
Gabe?
Bro, why are we leaving the girl alone?
Got it?
Why are we leaving the girl alone?
All right.
Go with the praying girl, please. Like, someone stay with her. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm getting anxiety already. This is not good.
Hey, look. There's one they never took to pieces.
Good catch.
Positive reinforcement works. There's got to be a reason why they didn't, though. There's got to be a Zombo in there.
Locked. Still might be gas in the tank, though.
You can break that. There's no way that's hard to break. Whoa, what the fuck?
Shit. It's locked. All right. Here goes nothing. Fuck yeah.
A boo. It happens. Sometimes there's a boo.
Look at all that
my god,
fuel.
that's sweet nectar. Oh my god, that's
This is gonna take a while.
That's sweet, sweet nectar, baby. Let's go. Maybe I can break through. How many of them?
Looks like it came from in there. Gabe, stay close.
Wait, why don't I go back to the ambulance? Bro, you need to break into that ambulance. I can't siphon from electric car, you libs. You're right, dude. Would have been cooked in the Zombo apocalypse.
Ransacked
We
a
lived
long
in
time ago.
California now. You know what I'm saying? Keep pumping. I don't think you have to, right? Once you start the siphoning process, doesn't it automatically keep going?
Might be able to get in through the hatch.
Yeah.
Looks pretty run down. Locked. Not gonna be able to pry this open. Damn it.
Doesn't petrol expire? Petroleum expires, I think, what, in 4 years or something? If it's left out in the open. Oh, God. There's definitely Zombonis in there.
Gabe, come check this out.
Not the cleanest place.
Oh, no muertos at least.
Muertos. Dude, I'm learning Spanish.
Just be careful.
Thank God for this game. It's finally teaching me Duolingo-ass Spanish right now. Very appropriate and useful words like muertos. No muertos in here. Cabrón.
Wow. This place is decked out. Oh, look at this place.
Perhaps we can find a pen in here.
Oh, looks pretty comfortable. And pretty gross.
Damn, he had snacks.
Are you kidding me?
Lucky for you, they put enough preservatives in this stuff to last for centuries. There's enough food in here to keep us going for a long time.
Oh, check it out. This is actual honest-to-God pudding.
Seriously?
And it's not just food. There's a mattress. There's blankets.
Someone else's mattress. Someone else's blankets.
They're probably
We need to
dead.
just take our gas and get on the road.
Well, you gotta admit, it's kinda cozy in here.
The van is cozy. This is creepy.
Come on, one night. We bunk down, eat a real meal.
It would be nice not to sleep in the van for a change.
Please.
The herd is coming, if it's not here already. We should go and get ahead of it.
How the
before
fuck could
it's
the
too
herd
late.
catch
The fence
us
is
in the
reinforced.
car?
We'll be fine. We found this. Why can't we just enjoy it?
We're gonna get what we came for and get out of here.
Great. Another shitty cramped night in our shitty cramped van. Hooray.
Come on. Let's at least grab the food.
I don't think it's a good idea. I think staying here is a bad idea, but I would have still risked it. I just do think that Zombers, I guess Zombers would catch up overnight. But like, can they make that distance? I mean, that's a
Thanks for
fucking
that.
big ass distance. We drove for miles,
Backing me
didn't
up
we?
and all. How does it feel to be the bad guy this time? It must be a new sensation for you.
I don't know. Oh boy, sleeping in the van again? All I'll say is you definitely owe me one.
Yeah, well, you owe me like a dozen, so I'll just shave it off your tab.
Dude, Sexo is so close.
Hey,
I can
Kate.
smell it.
Can you come help us with this?
It's definitely fucking, it's happening, dude.
Hey, wait, but you...
This way you can make up for being the bad guy.
Thanks.
Grab some gas. We need to head out soon.
What the fuck do you think you're doing with our gas?
Holy
Come
fuck,
on,
they're gathered
speak
up.
up!
I'm sorry, man. Look, it's just a can. We needed it really
We?
bad.
I fucking knew it. There's more than just you out here. You ain't the loner type. I can tell. I know you got people.
No, I'm alone. Honestly, people just slow me down.
You just said we, you lying fuck. We! Fan
got
out
caught
and
in
look
a
for
lie.
the others. Lonnie, you're with me.
I don't know. That was a speech fail. Why would you lie? It's just a momentary lapse of judgment.
Hey! You assholes in there! I got your boy! You don't want him getting shot, you best come out there careful with your hands up.
Maybe when they see their children,
Come on,
they'll
you
become
first.
human.
You get ambushed by your own people, that shit's gonna make my day.
With what? They don't even have guns, probably.
Open it real slowly. Looks like
Walking
you and your
Dead
friends had a
Telltale, so
real
Pete.
feast, huh?
Just say I
You
ate it.
can't just take what you like.
I ate all those. Yeah, me.
You? By yourself? Now,
Yeah, what can I say? I fucking love pudding.
you got a real smart mouth. You fucking watch what you say. Look, I get it, all right? You're
He's got a fucking piece. He's got like a Jackson Hinkledink worth of fucking little pins on his jacket. He has to be a good guy. He probably voted for Bernie Sanders illegally. Just saying. You're a terrible liar. Bro, it's not me. It's Javi, bro. It's not me. I would be so much better at lying.
starving. Who the fuck is it? At the end of your rope, thought you hit pay dirt. Honest mistake. But I got this sneaky fucking feeling that you're full of shit.
I just love pudding, bro. That's not a lie. Technically, it's real. I do like pudding.
I ain't gonna let it be like the last time some assholes rolled on us. Keep an eye on this dickhead. I'm gonna grab some cuffs.
You got it.
First of all,
Just chill,
because
okay?
Look, your buddy's not thinking straight. So let's talk, okay? You and me, we can get this sorted out.
No, it's his call. Look, man, this doesn't have to go. The fuck was that noise? What you got hiding under there, boy?
Whoa. Reverse racism.
If you know
It's
something,
real.
you better spill it. You don't want me finding out for myself.
Hey, if you're so curious, open it and find out. No, really, go ahead. Do it.
Fuck it. Guys, get the fuck in here!
Fuck.
Holy shit! You have
I'm
to
dead.
pay for what you done here.
Oh. Why did he throw the gun? Like, why did he throw it? I don't understand. Are we popping or are we not popping? Is Javi not with it? Why did you drop the gun? You think I did? You think I had the option to drop the gun and I chose that option?
Hey, my family, where are they? What did you do with my family? Please, man!
Just do us both a favor and pretend you're still asleep. I wouldn't start talking if I were you. You're lucky we do things a certain way. I'm already tempted to put a bullet in your brain for what you did to Lonnie back there. If we start talking, I'm gonna get angry.
What happened to him was an accident.
Yeah, right. Keep talking, we might find ourselves in a similar accident. You get what I'm saying?
Please, you have to believe me. We were just...
Not another word, or God help me, I'll put you to sleep myself. We still got a haul ahead of us, and I'm not about to listen to you. What the hell?
Stop! Stop!
Oh, shit! Oh, no, no!
What the fuck is going on, bro? Are there like rival factions? What the fuck's happening? That's crazy that it not only was it a truck, but it was also
Hey!
No, I'm not gonna shoot him, bro. Chill out. I don't know what the fuck these guys are about. Why would I shoot them?
Yeah.
That's good. Just keep looking forward.
It's Clem! It's Clem!
Look, I'm no threat to you, okay? I surrender.
It's Clementine.
Well, that's obvious. Seeing how you didn't shoot that guy. Okay, now don't do anything stupid. 'Cause I'm not as nice as you. I won't hesitate.
What happened in my face? I'm such a badass now. I'm not a kid. Javi, you don't know. You don't know what I am. Well, I guess I am Javi now, but you don't know what she is. She's me.
I was trying to stop the truck.
I'm her. She's not 11 anymore. She's like 12 now, or 13.
Shit.
Yeah, you stopped it all right.
Tree fell slower than I thought it would. Put your hands up and close your eyes.
Look, I'm the victim here.
We're all victims.
Oh, so it's okay for you to rob me.
This is payment for saving you.
Hey, that's for my niece. She loves chocolate more than anything. I promised it to her. Please.
Keep your eyes closed and count to 100 before you go.
Oh my gosh, she's not a bad person.
My family.
Thank God.
I need to get back to them. We were attacked, and I just need to know where I am. We were driving down the 522, and that's when we found the junkyard. They're still there. I need to get back to them.
I know where that is. You said you were driving?
In our van, yeah.
I'll take you to the junkyard, if you let me have your van. I get you there in one piece, then I drive away.
That van is our home. It's all we got.
That sounds like a no.
How about you just give me directions like a normal person?
How about I shoot you and take the van anyway? This is a better deal for you. Let's go.
That's crazy. Just come with us, Clem. Come on. Come on. This is sick.
Really
oh my God.
I don't know you. I don't trust you. And I'm not taking any chances. So it's safer for both of us if you're tied up.
Look, I get it. You're being cautious.
Glad we understand each other.
The name's Javier, by the way. People call me Javi.
Clementine.
Well, thanks for not killing me, Clementine.
Don't thank me yet.
She's 14, bro. She's 14 now. You made Dark Clem? No, I didn't. She's still a sweet, innocent child. She's just been like brutalized by the conditions, but the conditions have not made her less human. She's simply careful. She's cautious, but she gave the chocolate back. Damn, she's so badass. She's so badass.
You're good at that. Look.
Bro, we didn't even shoot Kenny. Come on.
But how about you give me that gun back so I can at least defend myself?
For all I'd know, you'd turn around and use it on me.
Look, I'm not gonna shoot you. I didn't even shoot the guy who had me tied up.
But I know you thought about it.
Muertos. The herd caught up with us.
Those.
What do you call them?
Walkers.
Well, what do you call the ones that run?
They're all fucking walkers, okay? Look, I'm just...
Wait, there's ones that run?
used to being around other people.
Wait, what? Why not? You were in Wellington.
For a while, anyway. Usually, it's just me on my own.
No.
Sounds kind of lonely if you ask me.
Well, I didn't ask you. And anyway, I prefer it like that.
At least I'm not trauma dumping on a 13-year-old like everyone else did last season. You know what I mean?
So, who's at this junkyard?
Also, where the fuck is AJ?
Kids. And his wife.
She must have left AJ behind.
It's impressive. Surviving this long. Not sure how you did it. Just keeping everyone together like that.
Is this the wrong save? Yeah, why is she saying she's lone? It's not the wrong save, right? I mean, I uploaded from my save. Okay, no, keep playing. All right.
Well, I didn't do it alone. My, Kate helped. She did most of the work, actually.
Sounds nice.
Spoilers? Okay, don't
Having
answer.
a partner.
It is.
Don't answer, don't answer. I just wanted to...
You must have been
I
pretty
hope
young
that I
when
was...
this shit started.
I was. But some people looked out for me, too.
What happened to them?
Same thing that happens to everyone.
Shit.
We can't stay here. There's a town up ahead. We can stay there until the herd passes. Otherwise, we're walker food.
We can't make a detour. I need to get to my family.
And I need that van. But right now, you have to trust me.
Oh, you mean the way you trust me?
Make a decision, Clem.
Don't make me regret this. Come on!
Let's go. Of course I will let the 14-year-old lead the way, dude. Of course. Are you kidding me? Duh. She's literally 14, okay? Not 11. If she was 11, no, not happening. 14 years old, definitely letting you lead the way. You know. She's 13, Law. Oops, 13, definitely not gonna work either.
There!
Definitely not capable. Will not be trauma dumping. Will not be trauma dumping on
Get to the
this
gate!
little baby, this child.
Just keep going. They'll open up.
Shit! Hey!
Open up!
That's crazy. They just don't even open up. Oh, dude, he's got...
I can't open the gate till you clear them out. Can't risk it.
Come on, Javi. Show us what you got, Poppy. Where the fuck's Clem? Come on, Clem Buterol. Pop him off.
These bullets won't fire.
Get your ass inside. Come on now.
This guy seems sick. Probably racist, though. Whoa.
God effing damn it, Francine. One of these days, those doors are gonna close and your ass will be on the other side.
Yeah, and when that day comes, Trip, I promise I'll eat you first.
Okay, these guys seem sick.
It's
These guys seem
Clementine,
dope.
right? You staying a while this time?
No. Once the walkers pass, I'm taking this guy to a junkyard off the highway.
My family might be trapped there, hiding from some very bad dudes.
Well, shit. I'm truly sorry to hear that. This herd rolled in pretty quick. We're hoping it's gone just as fast. So, just keep your heads down and steer clear of trouble. You got me? There's too much going on outside the walls tonight.
We'll be cool. Just need a place to ride out the herd, that's all.
All right. I'm gonna hold you to that. And I wouldn't recommend changing your mind. If you want to hang on to all your teeth, that is. Now head on in. I got shit to do.
Well, welcome to Prescott. It's a pretty cool place, actually. Built from an old airstrip, I guess.
That's so sick. Wow.
The people, on the other hand, they're not my favorite. Usually I'm in and out as quick as I can manage.
Hey, what's the problem? You have some sort of history here that I should know about?
Not really. I know what people are capable of. Hey, Javi. What's up?
My family. They're still out there. In the middle of all that.
If you guys made it this long, I'm sure, they'll know what to do.
It's thick. Okay, it is very cool that the first game is like as the zombie apocalypse is developing, and then the second game is like a little bit after the zombie apocalypse is still developing and like communities are being built, but we don't really fully get that. And now finally, like, we're in the middle of it. We're in the middle of the shit. It's all survivors. Everybody's ruthless. No more surprises. And obviously there's a shit ton more zombies as a consequence of that, but like we get to see like these new post-apocalyptic communities flourish, which I find very cool. I think it's dope.
Let's go. This way. I gotta see a guy about some bullets.
You're in the age where humans are the most dangerous thing? Yeah. I mean, humans were always more... That's the whole point of this series, I think, is just like humans are more dangerous than zombies in the zombie apocalypse always and forever.
Jeez. I haven't been in a place like this since... Well, it's just like the old days.
Listen, I gotta take care of something. Hang tight.
Wait. What should I do?
I don't know. Why don't you make some friends?
The whole point of the zombie apocalypse genre in general, not just The Walking Dead, I agree.
Looks like someone's in the middle of a game. Chess. Not really my game. I think Gabe used to play, though.
I do love post-apocalyptic shit. I don't know why.
I wonder where they found this old thing. I haven't seen one of these in years.
Play your hand. You're gonna lose, but you don't have to do it in slow motion.
Don't try and rush me. I know your game.
This is my game. Clearly.
Always a smart ass. Well, it ain't gonna work.
Excuse me.
Oh, you again. You got some moves, I'll give you that.
Hold on a minute. Don't I know you from somewhere?
I don't know. Maybe.
Was I a famous baseball player?
Garcia. Javier Garcia.
Oh my god, I was a
For what
famous
it's worth,
baseball player.
I think you got screwed on the gambling thing. A lifetime ban.
Oh my god, it's
Shit.
Shohei Ohtani. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm Shohei Ohtani in the other world. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Should have had a 20-year career. The way I see it, nothing wrong with betting on yourself to win.
They just wanted to set an example. I was the poor bastard they used to do it on.
All I know is what I read in the papers. Anyway, I'm Conrad. This here's Francine.
He runs the place?
Dude, that's such a cool concept. Like meeting a fucking celebrity in the zombie apocalypse. I had never even thought about that. It's dope. I like that. It's cool when there's like such an overused and abused concept, like a cliche that you can look at that will still give you like a fresh perspective. I like that.
Just take his money.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm just letting you win.
Oh, Bill Murray was in Zombieland. Yeah,
If
you're
you're
right.
the gambling type, game's poker. 5 card stud.
I'll race you.
What do you think? Should I call? Or should I fold?
Don't get too intimidated. I lose more often than I care to admit.
He's bluffing. He's got bullshit written all over.
Is that a fact?
All right, I think I'll listen to the man. Call.
Moment of truth. Flip 'em. Oh my. Ain't that a pretty sight?
Hell yeah!
Nice.
Oh, calm down, both of you.
Thanks for the advice, hon. How's about a drink? On my tab.
Bottom.
I don't know anything about. I never learned poker and I cannot learn it.
That's the weak stuff.
Don't turn away from me. I'm talking to you.
Oh, shit. Hey, what's the point in talking when I already told you a deal is a deal? And it's done.
What's going on?
This guy ripped me off. I traded him a crate of perfectly good batteries, and he gave me a box of bullets that won't fire. He could have gotten both of us killed.
Oh, yeah? And who the fuck are you, a bodyguard or something? Because I don't scare easy, all right?
Damn right. So you better figure out a way to fix this. And I mean real fast.
Well, you can't even prove those are the bullets I traded you.
Oh, hey, Clem, come on.
He knows the bullets don't work. Listen to him. He's not even nervous. I could have died because of his bullets.
Unfucking believable.
Look out!
Oh shit, he gave me a cool ass scar. I like that. I'm an athlete, bro, not a mathlete. The fuck do you mean?
Listen, let's all cool down, huh?
Why are you still
You were
holding the
acting
fake
crazy.
gun?
I was too. We just got a little out of hand. That's all.
Just give me what I'm owed.
Jesus. You gotta get her under control, man. This ain't no way to do business.
We had a deal.
All right, hey, okay, all right, so, hey, we'll trade back. I'll find some batteries.
I don't need batteries. What I need are bullets that won't get me killed.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh shit.
Drop the gun. Right now.
Say he attacked you and that he was going for his gun.
I fucking warned you.
Eli attacked him. I only shot because...
Shut it. You done enough talking. Drop it.
There's a herd out there and you're firing off a fucking... What the fuck happened here?
He attacked Javi, okay? It was self-defense.
Enough from you. Did she really have to shoot?
Dude, this is a fucking weird set of circumstances. Clem is kind of ruthless. He did try to stab me.
Look at my eye, man. Of course she's telling the truth. The guy ripped her off, reached for his gun, and would have shot me if she hadn't stopped him.
See? You happy now?
He doesn't have a
damn
gun.
it.
And they're gonna
I'm
find
putting
out
you
that he
two
doesn't
under
have...
lock and key until I figure out what to do with
Whoa.
you.
Oh, hey, what? Are you for real?
As real as it gets. Now move it.
You got some nerve coming in here fucking up my bar.
The guy was a zombie denier and
I'd
a
have
bullet
punched your
hoarder.
fucking lights out.
What do you
Both
mean
of
a
ya.
zombie denier? That'd be pretty funny. In the zombie apocalypse, at this current stage in American politics, American cultural moment, there would be unironic zombie deniers in the zombie apocalypse. It'd be like, nah, even if I get bit, I won't turn. I know it. Come on, bite me, fuckers. Yeah, they're just pretending. It's the Chinese virus. It's only it's only hurting people who are not Chinese.
Eli was a grade A certified dipshit. I'll even have someone come take a look at that cut.
Hey, thanks for having my back at the hangar. That was cool of you.
Of course. Anytime. Hell, I mean, you and I are a team now.
Thanks. I mean it.
I'm saying you're gonna get the bad
Just
ending, bro. Clem is
Don't think
fucking
this
the goat.
makes us
Shut
friends
up.
or anything. Hello?
Oh my god. Oh, dude, let's
I'm
go.
Eleanor. I'm what passes for a doctor around here.
Then
Trip
let's
sort of
go.
overdoes it sometimes.
Double sexo run.
I
Double
hate that I'm
sexo
treating you in a
run.
cage, like you're some feral animal.
Javier, pleasure's all mine.
Is it now?
Oh!
Now, let's see about that wound.
Oh, sheesh! Sheesh!
Yeah, he got you good. Try to hold still. Why is it always the pretty ones who end up causing the most trouble?
Oh!
As if good looks equal bad behavior or something.
Yeah? Well, it takes one to know one.
One what?
One pretty troublemaker.
I'll give you that one.
She died. She died from the cringe. She literally died from the cringe. We did it. She's finally dead. There, I did it. I did it. I had to get my fucking Riz off, and now Clem is dead. I hope everyone's happy. I did this to myself, and I did this to her. Fucked up. Me amo el Riz, little mamacita.
People are saying she killed a man in cold blood. If you don't mind me asking, what did happen exactly? That they were arguing and then she went crazy over nothing?
Look, things got out of hand. Clementine was only trying to make a point, but then...
You make it sound so casual. Best thing is probably for you two to leave town and get back to your group.
No,
We were
wait,
attacked
I didn't think
earlier
that
this
was going to
evening.
be a lie.
There were
I
four of us.
Bro, I thought that was going to be like him being like he attacked me. I thought that, okay, that option kind of cooked me a little bit. Oh no, the Sexo run might be fucking ruined, bro. I did not mean to dry snitch on myself. Read all the options. Reset.
Oh shit. I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do to help. Well, not that I have much to offer you, but I know a thing or two about losing family.
I wouldn't want to make any trouble for you. This whole thing's been pretty messy.
I hear you, but
Eleanor? You done yet?
just about.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm driving you that junkyard myself. Get you out of my hair, and no one can say I didn't do right by no one. In the meantime, you two can sleep right here and think about what shitheads you were earlier. On my terms and on my timeline. You got me?
All right. Fair enough.
Fair enough? Go kiss a skunk's ass. I should be earning a goddamn Boy Scout badge for this.
He's not even wrong.
Trip, it doesn't seem right to wait. Javi's people, they can need a medic.
Nuh-uh, no way. Not putting you in that kind of danger.
Oh my god. She wants the Sexo. Never mind, boys. We're still in. Come on, bro.
Danger again.
That's not your call.
She wants it. We're back. She wants the Sexo.
Maybe there's another way. We've got a rear gate down at the other end of the airfield. We don't use it much, but, well, we could leave tonight.
Oh my god.
Slip past the herd, get a jump start on reaching that junkyard. If your family does need help, I'll be right there to give it.
What the
It's too risky. And if Muertos were to somehow surround us, we...
Don't worry. It'll be fine.
What is she doing?
Anyway, think about it. I've got to check on some patients, but I'll be back in an hour.
I'm not gonna lie, I hit the Muertos one on purpose because I wanted to see her quiver a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the Muertos. Like, I literally only chose that option because I thought it was Sexo. I thought it was the Sexo run. You know? You're gross. Wait,
You know,
what?
I never would have guessed she had it in her.
Yeah. She's something.
The thing is, and maybe this sounds weird, but I still trust Trip more than I trust her.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, is it the Sexo run and we go with Eleanor? Does it matter? Yes, it does. I think it does matter. Chat said sex is problematic. I feel like Trip is the safe choice, but Eleanor is the Sexo run. But knowing how this game operates, and it's a little bit metagamey, but I do feel like the Sexo run is gonna fucking kill her. Something does seem off about her. It does feel like Eleanor will die if we go together, though. So in order to save her, I'm gonna go with Trip.
You're right. Trip's got more muscle, just in case. We'll wait and get a ride with him.
Glad you're finally listening to reason. You know, when I met you, I thought you'd just be another asshole like everyone else.
And to think that when we first met, you nearly blew my head off.
Yeah, guess I made the right call.
Clem just shot
It's
a
gonna
guy.
be a while
Bro,
before
do you,
that hurt
are you
passes.
acting like you don't know
We
what
might
happened?
as well get some sleep.
That guy deserved it. He
Good
attacked me,
idea.
remember?
I'm exhausted.
I'll get the lamp.
I don't think you guys understand how much loyalty I demonstrate to characters that I have like known that are a part of the in-group. The quicker you get that into your mind, the faster you will understand what's going on. Because Chad always like, why are you defending Kenny all the time? It's like, yeah, you know why? Because Kenny's family. Okay? And while Clem is new for Javi, she's not new for me. I will unconditionally defend her. That's Clemily. Wait, am I going to swap over to... Is it a Clem run now? Just like the US does with Israel then? How dare you compare?
Hey, what you drawing there, goofball? Can I see?
Oh, Alvin. It's Alvin Bragg Jr.
You know I'm no
District
good at
Attorney of
this
Manhattan.
game, but I'll try to guess what it is. Just give me a second. I'll figure it out. It's a doggy, right? It's me. It looks just like me. Come on. Can you say Clem, AJ? Give it a try. Clem.
Okay,
Not
this
much of a
kid is
talker,
way too
are you, goofball?
big to not know how to
Edith
speak.
says you should be speaking by now.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Don't worry about it. You'll talk when you're ready.
Like, that looks like a whole ass child at this point. There's no longer like a baby who can't speak. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God. Kenny made him like Duck, bro. Oh my God, Kenny. Oh my God. Kenny bricked this child just like Duck. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Kenny. We should have kept that baby away from Kenny. No.
That was weird.
Clem, open up. It's me.
Edith, what's wrong?
The group from last week. They're back. And
She
now
got a
they're
bon-
armed.
she got a Bonnie
This is
ass
bad,
attitude.
Clem. There's a lot of them. Too many of them.
What do they want from us?
More than we can give. And now they're angry. Just pack whatever you can. Be ready to run, just in case. They got a lot of cars and they're seriously pissed off. This is
What the
gonna get
fuck?
ugly. I know it. And pack your stuff. When I get back, we gotta get the hell out.
Shit. Bare essentials. Come on.
I fucking begged you, man. Our people are sick and starving.
I'm taking Kenny's hat.
You could have just given us some grub, some medicine, that's it. This is your fault. Y'all are just hoarding it for your fucking selves.
What else?
Clem!
Hat is
They're
essential. It's Kenny's hat, bro. What do you mean hat is essential? It's Kenny's hat. Bro, y'all are wrong.
Side! We have to go now!
That's crazy that they broke through the barrier like this. Oh my God. Yo, I'm sorry. I know that this is a very diverse game and therefore probably a very diverse cast, but how the fuck does my dude have tight ass braids 4 years into a zombie apocalypse, bro? Like, there is no fucking way that he just sat there and got braided for 4 fucking hours, dude. That's insane. Who the fuck is like, hold up. Hold up. Black women exist as on? What do you mean? Why are you making it seem like they have time in the midst of survival? That's crazy. He's still shooting.
For the woods!
Keep running!
Oh, he's gonna shoot her. Oh, in the head. God dang.
You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
Very white man chill.
Fucking shoot him.
Should we have left with Kenny? What the fuck?
Hey, Clem. We almost there. Hey, Clem.
Yeah, we're close.
I gotta say, I hope your people are safe and sound. Eleanor asked me before we left to make sure of it.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir. So that's what I'm gonna do. Though why she went to bat for you, I've got no idea. I mean, she hardly even knows you. And you don't know her, for that matter.
Well, there's not much mystery to it, Trip. She's a good human being.
Yeah. Eleanor's got a big heart. That's for damn sure.
Guys, that's the place.
The fuck? Why is the car on fire?
Shit.
How is that even possible? Wouldn't that mean
What
the
a
engine has
mess.
to be on?
Jesus. Must have been hundreds of them.
Kate's good in a crisis. She'd know how to get shelter.
What's that?
Mariana's tape player.
Uh-oh.
Mariana? Mariana, are you here?
Javi!
Oh my gosh, she
Oh my
is. Oh,
God.
thank God.
You're safe. I can't believe it.
You told me where to hide. I just listened to what you said. Lock yourself in and don't come out, not even once it's quiet. It kept running through my head like on a loop.
You did exactly what you should have done. I always knew you were a smart kid.
Thanks. It was scary at first, but once the muertos couldn't see me anymore, they just passed by.
Kate and your brother, where are they?
We got pulled apart when that huge bunch of muertos showed up. Kate yelled that they were gonna try to make it back to the van.
Then that's where we're headed.
Let's go find your brother, sweetheart.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
No sign of him. They must have seen it like this, then gone someplace else to hide.
Why'd they fucking shoot my van, bro? That's crazy. Hopefully she's like, hold on. Oh, they're in there.
Mariana, stay back.
go. Nice. Okay, Kate.
Javi, you found us.
Hey, it's okay. I got you.
You happy to see me?
You already know, baby. Right at the top of the hour, the 3-minute ad break will kiss you just like that. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free. With the Twitch Prime, Sexo run is on, boys. Double Sexo run.
Gross. Come on. I think we get a pass.
I wanted to come after you. I swear I did.
You don't have to snot all over my shirt about it.
I thought we were dead. Like, never gonna see you again dead.
There's no way I would let that happen.
Yeah, well, you weren't here. The herd showed up and Mariana was gone and we were waiting and waiting and then I was just so scared.
I'm here now. You don't have to be scared. Hey, you hurt yourself.
Must have scraped it in the truck. Didn't even notice.
Hey, at least it's not a bite. Well, not much we can do about it here.
I've got a lady friend who's a doctor.
Oh,
as soon
hell
as we
yeah.
get back to Prescott, she'll patch you right up.
Oh, he's taking
I'm
us
Trip,
back.
by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Bro, Trip is the GOAT, dude. It's crazy. What the fuck? Trip is like the opposite of Beef Wellington. He straight up saw me kiss a woman and was like, hell yeah, a heterosexual. I knew I liked you when I first saw you. I saw the color of your skin at first. I thought maybe he's one of the bad guys. But then I saw you kiss a woman and I thought to myself, he's straight. Thank God.
We should be getting back. Don't want to push her luck.
Who's the kid with the gun? She have a name you want to share with us?
Clementine's a friend.
Hi there. Glad I was able to help.
Well, we're very grateful to you. Really.
There's a town nearby. It's safe.
I like the sound of that.
He saw the way I kissed Kate and was like, let me give some kisses
Oh
too,
my God.
boy.
Javi, do they have hot water? Even like lukewarm water would be okay.
I think so. Right, Trip?
Well, I guess you'll find out.
I thought you'd been to this place.
I have. I didn't have much time to relax in my jacuzzi suite, you know?
Between you and me, these kinds of missions don't usually go so well. But you found every single one of your people. And you found them alive, healthy, reasonably cheerful.
Well, let's wait to celebrate until we're back behind the walls, okay? I don't want to jinx us.
Well, some things are worth saying woo-hoo about, that's all.
When we get back to Prescott, you still owe me a working ride. I haven't forgotten about our deal. You couldn't have known what happened to your van, but still, I need some way out of here.
I was hoping you might stay. You know, considering...
that we're friends.
Considering what?
You came all the way out here with me.
Yeah, for the van, not for...
Cool.
Thanks.
What? What? No!
Fucking thieves! Really thought you could just walk back in here like nothing happened? I don't think so!
What the fuck?
Javi! We can't leave her!
What? You fucking got shot in the head, dumbass. No, don't ruin the sexual. Do not ruin the sexual run, Kate. No,
Stop.
shut the fuck. Sit
Stop.
down. Oh my God, they're all getting slaughtered. Oh, they're all so stupid.
Javi, help!
I guess I'll go to family. I don't know. What?
Go!
Bro, what? She died, bro. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't mean... No, they want to recover the body? That's insane, brother.
Jesus.
I should have
Jesus,
returned fire. I'm so stupid.
I know, Javi, and there'll be time for all that, but not right now. Kate needs a doctor. Which means we gotta go. We got a window here, man. We gotta get a move on before they start shooting again.
Kate, are you okay?
I'm fine. Really.
She's not. And the longer it takes us to get out of here, the worse off she's gonna be. It's time to go, man.
We stay here and we finish this.
Are you fucking nuts? We gotta get the fuck out of here
I
right
already
now.
killed one of you. If we don't stop them, they're gonna come after your family again.
No.
Let Trip help them. You stay with me.
What? No, Javi, you have to come with us. Javi,
I
please.
mean, I'm ride or die. I'll stay with
Trust me,
Clem.
Javi. We have to end this now.
Get her
Fuck
back
it.
to Prescott. We'll cover you.
Javi!
Go with them. I'll be fine.
Give me a hand here, kid.
Just keep firing until they're out of sight, okay?
I'm ready.
I don't know how the fuck we're gonna do this, but oh my gosh, she's so good. What the fuck? Is that a pipe bomb? What is
Javi,
that?
don't!
Oh, I got a cannon on me, dude. That's baseball, baby. Got that baseball arm. Holy shit, what a fucking ending to the first chapter. That is nutty. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. How did they do it? How did they do it? They literally upped the ante dramatically. How is that possible? That's crazy. I did not. After last season, I was like, shit, it's not going to be that fucking. No uno mas, bro. Come on. I got a family. All right. I got a daughter to take care of in the real world who's just like, well, she looks dead right now, but I'm sure she'd appreciate it if I spent some time with her, and my dad too. Javi got a family too. Yeah. And I'll save. Tomorrow is Saturday, which means I will be able to play more games. I'll do 2 episodes tomorrow. Okay. 2 episodes tomorrow, and I'll start earlier. Unless Israel does some fuck shit, which I don't think they will. So we're good. Did you stay the night at the junkyard? 45% stayed or head back. Did you shoot the driver? Let him go. 52% let him go. What was the aftermath? You and 94% got locked up. Who brought you to the junkyard? 49% went with Trip. 50% were simps. I wonder what would have happened. Did you escape with your family or stay with Clementine? 84% stayed with Clementine. I bet if I leave her, she dies, right? Like, there's no way. I bet if I leave her, she dies. Anyway, do they have a next time on The Walking Dead type shit? Wow. We got fucking 5 epis. I mean, we got 5 epis. God damn, this game is so sick. All right, we'll do episode 2 tomorrow. Wow. The worst part about this is like, the worst part about gaming this late usually is that I really do want to play, and then I end up thinking about it all night, and then I just like, I have an itch for it, but I can't. When I usually play RPG games, like at least I can play, when I play RPG games, at least I can like get the gaming itch by playing like side missions or whatever. I can't do that with this because it's all sequential.
Introduction, starting off the day.
I'll do Disco Elysium after Walking Dead, yes. Anyway, love you guys, okay? And I'll see you tomorrow. As always,
Sunny Los
peace.
Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There